Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to yet another day of the Big Time Valorant Conference. I know, it is so much Valorant, you can barely handle it. This is day 3 of this weekend's playoff series, and y'all, there is still another full month of all of this great content. So I'm sure that you're all super excited and can't wait to continue to dive in to see how these schools can continue to play over the next couple of weeks. Now, as always, we are broadcasting here live from the Aquatik studio, and I'll be throwing it over shortly to our casters to get things kicked off for today. Of course, if this is your first time joining us here with Big Time, well, welcome. We've taken 14 schools, and over a 13-week season, they've been battling it out head-to-head in the Valorant arena, and we're almost wrapped with this season, but there are some very big action-packed games left over the course. Now, if you are curious at what is all going on, you can find more information over at The Spike, or you can also find it at aquaticesports.com for all of that action, updates, and more. Of course, they'll always be broadcasted right here from twitch.tv/aquaticesports for your viewing enjoyment. Now, this series is brought to you by not only Aquatik, but also our friends over at CORSAIR, where they've brought together a $6,000 prize pool for that winning team, where they'll be taking home some cash, as well as some really amazing CORSAIR goodies to up their game. But fear not. I know what you're thinking. Can we take home something amazing too? It's not all just for the players. We're going to be taking care of you, the audience, as well. So just for being here with us through the Big Time Conference and participating in chat, you'll be able to be entered into a giveaway to get your hands on a little bit of cash. Now that cash comes in one or the other form. You can either take Riot points so you can upgrade your own guns with a hot new look inside of Valorant, or perhaps you want to take a Steam gift card to acquire a different kind of game, perhaps in the esports field or perhaps somewhere else. Either way, it'll be up to you. Make sure you're staying tuned to chat so you can see exactly how to stay entered in that giveaway. But I'll give you a hint, it's exclamation point giveaway. But again, keep your eyes on chat to find all of those details. Now, if you've been with us through any of this series, you know who our two casters are, and they are some of the best in the industry. Very shortly, I'm going to be turning it over to our friends, both Kami Wolverine, as well as from across the pond, Explo. And I'm always excited to get those two in and talking about the game, the teams, and all that you can expect to see today. Now, if you've been with us for playoffs, you know this is going to be a best of 3, and we're going to have 2 different series today. So grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and get ready to enjoy that Valorant action. And while you're grabbing all that great stuff, why don't you head over to 7seas.gg, where you can find some fantastic snacks to sit back with and enjoy the rest of today's gaming. All right, y'all, that's it from the studio. I'll catch you guys a little bit later on throughout today's performance. But in the meantime, I'm going to toss it to our casters after one more word from our friends over at CORSAIR.
Well, oh, would you look at that? I don't know if you can hear that, but my alarm has gone off, and it's ruining my camera. There we go. Hello, I'm back. My alarm went off precisely as we went into these cameras. That was awkward. But the sun
What
is
do you
beating
have an
down.
alarm? What do you have an alarm for, like, what, 6:50 p.m.
Oh,
British
I
time?
know what. I have that because normally at this time, if we weren't doing this, I'd be going off to play in competitive FIFA League, but I'm doing this instead. So
Oh yeah, that's on
priorities.
brand.
But
That's on brand.
what my intro was gonna be was the sun is beating down on me here for all of about 30 minutes until we get done with the first game. But it's gonna be a dark day for two teams. We're gonna have to send two people home. It's the third day of the first week of the big time playoffs, and we are delving into the depths of the lower bracket. We've had 4 unlucky victims to make it there, and only 2 are going to be able to survive. Joined, not better or for better or worse. Joined, normally and okayly by my compatriot who's wearing a pretty bad football shirt generally. It's Common Wolverine.
Wow. I mean, we are off to a hot start, and all the credit
Yeah.
for that goes to you, Expo. So prepared, so
Thank you.
effervescent. The sun beating down on you. It's truly a great look, and you know what? That's better than yesterday's intro. So I'll kind of take what I can get. But yeah, no, we are at the last chance saloon for the 4 teams that we are seeing today. And if you are here for your first time ever at the Big Time Conference, you may be wondering how we got there. So let's take a look at the bracket and look at the road traveled thus far. Opening round games on the top half, things went about exactly how you would expect. Rutgers taking down Michigan 2-0. No surprise there, 1 versus 8. Rutgers looking like one of the best teams in the conference thus far, no surprise. And then we had number 4 versus number 5. Not entirely surprising that Wisconsin won, but the way that they won is a little bit worrisome if you are an Indiana fan. That's how we got our first matchup of the day. The second matchup of the day, upset central, a little bit of the March Madness magic making its way into early April. We had the number 6 seed take down Michigan State and do it handily. And then we had the biggest upset in tournament history. You know, Purdue's a better team than their record indicated, and then their seed indicated. And Michigan State had been playing a little sketchy to begin with, so not the biggest surprise, but seeing Maryland come in and take down Illinois
in a reverse sweep.
Losing the first map 13-4 to coming back on bind and dropping a 13-3 and then a 13-10 on Haven. I'm still a little bit reeling from that one, Explo.
I mean, I wasn't allowed to sort of fully freak out because this is my job, but I mean, that now that it's sort of setting afterwards, I was thinking, hang on a minute. If Maryland beat Purdue, that would be absolutely ridiculous, and they've already shown that they are here to stay. And now Michigan State, I was thinking, okay, they lost to Purdue, but to be fair, they could beat Maryland. It's possible. Now they've got to face Illinois in the lower bracket, and if you're Indiana or Michigan or whoever loses Rutgers, Wisconsin, you are crying, because if Illinois charge through today, you have to go and face them at some point. That is going to be absolutely terrifying, but we've got games to do today, as I said, delving into the lower bracket. So we've got 2 series for you today. First one, Michigan, Indiana, the 2 teams who dropped down into this area. Not quite the aquatic basement, but it's close enough.
Not that low. Not that low. We're not sending them to those kinds of depths.
That's the first layer of hell. We're somewhere around 8. But yeah, so Michigan versus Indiana. Gonna be interesting. It's the 8th seed going up against the 5th seed. But as we've seen so far, seeding seems to mean nothing so far, other than Rutgers, because Illinois obviously fell to number 7 when they were number 2. But yeah, Indiana versus Michigan. The map picks were a little bit weird, especially for Michigan, Commie.
Well, in a way, a little bit weird. Seeing Michigan ban bind, not only does that take out Michigan's worst map in the regular season, they were 2-4 on it, but that is also Indiana's best and most played map. So that's an easy decision. Indiana going away from Haven, not the best decision, I guess, in the world, but also not the worst one. They did not play well against Wisconsin on it. Or excuse me, they didn't play well in the regular season on it. They were 2-3 on Haven, so not exactly great. In Michigan, not probably their best map as well. Michigan was 6-2 on it. So those map bans are two of the most common maps in the game. But seeing Icebox and Ascent, if you're a Michigan fan, has to give you just a little bit of PTSD from the regular season matchup. Indiana taking that one 2-0, and those are the two maps that we saw them on Explo.
Yeah, well, it was pretty rough, but it wasn't a complete stomp. Those were 13-7 on Icebox to Indiana and 13-8 on Ascent to Indiana. So, should Michigan have changed some things up? That was what was it, week 8, week 10, something around there. So it was pretty recent. So it's not like it was a week 1 matchup where it's like, okay, things are completely different. But if Michigan have adapted enough and they can take this map, Indiana have shown some vulnerability on Split, and if Michigan can do a Wisconsin and take that through, then we could see them go through. But if we're sitting and being real, this is Indiana almost all the way.
You have to think that Indiana does carry the advantage going into this map, into this matchup. But I mean, like we saw yesterday, if the right players get hot at the right time, almost anything can happen. I mean, Nar Alma for Maryland turned up to a whole different level on Bind, and we had the same type of performance from him and Shiny Trains over on Haven on that final map, and that's really what can make the difference. So when you're looking at players that need to turn up, especially if you're a Michigan fan, thanks to the spike.gg, I can use these stats.
Shout out. Yeah.
Shout out to spike.gg, exclamation point bracket in the chat. We can look at my two impact players and the way that they performed on their first map. And the reason that I'm highlighting these two players is because they are the stars of their respective teams, and they were nowhere to be found. I have Penguin up against Shax, both Penguin being the jet op, Shax operating usually on Arena or kind of a secondary duelist. We've seen Maxi take over more of the jet role on that team. Both of these players, a sub 1 rating, 0.72 for Penguin and 0.68. Combat scores 166 and 172, less than a kill per round, less than 125 damage per round. I mean, these are players who are some of the best players in the conference over the course of the regular season, and we just didn't see them make the impact in their opening round games. If either of these teams are going to make it out and stand a chance against, heaven forbid, having to face Illinois in that lower bracket, these two players are going to have to turn it up, and they're going to have to turn it up today. There is no bracket lower than the one we're going on. If these players don't show up, their team is most likely going home. Explo, who are you looking at today?
Well, reminder, this is serious business. If you lose the series today, you go home. 14 weeks, gone. No money, no nothing. You've wasted your time and all you've got is experience, and that can't buy you a hot dog. So, you know, it's gonna be real rough. But yeah, so my person to look at is gonna be Northu from Michigan. So this guy, Michigan did a bunch of role swapping in week 12, which is a weird thing to do, and especially, I mean, it's actually kind of good that they did it so late in the season, so it would have a little bit of as little impact as possible. But they switched some things around, so we were seeing Northu on Killjoy, on Sentinels, that sort of stuff, and then he moved to Raze. That's where we saw him yesterday, and it didn't really do much. If he can lock that in and really push, because we know he's got the fragging potential. He showed us in multiple clips. He was the first clip that BigTime ever produced. Then that would be golden for them, and it really.
Oh no, we've completely lost Explo. You absolutely hate to see it, but to finish off his point, Northu is going to be one of those huge players that we see on that Michigan role. And I mean, he didn't have a bad performance against Rutgers, but Rutgers is the type of team to make good players look absolutely terrible. And there really was no chance for Michigan to get going when it came down to it. And you have to look at a player like Maxi, a very similar player to him, being swapped from more of a passive role on, I believe Maxi played Sova and Omen throughout the majority of the regular season. And in the playoffs, we're seeing him on Jet and we're seeing him on Rays, and he did absolutely fantastic when it came to their performance against Wisconsin. He was one of the lone bright spots, an 0.92 rating, 200 ACS, very similar to the 0.88 and 204 ACS that we saw out of Northview. And if those players are also able to take it to the next level, odds are, I mean, both of these teams, plain and simple, underperformed in their first round matchups. These players most likely are going to be the players that we are looking at to pass through. But for the time being, we are going to kick it over to an ad, maybe two, try and get Explo back into the lobby and figure out what on God's green earth is going on. But thank you guys for sticking with us through the trials and tribulations. A word from our friends at CORSAIR, and then we will be diving into the game.
I just went to the Shadow Realm. I didn't enjoy it. That was freaky. I was, the Aquatic Basement's on the 8th layer of hell. I dropped down to the 9th. Yeah, no, sorry about that. I think Discord decided to give up on me, but I'm back now, and hopefully we've got it out the way, out of game. So that's actually probably the best time for it to happen, if it had to happen. But we are an Agent Select, and we are headed to Icebox. Gonna be a real interesting map. I mean, what are we seeing? Is there anything out the ordinary? Obviously on the duelist now.
We're seeing Memphis move back over to the Jet, and that's a role that we saw Maxi take on. So Memphis and Shax, an adjustment there, and putting Maxi back on more of a controller. I don't know if that's a decision based off of Maxi's play, because he actually looked pretty good on the duelist, or more of a confidence play for Memphis and Shax. Z-Back playing the Omen and Iceman. Instead of, we've seen Iceman primarily on Killjoy on this map, and primarily Killjoy and Cypher throughout. So him playing, while Viper is a controller, Viper is pretty much. Ruro also going in for the Viper. So both of the controller players going for the Viper on this map. Penguins on Sage currently, and we're seeing a single duelist setup with just Northu running that Reyna. No surprise seeing Wolfie don his trademark Sova, and no Sova on the side of Sova on the side of Indiana, opting instead for that double duelist setup. So we're going to see them be a heck of a lot more aggressive than we're really used to seeing Indiana. And that has to be somewhat of an adjustment to the way that their passive style played out against Wisconsin. I'm interested to see what this looks like. And Michigan did decide to go on attack on this map. You know, they've been practicing it. You know, they're willing to play it. So it'll be interesting to see what their response to that more aggressive setup of Indiana is going to be.
Yeah, well, let's see the stars of the show. After a little bit of a rickety start, let's get into game one. And hopefully, once we're actually playing Valorant, things will get a little bit better. Ladies and gentlemen, Michigan versus Indiana. Loser of the series goes home. I don't know whether I'm looking forward to Double Viper. One was enough for me, but to see Iceman, who was essentially Killjoy through and through, now swap onto it. Maybe he saw Purdue go for it and just thinking, I'm gonna have to get myself a little bit of this, but early B pressure pushing through. But look at the mid that's already been taken actually from Maxi. Gonna cut off any rotations that might come out, so they don't know it, but they've got to go spike down A, so it's actually all a ruse. I think Memphis has got this red, but he's gonna have to try and fight out 2 players on his own. And up goes the wall. Oh, hello. All right, trying to find a little bit of a pick, but can't quite tap the head, and the spike isn't down, so Memphis can really take advantage. There it goes, Penguin pushing forward with the spike. We'll get it down and we'll move out. Look at this Viper wall. We've got 2 on the map now, so it's far more annoying generally. But, all right, alarm bot goes out and they're all moving off site.
They do have that Viper smoke cloud getting taken down also by that snakebite, and going to be incredibly challenging once the spike gets planted to do anything about it. And we see that second snakebite come in, going to be an absolute nightmare to push onto. Northview taking down Maxi, and it all falls onto Z-Bag, and not really much anything else but a dream. And Penguin adjusting just fine to playing Sage, getting 3 kills on the round, and a lot of confidence that they had in the combination of Fizzy and Penguin to go 2-on-1, able to take down Shax and hold off Memphis long enough for the rest of the team to rotate. Maxi did do a good job establishing mid presence in that, but unfortunately had to fall back. Northview creating a lot of pressure on mid, and by the time that the retake started, there was enough Viper utility to make life a living hell for trying to retake that site.
Yeah, well, let's remember that Michigan against Rutgers even started out the gate strong. So early game players, but they'll be looking to get a little bit more than 4 here. And we can see how mid is the key. We can see Iceman pushing through, even when he's not on different controllers and sentinels. He still plays flank a lot of the time, and that's a little bit of a wasted opportunity. Northview only has 20 health, couldn't devour, but will have the spike to be able to get it down. And this wall across A is causing a lot of problems. Fizzy causing some problems, and Iceman through the back as well, but now it's just going to be Maxi with only a classic and a whole lot of work to do.
Probably not going to see him be able to do much. We do, not because we don't like Maxi, but for economic reasons, we do want to see him end up dying. I think he's waiting around to see if he can catch any late lurkers in mid. We do know that Fizzy was up there, going to grab the Sheriff and hope for the best. However, Fizzy is going to win the battle of the potatoes there in that moment and take down Maxi. The spray, good enough. And 3 players left alive through that bonus round. So economy sitting somewhat nice, not as bad as it could be. A good job of Shax as well as Iceman to at least get 1, keep them honest, and bring out the rifles in this round. We're not going to see many forces like we did against Illinois. Illinois extremely confident in their Sheriff ability, and proved exactly why, winning a couple of those second round force ups. But Indiana playing it safe, getting the rifles in their hand as fast as possible.
It actually feels better having 2 Viper walls up than only having 1, because it feels like people can actually respond in some way. But down goes Iceman early. There goes the utility down as well. And their own wall going up, actually. Maxi over the top. That's brilliant. Brilliant thinking. Many people only plant 1 place on B, and if you can control that, then you have a hefty advantage. But Maxi's dropped down. He had to. So the spike will finally go down. Look at the mid control taken by Fizzy. But Shax has him cleaned up, watching his 6. Memphis making quick work now, pushing through dark cover. Not quite Stewie 2K, but he tries to be. Spike Diffuser is killed, and Maxi's forcing himself to go in alone. Here comes Z-Back to cause some issues, but it's not going to be enough. Looking the wrong way, and it came down to the last man. But at the end of the day, Michigan always have the opening rounds, it seems.
Michigan did a good job there of being disciplined. Maxi on top of the box, taking advantage of a little bit of an off angle there. The last place you expect a Sage is on top of that box. More of a Jet, more of a Raze, more of an Omen play, but does a good job at least taking down the spike carrier. Unfortunately, that is a one and done position, and just not able to get back around and help out his teammate in that retake. It seemed like there were a lot of one-on-one gunfights that were really uncomfortable, smokes being pushed, and Michigan's doing a good job really dictating the pace of play. And we're seeing the same drone come out, and Shaq's good enough to get Penguin with the Sheriff in a full Sheriff buy-in. At the very least, even though they aren't able to get the rifle, that is an important kill to get.
Oh, 5. Wow, Maxi will be very unhappy with that. You can see that Icebox is definitely a map. For those who don't really play a lot of Valorant, Icebox is a map where a lot goes on. Flanks are very fast, and you can take a lot of control very easily. So it's about how you can make sure to not allow yourself to get taken out. Look at this position that Fizzy's got while they wait outside the A site. This is what I mean, they're just checking. Got the turret for the information, so if anyone wants to flank, they're going to have to think twice about it. But Indiana are actually keeping this spread, and they've actually managed to convince Michigan to just leave.
Yeah, but they are seeing with a lot of time to really sit and ruminate. They were able to pull Iceman away from B site, but he is going to be able to put up that wall at the very least, do some damage and delay the push, and a quick rotation from Z-Back. Memphis clearing out mid. So the site hasn't been taken on a couple low health players on Michigan, so those Sheriffs could do a lot of damage, especially to a Wawolfie.
Oh, they're trying to fire through to Alruro, trying to find that. Iceman jumps in and dies. And you can see the Viper Wolves are fighting each other, essentially, crossing across the site, and they have got the spike down. It's only 2 to fight this, and they've both got Sheriffs, so this is going to be very, very rough. Wolfie is pretty low, so he could get picked off. But yeah, this is about how you expected it to go. Memphis can try and find a pick, but Northu's got his number with the Phantom, and it's going to be 3 for him. And Michigan seem to always get the 4 rounds at the start. So maybe maybe Indiana actually play the game now, and they start to come in.
I don't know if we're going to see the burst back that we saw with the 10 rounds in a row after Michigan's opening 4 against Rutgers on Haven, but I mean, the good sign that we're seeing now is that Northu really playing well. He was your player to watch, and sitting at 7-2-1, and we talk about it with WK a lot, is that it's super important to have your Reyna feeling themselves early, just because she is such a hot and cold agent, and her utility plays such an important role in feeling herself. And Penguin, not exactly timid to take on the Battle Sage role, picking up his 4th kill and taking out Memphis early.
Yeah, well, Reyna literally entire kit. The only ability that you can use that doesn't need a kill is the Leer, and that's just an opportunity to get more kills. And Northu with to add to his tally now. Up goes the res onto Memphis, so the pick actually doesn't really mean much, and there's only health disparities through the wall. Northu, that is very, very risky, taking out the 28 health for a few seconds, but they have got the spike down. They can just leave, and this is all Icebox is. You just go and get the spike down quickly and back up. But now it looks like Indiana have a plan, and they're going to be pushing, at least with Memphis. No, he's going back through, so they're not going to go for the flank. So they are going to have a take on this wall 1 by 1. Trade's going out where Wolfie falls, and Jax is dancing around this wall like it's nothing, but Penguin shoots him like he's nothing. And the res comes up for Wild Wolfie. That's a huge bait, and he'll be happy about that. Z-Back pushing through the dark cover, making things happen, but Fizzy learns the alarm has gone off just before he gets shot, and it's 5 for Michigan. New record.
Michigan picking up that 5th round, and the fact that it was another gun round, and we are going to see a force back in. Odds are Shaq's going for the light armor. Iceman picking up the judge, a Sheriff in the hands of Z-Back, Maxi most likely going to pop the knives this round, or excuse me, Memphis going to pop the knives this round, Maxi opting in for a light armor and a Vandal, and just Michigan has done such a good job of winning these rounds and winning them cleanly, being able to bring rifle after rifle after rifle into this and really having their way any direction that they want to go. And with a heavy lean towards A, it is going to be met with some aggression as we do see Iceman quickly rotating and checking out the spawn area. Going to be interesting to see if they do run into Fizzy as the turret is taken out and Iceman runs back to his home on B.
All right, Norther is actually subsided for a minute, but now they're pushing through. Here comes Memphis with the Blade Storm. Could find Norther here with a pick. He's trying to get the head, but it's just evading him, dashing over the top. Now they can spray him. Alruro finishes the job. Checks is waiting on the other side. Reyna and Reyna on the other side of the box. And Iceman falls. He's not checking his corners. That's real lazy. And Shax might come down to the last man. Maxi on the other side of this wall. Push and you find two, but here's Shax on the other side. He was sat there incredibly patient. And now it's only Fizzy, who's got two people to deal with. They're in relative proximity. Up goes the wall. Doesn't choose to shoot it. He's going to go over the top. They don't know. Oh, Shax has the reaction time and picks that one up. And finally, Indiana get themselves one on the board.
Indiana are on the board, baby, and they won that round. I mean, Shax was the player that we needed to step up, and Shax stepped up big in that round. In a 2v3, he's able to pick off both the Sage and the Viper, or excuse me, both the Sage and the Viper. So there goes your wall. Viper, with her ultimate active, could have cut off that site completely and allowed Fizzy to place the lockdown, because the lockdown was got by that orb on A. But they do have those ultimates active for this round. So not out of the woods yet, but very important to get those 2 kills and get one just for confidence on the board.
Interesting to see how they're sometimes taking this bit of pressure and not. A lot of the time you'll just see someone is dedicated to that flank every single time, but sometimes you just don't know if they're coming through. Up goes the lockdown actually on the A site, and Zibak gonna have to dip out. Don't blame him, using the ultimate to get out quickly. Shax! Ooh, just beats it. Just beats the timer, but it's actually a massive fraud. They're running out.
And it worked.
And completely worked. They've managed to convince everybody, but now they got word on it, and they haven't actually moved quick enough. Up goes the wall. They have to take that damage, and Memphis is pushing through. Has the operator. There goes down one. Despite Carrier not down, but his team is. And now there's only 2. Fizzy gonna have to do his best to defend Penguin here, but there it is. Memphis goes off, and now it's only Fizzy hiding behind yellow. Will the jacket camouflage of Killjoy? No, it won't, and the Hunter's alive. Memphis is well and truly here to stay, and that is clinical from the Jet.
Great work from Memphis, and he figured out just in the nick of time that it was going to be a bait, and he was really the only player capable of not only rotating but actually doing something about that. That is the power of the operator. One tap, one tap, one tap, one tap. Doesn't matter necessarily where you hit him as long as it's above the waist. And even though Michigan lost that round, that was still a really good play by them. They just didn't execute fast enough. Obviously, there's no way to know that your bait works so well. Everyone had completely left the zip code of the B site, but that extra half second of hesitation just made it so Memphis could do what he needed to do. And that's 2 rounds on the board and some positive momentum. However, Michigan, with those 5 rounds in a row, able to full buy at least for another round.
I was going to make a joke about kills from long distance if it ever came up. I was going to say something like kills across state lines, and then I realized that basically every kill, because they're from different states, is essentially across state lines, so that probably wouldn't really work. I'm not sure on the logistics of that, whether that changes the punishment for murder, but we'll have to see. I don't think anyone really...
it does not. No.
I don't think anyone gets punished in Valorant for killing people anyway. That's sort of encouraged, actually. But Shax tries to find Alruro, will do so. Dismiss out for safety as well. Fizzy has found himself a tube that's got a blockage, but now it's cleared up for him as if by destiny. Shax has managed to get a little bit of a heal up from Maxi, so if they push through lower here, Shax could find a lot of friends. There it is, off Fizzy's head goes. And Memphis has got this angle on lock. This is his new favorite hotel resort. It's not very warm, but there's a lot of murder to be had, and now Michigan State forced to think about what they're going to do.
30 seconds left.
Michigan not really having many good options and not a great utility, and the flash is going to at the very least allow them to get towards the site. The
oh, that's massive!
Oh, great shot by Memphis. and Northu did not know exactly what side was being played, and not only a round win, but a clean round win for for Indiana, and now their bank is looking absolutely fantastic, and Michigan in a little bit of an awkward place. It's looking like we are going to see a force from them. And what's worrying me is that we have not seen Aruro pop that Viper's nest. He's getting picked, or the Viper's pit, and he's getting picked off a little bit too early, and a change of pace from where we're seeing Memphis, and that is not ideal to not have your operator when it's looking like we are going to see a full push down B, but we are seeing Shax take that mid control, and he is gaining confidence round after round after round.
If you are Michigan, there is the benefit of that you stack 5 rounds at the start. The worst you can get is a 7-5, and at that point, oh, Northu! 5 health for Z-Back. Barely. Oh my god!
Okay.
That has just changed nearly everything. And he just got it from sheer luck. That is destiny if I've ever seen it. Maxi forced to back out, and Z-Back killed the spike carrier. And it will go down eventually, but now they are just sitting on it. Defuse. Here comes the Viper's Pit from Iceman, but the Nano Swarms are too strong. Utility, Central. Memphis with the Blade Storm can't make it happen. Maxi is the next one to try and face Fizzy, but it's just not enough. Z-Back has 5 health. Shax has to be the one to walk forward. Try and find Fizzy. He's on form, and there it is. Gets 2 in half a second with a Nano Swarm and a headshot, and he pulls back with 4. And you've got to think, if Memphis was there, maybe that wouldn't happen.
Memphis. I mean, the way that the wall came up, Michigan executed behind it. We did see a similar execute earlier, where the wall just took the Viper wall took just a half second too long, or Michigan executed just a half second too early, and they did not make the same mistake. Z-Back kind of spraying into nothingness was able to take care of the initial spike plant, but just Michigan's hold of back yellow is too strong, and Aruro baits out the shot. A good shoulder peek there, and we now see Memphis having to relocate, but that rotation is heavy to A, and Maxi going to break out a little bit of a grim wall there, take an odd angle on Northu, unfortunately not able to hit the shot there.
Yeah, well, Maxi can try and shut out the rotation, but now there's just too much pressure. But I think they're going to go for a fake. Michigan getting tricky with trying to play the mind games. They're doing a lot of this, and the spike still remains. They managed to get the res, so we're all back to normal. And there's only an Empress and a Viper's Pit in play, but as you said, if Aruro can get the spike down and get this up, and things can real change with the damage buffs. But it looks like Indiana really have the driving seat. They've got Memphis back on his operator, and we know he's proficient.
And Indiana not at all fooled by this delay, but they are going to be fooled by the utility. And now just Iceman waiting on A. 3 players left for this execute. Shaq's going to play a huge role in this defense, and he is going to get taken out by Northu. Reyna v. Reyna crime. And now the execute is coming out, and Aruro going to have to get out of that quickly.
How is he alive? Aruro has just dodged every single bullet, and he's healed back all the way. He's taking a little bit more damage, but it's still a net positive, and he managed to get the ultimate up. So now this is incredibly hard. They're backside, but it does mean that Aruro has to stick in the vicinity. So they know that there's at least 1 player on site that they can deal with, and should you deal with them, then that is a lot of advantages. Northu pushing out this dark cover now. Could find Z-Back, but he's just not looking. There it is. Viper's pit is deflated. Iceman, last hope. Needs to find a lot of kills. Northu will clean that up. 3 for him. And Michigan actually doing more than just the opening. Managed to get themselves 7. So they are starting what is probably their first half on the positive. Well, their first half
100%.
Being positive for the first time.
They have guaranteed themselves a half win, and that is huge for their mental and huge for Michigan on this map as well. We've seen them play this map twice. They have lost it both times. So seeing them with their new agent composition and see the new look Northu being allowed to thrive, that pick on mid on Shax, that duel is just about everything, because then all of your rotations are done. You can't cross that safely if Shax is still there. Fortunately able to get that, and we are seeing a similar push by both Shax and Maxi early on in this game, or excuse me, early on in this round. My goodness, my language just died there for a second. And Zback going to be tested early, and Northu more than up for the task. We do see Maxi falling to Alruro, and at this point, with that lockdown up in a 5v3, it is another round similar, seemingly down the drain. Memphis going to have to find a huge amount of impact with this operator, and he's going to have to start doing it fast. But with all the utility up for Michigan, comfortable post plant positions, even with Penguin dying, that gets you a lot of information. Iceman on the flank could be absolutely massive, but the Killjoy alarm bot going to blow everything out of proportion. Alruro and Fizzy going to finish things off, and you see just the amount of utility on the spike. There's really no hope to do anything with that. And Indiana, at this very moment, finding themselves backs against the wall in an 8-3 half, looking optimistically at 8-4, worst case scenario 9-3. And with Iceman on a light shield, they're not even going to be able to get a full and complete buy. Really an unfortunate scenario that we are seeing for Indiana. Memphis not getting the operator in his hand for this final round. So we're going to see a little bit of a change of pace from Zback, getting himself a little bit advanced. Alruro getting the opening pick on A, and that puts a lot of pressure onto Zback there. He's going to get tagged, location revealed, so they know at least one defender is there. And we are seeing Penguin and while Wolfie pushing up there, the spike still over by A, and a lot of territory haven't been taken by Alruro. And it does seem like that's where they want to finish. Maxi checking mid. He is going to have a lot to do here. If he's able to get a pick onto Penguin, it's similar to the position that Shax was in the last round, and Maxi able to execute, taking out the rival Sage. So all of a sudden that rotation gives away the location of where this hit is coming, but we are seeing a late rotation and a 4v2 coming into this. Iceman going to be sitting in his smoke cloud. So there is a chance, yes, and he pops out, able to take down the spike planner, and that is going to be the full rotation coming out, and Michigan finds themselves in a very uncomfortable position. That is not a retrievable spike in any way, shape, or form. Alruro going to do a lot of damage, but unable to finish the kill, and they needed that kill to go their way. Hunkering down is Indiana in this 4v3, while Wolfie meeting Shax in a very uncomfortable way. Alruro, however, good for 3, and he is doing his absolute best to finish out this round, but Maxi with low HP going to get the final kill, and a little bit of a meme res going into it. And Explo, I know you left me for a little bit. Are you back, buddy?
I am not particularly happy with Discord right now, mainly because I was still in the game. I tried my best to observe. I don't know if it's still working.
Fine. It was fine.
Yeah, I was still trying to observe. So I think what we're gonna have to plan to do is I'm gonna, even though I don't think it's an internet issue, I'm gonna restart my internet after this game, and then we're gonna see if that fixes anything. But I do apologize for me being gone. Hopefully, at the rate this game is going, before that happens again, this game should be done, hopefully. But I'm back now. I'm here to hopefully stay. We'll have to see what happens. But it's 8-4, and we saw a little bit of the same story, different tale, with the same agents on different teams on other sides of the boxes, just in that last one. I could still watch it, which is very nice. I'm glad I didn't get disconnected from the game, because if I had to cast through an OBS stream, I was not going to be happy. But also trying to hold things down now. We're seeing a lot of early A pressure. Normally it's a little bit of a split, but it is now half. So we've got different strategies for different teams. Let's see if Michigan are any better on the, or any good on the defensive side, because they've proven themselves on the attack. And they're taking actually a lot of pressure. Here's Memphis pushing through dark cover. Do they see him? Yes, they do. Can he find a kill? Will do so. Tailwind out, spike down, but Penguin's there to deal with it, but he is just shut out and unqualified. And now Maxi is the last one who can really do anything about this. There's still one alive in the back, but he's really just there in reserve, and Maxi falls. Here comes the lineup. Here it comes off the wall, and it's good. Does he have another one? He does.
Yes.
He knows his timing, and it's also good. Maybe a little bit early, maybe a bit premature, but now North is pushing through, but it doesn't really matter. He had nothing to live for anyway, but actually just managed to kill the diffuser with his snake bite.
It was half.
Oh my god. Iceman. We said he was Killjoy through and through, but he seems perfectly okay where he is.
Well, welcome to the post-plant meta, ladies and gentlemen. We saw it in the pistol round from Alruro, buying both of the snake bites and buying one of those smoke clouds. And we saw the impact that it had winning them the pistol, and an absolutely massive pistol for Iceman to be able to pick up on the attack half on reverse. And we're seeing 2 rifles already brought out. Memphis bringing out the full shield, and the Guardian feeling himself a little bit up against Northu with a Sheriff and a Dream and nothing else bought. There's barely even any utility bought by the Michigan side of things, and they're just going to go for mid-pressure early and fast, and at the very least try to take some of these guns out of Michigan's hands. Or excuse me, out of Indiana's hands.
If they can kill Iceman here, they've got their post plants done. He knows them, man. He knows all of them. He's got it on lock. ViperLineups.com perhaps, but he is actually taken down to half health. Penguin can kill him here. Slightly high, and needs to find this shot now because this is a big pick. There it goes, and almost Memphis as well will fall, but the Guardian manages to clean up, and now it's all about the front of sight, trying to fight off Shax. These pistols are actually doing wonders, and they're making far more progress than I thought they would. Up goes the Poison Cloud. There's no Viper lineups to combat this. But Wow Wolfie just needs to keep up the pressure, but he isn't able to do so. Alruro doesn't have any more guns. Right click to victory, and he's actually doing a decent job, but Max is at the top and will clean him up in the end. But as you said, lots of guns actually taken out the hands, and they've done really well there, Michigan.
Michigan getting 3 on that essentially full bonus round is going to allow a full buy for them and a little bit of an uncomfortable purchase coming through. Memphis probably going to be relegated to either the Guardian or maybe a Bulldog. Memphis, well, he is 1 away from ultimate, so they might make a play for an orb or something like that. Yeah, we're seeing B main. We're seeing presence B main, so he might buy into a Sheriff just for the early round and then get that orb, and he'll go Bladestorm. So all things considered, recovering the 2 big boy guns, not the worst thing to happen, and Maxi already making an impact, taking out Alruro, and that is the controller out for Michigan. So there is going to be no rival Viper utility, no smokes to delay, no snake bites to delay, and Memphis getting that Bladestorm online, and things are already looking good for Indiana here on attack.
Oh, yeah. Well, now it's essentially who can kill the other Viper first, because it means that now you don't have to play the post-plant meta, really. There is a Sova still, so the Shock Dart's still available, but Northu's here to put a stop to the Spike Plant in general. Memphis over the top, shut down, and Z-Back forced to run for the hills because Northu is just putting on too much pressure. Really evolved in this game, while Wolfie's here in backup, and Z-Back and the rest of Indiana don't know where to go.
Tough for Indiana there, and Fizzy's still over here on the B side, and while Wolfie quickly rotating to mid, and he's going to hear all of those footsteps. Iceman seems to be ready for it, and Iceman gets a major pick. Penguin should be able to sneak around back, but Fizzy already being there on B, and the way that round was won was the Sova drone from Wild Wolfie and a little bit of an off angle from Northu, able to get 2 early picks there, dismiss away, and really stop things. And when you don't know where that Reyna is, getting behind the Viper wall, or excuse me, being able to get behind the Viper wall, even though it was Iceman's Viper wall, that lack of visibility, his presence is there, staying alive. There's a lot of question marks for Indiana, allowing Michigan to kind of wrap around while Wolfie to come on that other side of Maze towards 410. Get things taken care of for Michigan. And the way that it happened so quickly, that means Fizzy's already over by B while Wolfie can get that early information here. Both of those players' footsteps. Penguin sneaks around. Fizzy knows they're going to be going under tube. You have a perfect crossfire already set up and a tactical timeout coming from Indiana. And that round stung like hell. You're seeing the economy, even though they won that round, even though they won the second round of this half, the fact that they did it relatively uncleanly, losing 3 of 5 players, means that we are going to see a pretty uncomfortable buy. And we're seeing Shax buy into a rifle. Memphis, without that Bladestorm as he used it in the previous round, going to be going a Sheriff in full armor. And we're seeing full Sheriffs. It'll be interesting to see if they go all the way Sheriffs or if they are just going for the hero rifle on Shax.
Yeah, well, supposedly, and I'll quote, P break for the little bladder guy. So some people seem to not be able to contain their excitement. It seems that they are winning this game, Michigan. But now that everybody's ready, we are going to be hopping straight back into game, and a lot of pressure to B, but Michigan actually doing very well. I thought they would probably be out of this. This is Indiana's map pick, so should they win this, and they go into Ascent, which is their map pick, which means they've got stuff cooked up, could be very, very good for them, but we are counting down the seconds, and Penguin's been doing this every round. It's pretty much Sage duty, isn't it? Putting up the wall in Tube really limits the attacker's options to push A site or push A mid. Or A, you know what I mean. Push either of the sites and push mid is really your only options. And it looks like push B is where they're going to go. The old tried and true, but with Memphis gone, actually, they have to sort of back out. Alruro is taking a lot of mid pressure, has only a Spectre, but to be fair, only going up against Shax would be the problem because it's Sheriff's on the other side. They haven't left just yet, but everybody's got their positions up now.
That was a quick B split that just got shot to hell. Alruro and Penguin both making a huge impact on mid, and 4 of the 5 players leaning towards mid. Z-Back going down, bad news Bears. Shaq's good for 1 with the Hero Vandal, but Fizzy quickly there for the reflag, and it all falls down to Maxi. He does have the resurrection, but in a 1v4 and only a Sheriff to his name, odds are we're not going to see it, and there's really nowhere else for him to go. Maybe that arrow not seeing him, it's a little bit of a rotation, but with 37 seconds left, no reason to go anywhere else. And Northu happy to play that. Oh, clean shot, but the 145 hurts. You hate to see it.
Yeah, 145 hurts a lot, but not enough to send you to the grave. Maxi, he's going to look to just send people with him, but it's not going to happen in the end. He can't even get Northu. So Northu has been playing out. I know you've been talking about it a little bit, but Northu has been playing out of his mind. I was talking about Rays because that's what he played against Rutgers. But it seems like on this Reyna pick, he's extremely comfortable, and they are reaping the rewards in full. Almost 20 kills by round 16.
Almost 20 kills, 7 assists, and I think we have Expo, our first triple-double of the tournament. Alruro, 14, 10, and 10 on the Viper. Huge impact from him, not only with the frags, but also with the walls, also with the snake bites, just doing tons and tons and tons of damage with that utility. And that smoke coming up is going to allow Penguin to make some pretty good mid-aggression, and Michigan playing with a lot more confidence than we've seen them play with before in this tournament.
Yeah, Maxi versus Penguin, Sage versus Sage, both like the battle style, both have full health, but Penguin's going to actually retreat a little bit. Maxi, you don't look, you're going to die, surely, not looking the right way, and Memphis might be able to bail him out, but surely he knows, right? There's the shot, there's the kill, and now there's only one Sage left living, and there is also information of the rotation. Shax adds to that death tally. They will manage to get the spike down, and really the agents that we've got, Sage, Viper, and Killjoy, not the best for a retake.
Yeah, if we were seeing a lockdown in play, maybe there's hope for this retake. At this point, it really is just about taking down guns. Shax's position being seen by Penguin, but the battle of the one taps won by Shax. Alruro with a consolation frag coming after it, but at the same time, with both of the snake bites left, the ultimate up, Michigan most likely not going to be able to do anything. And the timing of the sentry, Alruro just missing that one. The barrel
shoot each other.
Seeing Fizzy takes down Iceman, and just the uncomfortable passes going through, and 2 players left alive for Indiana. Good news, Bears. Still, Maxi not going to be able to buy full into this round. Might get a drop over to him at the very least.
Is good news Bears? Is it Bears? Because the whole point is bad news Bears. Like, is alliteration. Is it not like good news giraffe or something? Good news gecko.
Good news. We'll roll with good news gecko because you emphasized alliteration and then used an animal with a soft G. So interesting take by your part.
I like to experiment with the English language. I just got bored of using it because it's been doing it all my life and doing it properly, unlike someone like
doing it properly, eh?
Yes, that's the way. Northu is trying to do it his way, but can only get one in the end. And seeing a little bit of early pressure from Fizzy up B to hold for any rotations. We've seen that Indiana do rotate a lot and struggle to make up their mind at some points. Shax, he's going to have a wall thrown up in his face. Does have the Empress if he really wants to full send this. They've got no one on the flanks, so they're fully safe. Oh, Z-Back into Snowman. Did anyone hear that? Fizzy doesn't look like he has. And he could get a lot of kills here if Michigan take any more time to deliberate this. The spike moving round to B. And there's noise actually, so Fizzy now knows he's trying to catch them on a rotation. It's genius. Can he land the shots to go with it? Can't quite get the second kill. Shax walking under. Now Ruro there to meet him, but who's going to win this? Do they expect each other? He's got utility in his hand. He didn't see him! He didn't see him! Finally gets the shot, and Shags almost pays the ultimate price while Wolfie very, very low. And these teams seem to just be John Cena because they can't see each other. While Wolfie pushing through onto box. Memphis lucky to dodge all of those bullets. And while Wolfie has 1 health on Decay, remember that Decay doesn't kill you, but it takes you down very, very, very low. Recon Bolt taking out before the first tap. And oh, well, here we go, Shax. Now you've just got 1 to face. And while Wolfie actually gets the better of him, now it's only Iceman utility in his hands. The Viper, both of them taking a little bit too long to set themselves up. 22 health, 4 bullets, needs to find it, but Iceman in the end will pull through, and it's 8 to 10 now. Indiana starting to claw back a little bit.
Indiana dragging themselves, kicking and screaming, not doing it very cleanly, but cleanly enough to get a full reset onto the Michigan economy. We're seeing Fizzy with a frenzy, while Wolfie opting for a Vandal with enough money to buy into next round. Aruro making things uncomfortable. Northu with a rifle himself looking to go light shield probably the next 2 rounds unless Michigan's able to win it. And the good news for Michigan is that 4 ultimates are on the board, and they are round changing ultimates. The Resurrection available, the Viper's Pit available, the Lockdown, and the Empress. So Michigan, even with the worst guns, still stand a pretty good chance in this round, especially if Aruro can get things done with this Bucky.
Yeah, it's gonna be real rough. Aruro seems to know oh, this is so weird. With 2 walls up, Shax is not gonna die to measly weapons like that. He's overhealed a little bit, and Fizzy now has only a Sheriff to deal with him, and that is as easy as it gets. 2 players left. They're in mid. Penguin pushing around, gonna grab himself a Vandal. Has to fight off Iceman here. Does he expect it? Does get 1, but he's traded out. And Z-Pack manages to get that 1, and now Northu is actually gonna go for this. But Shax just seems to be on the case for this one, and these 2 Rainers leading the charge. Almost identical scores, other than the assist for Northu.
Northu getting it done with assists, and we are seeing a
Unlucky.
You
hit the wrong button, Chief.
I did hit the wrong button, Chief.
Unlucky. We tried to go to attack pause, and it seems like we've accidentally hit the end game phase button instead of the pause match time button. So
no.
we just completely cancelled the waiting time. So the tack actually can't come through. I don't think anyone really bought, so I don't know what the protocol here is, really. Everyone's sitting in their spawn and being nice sports about it, other than Fizzy, who's setting up kill to a utility.
What do we do?
I think the program should be that Michigan get a round, but Indiana get a free round. I think that should probably be the way to go about this.
We can't do that.
What do you mean we can't do that?
We can't. They don't get a free round like that. That's
well, the time runs out, and we can revert it back around, but
yeah, we're gonna have to revert this one back around. LV, do you mind if we go to a couple ads from our good friends at Corsair while we figure this out?
All right. So, after much deliberation, and actually, it caused us a little bit of grief in the moment, but thank God we have it. We have been able to remake the game with everyone's correct money, correct ultimates, correct rounds. So we are not having to remake this completely, which I think everyone will be forgiven for, and we can finally watch who comes out on top in game 1. God forbid this happens in game 2 and or 3 as well. Oh my God, what is going on here? They have had much time to deliberate. Had much time to deliberate on where they want to go, and they've decided that they are going to go for a little swing trip like monkeys, and it's only going to result in a 1-to-1 trade. And Maxi is left to sort of just walk away with the spike in his hands.
And that is the world's longest tactical timeout.
That's true. They had so much time.
And they came up with a 4-man push down zip line and have planted north very, very close up. And the rotation timing is absolutely perfect to get towards mid and B. However, it is only Fizzy there for the time being. So the wall is going to come up. The nanoswarm is going to delay plant, and the rotation should be there for Michigan in this 4v4 situation.
Oh, through the box, maybe Alruro might be able to find Maxi. It's not good enough, and just can't deny the spike plant. But now, Memphis versus Fizzy. We can see Memphis holding his angle. Doesn't have an operator, but it doesn't matter. Has a phantom and can do wonderful things. Takes Alruro down to 10, and now as the wall goes up, it's all a similar story. Shock darts fire through, but not quite enough, and no one from Michigan can cross this wall. Finally goes down, and now they've got to fight. Oh, up goes the Viper's Pit. Okay, now it's their territory. It's their home ground. The dragon lies in wait. Alruro pushing through. And there it is. He has 1 health, still manages to find the kill. That's madness. And now it's Viper versus Viper. Iceman can just run away with no time to defuse. Might be able to get a kill onto him. Just does before the round ends. And it's full wipe of the server. And it's an even scoreline.
After all of that, we get that maelstrom of a flippin' round. Great win, and very similar to the way that Michigan won a lot of rounds. Misdirection towards the A site, ending with a B hit. Everyone parked in that B main / back yellow area, and just Viper util after Viper util after Viper util. Going down from both Alruro and from Iceman. Iceman getting the better of it, even if he does pass away. The time goes down, and a big kill onto Fizzy by Shax, taking away that Killjoy lockdown, making it incredibly hard for that site to get pushed. That's really the only piece of utility that could have stopped that post-plant situation.
Memphis pushing forward with the rest of the members. Indiana. Aldrin will spot him out, and he can't quite land the shots onto it. Finally dead, I think. Alruro does actually find 1. Here comes the Empress. It's Shax, more like Emperor, but it's soon to be dethroned, and Northu will have his head. Actually gets himself his Empress. And now they're going to be forced to rotate out, but look who lies in wait. Fizzy still sticking around. He doesn't rotate easy, but they're actually going to go through mid, and Alruro might be able to meet Viper again. Iceman versus Alruro for another final duel, but if Penguin just shoots you through the smoke, you don't get the opportunity for your duel of the fates, and now Indiana without direction.
Without direction, without much of a chance in a 5v2, the smoke's still up. There is a gap, and that is going to be Alruro's Z-back, but getting the kill onto Memphis in the loud. The steps going up tube are going to be enough for Penguin to peek his head in there and get his 2nd kill of the round, and Michigan retakes just a little bit of control, but Indiana's money mostly okay. We are going to see a rather top-ended by maybe, rifles going forward into the hand of Iceman. Memphis most likely going to break out the knives, and Z-back going to buy into an SMG, into a Spectre. So a very, very crucial round for Indiana. They could be looking up against match point with a very, very bad economy should they not win this round, or win this round pretty cleanly. And they are going to go fast towards that A site, and rather passive angles being taken by both Wawulfi and North.
Memphis only has 400 credits off this. He was real good with his operator on the defensive side, but he's not been afforded any real opportunities to get himself going on the attack. And now he's going to look to dash forward with the Blade Storm, but Northu again just dethrones anyone who thinks they have enough. fires through the wall, and it's not even there.
One
And
enemy
Shax
remaining.
also falls. It's 3 for Northu, and soon to be on the cards. Maxi tries his best to fight off, but Northu in the end always wins, and this man is on a tear. Match point, I don't think I'll be saying this, match point for Michigan on Icebox.
Match point for Michigan and firmly in control. Michigan's going to be good to buy no matter what happens for the rest of this half. And another broken buy coming out. Memphis without that Blade Storm going to buy into full armor in the Bucky. Another Spectre in the hands of Z-Back. Light Shield on Shax. Not an ideal situation, and really not much success found over the last 2 rounds pushing into A. And there's still the lockdown. There's still the Resurrection available for Penguin, and still the Empress now available for Northu. On the upside, they do have a Resurrection available in the hands of Maxi if you're Indiana. So you do have at least a second life for one of these players, and Iceman getting that orb going to be massive as well, getting his Viper's Pit up. So there are a lot of ultimates that available for both teams that are round changing ultimates. Really not much other than information probably from Z-Backs into the shadows. But again, they are ending up towards A and just north through there. A lot of a lean towards B, and Penguin and Wild Wolfie now rotating much closer to it. It'll be interesting. While Northu going to have to do a lot here.
Oh my god. He is on fire, and I wouldn't be surprised if the spike plant's interrupted as well. Gonna have to fight off Shax. Z-Back trying to teleport out. Actually does use the ultimate to get all the way back out. And to be fair, if you have a lockdown on the defensive side on this side, not really much use because everyone moves out for you anyway. Slug is not even there. It does go up in the end, and while Wolfie's gonna be the unworthy victim to try and hold this spike, I think he got it to half. Now, well, they are just running away. Indiana might have to cut their losses here. Maxi falls. Shaq's going for the flank around the side, but it's only Iceman with no lineups to throw, and that's it. They've just managed to get the defuse. It's Wild Wolfie in the end, and well, I think it was worth the wait. Kill after the defeat comes up, but surprisingly, Michigan take Indiana's map pick, and we're going there. The light is zapped from the room because now Indiana are feeling a little bit in darkness. I need to turn my light on. I haven't had the chance to stand up. But all right, well, what was that generally? Because Michigan should not have had a fighting chance in that game.
Well, if you'll remember back to the week 11 matchup where we had Michigan and Indiana, this was Michigan's map pick, and they insisted that they weren't trolling. What they may have been trolling on was their agent composition, because seeing Alruro on the buffed Viper, seeing North on Reyna, and seeing Penguin on Sage leading the lobby. Not necessarily an ACS. Our ACS is a little messed up because of the
so is our econ rating.
Our econ ratings, a fantastic 2,000 rating. A fantastic 2,000 rating for Alruro. But nonetheless, Alruro at 22, 13, and 11. 26, 16, and 8. And Penguin at 14, 17, and 6. Great rounds from them, while Wolfie also finding a lot of impact, and really not much else on the Indiana side other than Shax on this one with 21, 17, and 2. I mean, just all in all, a great performance team-wise from Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, if they can carry on this, they could beat out Indiana. That would be another upset, I think, and they would be moving forward to face... Well, no, they move forward to face whoever loses Rutgers, Wisconsin, which at this point, now that we've had all these upsets, I'm not even convinced of the result at this point. Whoever loses that faces them. If they beat them... Can you imagine if Wisconsin dispose of Rutgers somehow, Michigan have to fight them, they win, Illinois have made their way through, and they dispose of Illinois? That would be the best 8th seed run I've ever seen, and that would be enough, but obviously they could push forward, but all of the momentum now for Michigan's side, and they're going to Ascent, which is their map pick. Indiana going to be trying to take that one away, head to Split, see if they can reroute their fortunes that they had against Wisconsin when they lost that map for their game in the playoffs. But we'll have to see. We're gonna go and troubleshoot the myriad of issues that might have arisen over this very eventful hour, and you can watch even more Corsair ads because we know you love them so much. We'll be back after the break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this may look like a little bit of deja vu, but I assure you it is not. There was an error when remaking the lobby after my own snafu and trying to give attack pause. As a result, we are going to be replaying the last, well, God knows how many rounds of this match from a scoreline of 10-10. Everyone has been given 5K as if it were overtime, and we are back in action. Explo.
Oh.
That's about as good of an explanation as I can give after all of that.
That is probably the most impactful click you will ever make, and Aurora makes one impactful, but not enough to kill. And Iceman taken down very low, but will thankfully retreat to the haven of his Sage and get a little bit of a heal off. Yeah, so we're replaying from 10-10, so now Michigan don't have a map up just yet. They can still go and reclaim it if they want, but now it's time to get back in the zone, Comey. It's time to run through the motions. Nothing happened. We're all good. Right, now, seeing some early B pressure. Spike is over there, but Aurora forever holding his utility. Maxi could have been taken pretty low. Up goes the lockdown. Everyone has the same ultimates as they did before, so this is completely fair. And looks like that will persuade them enough. Some might not get off in time. Shax has held this position off just so he doesn't get detained trying to fight Aurora, but eventually loses out. And now Indiana gonna have to see what they can do. Maybe you just go straight back to B, actually. Hang on a minute. The wall is up, and Maxi is trying his luck in the face of Aurora again. They're not rotating. Interesting. Normally they do a little bit. Up goes the resurrection onto Shax, and I think maybe they pick him up and then they leave. Hang on, here comes the Empress, taken out immediately. And Shax, well, his efforts were in vain.
Welcome to my world.
And that ultimate going to come up should allow the spike plant at the very least. Penguin getting the frag onto Z-Back, and with 12 seconds left, Penguin diving in there, going to get Iceman planting the bomb, Aurora taking down Maxi. And after all of that hullabaloo, Michigan wins round 11, and bad economic standpoint for Indiana. Less than ideal situation for them. They are going to buy into a stinger on Iceman, heavy shield onto Memphis. He is going to buy in, or excuse me, he is most likely going to pop the ultimate on this one. A sheriff in the hands of Shax. And Michigan, after all of that, still able to hold back that 21st round push. Memphis maybe going to dash on to the top there. He's going to get pinged, and he is going to get a frag regardless of that ping, and a great start for the eco round.
Northern just can't seem to find anyone, but they're right in front of his face. Memphis pushing through, getting in people's faces. To flank here, could find a lot of picks, but Penguin is ready for him. Never not relenting, and Iceman's the last man standing. Looking like a Michigan match point. Does actually pick off Aurora. 2 bullets in the chamber, no spike. Gonna have to pull out mastery with the sheriff if he wants to win this one. Oh, does for a second, but he had 3 more targets to go through. Michigan do have match point, but feels a little bit better this time because, you know, it's fair.
We're doing the best that we can, us at the Big Time conference. Also, casting as well as being admins, as well as Captain Awesome. Doing the best that we can to ensure fairness in this, but Michigan already having the confidence from winning that round, or winning the match one time around, want to do it again. And a full buy coming out for Indiana. Light armor on Shax, but 1 frag from a very capable fragger. More than enough to get him to his full health, and that those tags from Wawolfi are going to indicate early A presence and draw out a full rotation from Michigan. They are more than ready for this A site hit, going in roughly 5v5.
I know if they win this map twice in a row, which is what's about to happen, they don't get 2 points. They will only go 1 map up. North 1 kill up. Memphis can't really do anything about it. They are just holding the line strong. Michigan undeterred by the best tack pools they've ever had, because they had so much time. They literally wrote a new playbook in the period. Memphis tries to put some pressure onto Fizzy, but they really can't really go anywhere. They've still got a lot of pressure on A. They look like they're circling back, but Iceman's gonna be the first one to go in and look at this fortress that they've got set up. An Empress Northu still got a decent amount of time left on it, but they're creeping and creeping and creeping. They've managed to cause a few rotations off with the pressure that they made, and Fizzy doesn't know if they crossed again. Now they will. Penguin has to take 1 to the toe and then back out. Northu does find 1. Penguin swinging around. Northu does pick that one up, and while Wolfie does, and Maxi goes up on the wall, only to his death, and it's a flawless win. Michigan, for the second time, take map 1, which is a sentence that is very odd, but we will hopefully, never go back to Icebox for at least a little bit. We're headed to Ascent, Michigan's map pick, and if they can upset Indiana here, that would be very, very strange. No one's saying, hang on a minute, we've got the wrong money, everything's okay, and we're going to Ascent. I can't really say what do you think of that game, because that was like 3 games in 1.
That...
Those thoughts long gone. The thoughts of the actual game are long gone. Just those last 4 rounds.
The last of an interesting way to start the lower bracket. But Michigan, after all of that hullabaloo, still ready to come and play on Icebox, and it'll be interesting to see what that will do for their mental. I imagine a lot of confidence winning at one time. I don't know how much confidence you get winning at a second time, but it's good to know that the ball don't lie, and Michigan was able to finish out those rounds and finish them out a heck of a lot cleaner than they had. But we are going to try and get into Ascent pretty quickly because we are already way behind schedule.
Left you on so many breaks. We're so sorry. But the CORSAIR ads are pretty good. So
they are great CORSAIR ads. So we're going to run a couple of CORSAIR ads, and then we will just hop right back into Agent Select and get you onto Ascent as quick as we can. If you are still with us, thank you so much. We'll try to keep our We'll try to keep our shenanigans down to a minimum for the rest of this broadcast. So we're going to kick it to a couple ads from our friends from CORSAIR, bring it back, and we will get you back into more Valorant action. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are back on Ascent after what feels like darn near a millennia, and we are already seeing a different selection of agents. We have Shax going off of the Duelist on to Breach, more of a controller. Iceman back to his normal Sentinel of Killjoy. Maxi on a controller running Omen. Fizzy, the impact that he made yesterday on Astra, the best player on Michigan, the only player close to an even KD, or I guess yesterday, 2 days ago, I don't know. Time all runs together. But Fizzy on Astra on Ascent was the lone bright spot for Michigan against Rutgers. Alruro back on to a Killjoy. No surprises. Northu going from Reyna to Raze, and we see Z-Back hop back on to Sova. So not a ton of surprises in terms of agent composition, but a refreshing change of pace. And Explo, going into this map, I'm looking for a rebound from Maxi. I know he was playing the Duelist 2 days ago and seemed comfortable on that, but it never felt like he got comfortable on that map. Being on an Omen, I expect to see a little bit more aggression out of him, and Shax being the second or third man in, a lot of comfort there from him. I think that we're going to see him continue to play well, and this is a much more comfortable map for Memphis as well.
Yeah, well, let's see. Can Michigan claw a lower bracket push? from the cold dead hands of Indiana. Let's get into game 2, everybody. We are here ready to rock and roll, and let's see, because a lot of I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a Reyna. Not Reyna, that's the wrong agent. I'm surprised we haven't seen a Viper come out, because we know Purdue like to play a lot of Viper on this map. It was very effective alongside the Killjoy, so I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't adopted that strategy specifically.
Yeah, it is interesting to see the lack of Viper, maybe just not having Alruro as comfortable on the Viper lineups as he is on Icebox plays a role into that. Maybe not a lot of practice on it, but this is one of Michigan's most played maps, and they are very comfortable on this team comp. And despite the scoreline, they didn't play particularly poorly against Rutgers. It didn't feel like it was a flaw in their setup or a flaw in their composition. It just seemed like Rutgers was much more ready to play on that given day.
All right, Northern, first to fall. Iceman, the one holding the line. Shax tries to dive in Dolphin style, can't quite do it. And Iceman is doing a wonderful job of holding this off. All the utility to shoot as well, buys a lot of time for the rest of Indiana to get here. Spike will go down, gonna try and fight off Fizzy. A lot of dinks, they're on their headshot percentage. Full game right now, but they're in hell, need to turn around, turn back, because that's where Fizzy is. And Memphis cleans him up good enough. Indiana, they are not looking to be embarrassed, and they take pistol.
They are able to get that pistol, and a lot of that credit goes to Iceman. Not only good for 2, but just staying alive for so long, being able to bring Memphis on rotation, Z-Back on rotation, and Maxi on rotation for that 3v3 retake. A lot of tags coming out as well. Even though he does die to Fizzy, he does land the headshot, which takes him down from 125 down to, what was it? 125 down to 20 HP. So not a lot of hope with him playing hell, 2 players alive, set up a nice crossfire, and we are already seeing the impact of that. Even with the spike going down, Michigan going to opt to play rifles into the next round. On the other hand, we do see Indiana 2 Ares, 2 Spectres, and a Frenzy on Memphis, trying to get that operator in his hand as quick as possible. So Indiana's going to want to win this one cleanly.
Yeah, and Michigan will be looking to cause havoc. You can see the Astro Stars going down in mid, and seems like they want to take this mid control. I don't really blame them. Shax pushing through. Did he see him? Wow, Wolfie might have just evaded massive capture. Maxi capturing all the souls and manages to pick up 2. Fizzy trades him out finally, but that's a heavy hit, especially on a pistol. They've got Ares everywhere. Memphis, the last line of defense with a Frenzy, but now they've sort of committed themselves moving into here. He died to the turret. Unlucky Penguin. See you in the next life. Shax has an absolute massive opportunity to push this through now. Force the issue. Fizzy will fall at the end of the day. And it's last man standing while Wolfie does have the spike. Could pull off wonders if he dinks off Shax here. But we'll have to see. It's not going to be the case. And Indiana doing well. Hold off the resistance and get themselves that second round.
Even with a lot of mid territory being taken, with just the far superior weapons and the trade going 2 for 1 in mid, not really under any threat at any point. We have seen the strat brought out a lot by Illinois, especially being fully willing to give up a lot of territory on mid, but having basically all their rifles pointed towards it. So you're coming out of that market choke point into the barrel of 3 different guns, and a full bonus round coming out for Indiana. Probably seeing the operator in round 4, and Memphis getting absolutely aggressive with that Vision Strikers push.
Oh, hang on. There's more to join him, and the Rebel Alliance has just joined massive units. Penguin's actually dealing with a problem with his hero Vandal, still doing wonders, gets 3, and now the round has flipped on its head. Shax, do you see the barrel of the gun? Fizzy. Oh.
One enemy remains.
That is outrageous. Now Michigan have managed to grab this round from the jaws of defeat. Massive, well pulled off rush from Indiana through B. And now it's only Iceman to defend. He's got an Ares, so it's not completely out of the question. Not as good as mowing down as an Odin would be, but there are worse guns to have. And as soon as they cross here, you could find a first victim. But Penguin is being the guardian angel for his side right now, while Wolfie pulls off the kill in the end. And Michigan turn a bad round into a brilliant one and get themselves on the board in map 2.
Combining the dash from Memphis into the flash from Shax and getting 2 early picks, the round looked all but lost for Michigan, but Penguin showing up when it matters most, the Vandal in his hands, 1 tap, 1 tap, 1 tap, and bringing the round together. There still was a chance for Iceman as Michigan opted for the cap push instead of the B push, as Iceman had been set up on B, I believe, the last round. So hoping that he was still there, able to get damage, force armor rebuys. So not the best situation in the world for Michigan, but they do get their first round on the board, and that is going to allow them to maintain a complete buy with the operator and full armor in the hands of Memphis. A very dangerous position for them to be in. Memphis taking up that catwalk position.
Yeah, well, Memphis is holding. Aruro is pushing through, and he's just turned to face his victim. Does he see him on his screen? No, he doesn't. Little bit of a spam the buttons. This isn't Street Fighter. It doesn't work like that. Memphis falls with a very valuable weapon, and Aruro could pick it up if he wants it. I think he might fancy it as well. Iceman under in hell. Needs to pull off some frags now to hold back this push. You can see a lot through box, but it's not going to be enough. I think Iceman, yeah, Aurora's just run away with this now. Could find the kill, but he's not got his gun out, and this operator's trading hands real quick, and no one is actually shooting it. Now they're all pushed up onto heaven, but we see one flank through, Cat up into grass, Northu trying his best to hold back the line. Now here comes Maxi. Door is shut. Will manage to force it open through bullet means.
Fizzy able to land through the wall, and Fizzy good for 3 on the site hold. Even in a 4v3, we do see Fizzy take care of everything as if it were a 1v3. So a great round from him in Michigan. A huge round for them. Memphis buying into the operator, not going to be able to buy into that again for a very long, well, a couple rounds most likely. Going to be Sheriffs and an Ares in the hands of Zback, and he's going to buy down to 900 credits. So they are forcing with him. Michigan winning that round with 4 players left alive, starting to build up a bank of their own. Ultimates online for Memphis, so we're most likely going to see that. And we hear the watch this pop out, and an Into the Shadows still available. Astra with her wall available as well.
Thanks, Discord. Actually, just like disconnected me, so that's not the nicest thing to do, but brought me back within seconds, so I didn't miss too much. That was actually quite nice. I hope it, if it has to happen, it happens like that for the rest of the time. Memphis trying to make things happen, does with a right click for 1, but the Jet counterpart in Penguin will clean him up and clean up Maxi for a double. And look at this information being taken by Wild Wolfie as well. Will not find Iceman, but now they've opened themselves up for a lot. They've got the man advantage to ultimate advantage as well. Penguin could pop the knives if he wanted to. They've got full rifles, and they're going into a very, very poor buy. Oh, look at this.
Iceman, a lot on his shoulders.
Oh, let's see what he can do. Can pick off 1, but the headshots weren't lining up for him, and when he manages to take 1 to the grave. Penguin is on for an ace here. I think if he gets 1 more, he'll be calling for it. Might pop the Blade Storm. It'll be the first ace. We've had so many opportunities, but none of them ever taken. Shot darted, needs to find a kill, but Zback denies him. And now Shaxx pushing forward, Sheriff in his hands, but it'll be Fizzy who lays down the law and picks up a round for the wonderful people over at Michigan.
And Fizzy just absolutely loves this map. 9-2 already. And he seems to be loving that dice position. He's gotten 5 there in the last 2 rounds. And it is good to see Penguin online again. 3 impact frags right off of the rip, opening things up. But it always seems like Indiana is right there on the doorstep in all of these rounds, even with Michigan getting off to hot starts in them. And now that they have rifles in their hand, Indiana going to look to right the ship quickly, because they cannot give up too many more rounds to Michigan on the attacking side, as this map does lean very much towards the defense.
Yeah, well, they need to start chaining some rounds together. Look at this mid pressure they're taking. It's Zback with the Owl drone. Just pushing forward, but really gets not much value other than they see 1 in Cat, so Iceman might be able to act on this, but I think as soon as he does, the rest are going to push to remain. Spike is still over on B side, and you can see that Aruro is leaving some distance between him and the rest of the team, and they're leaving the Spike with him just in case everything goes horribly wrong, and the rotations are forced, and then he can go and pick up the Spike. But I think we're about to see the move made. That's the sentence. And Shaxx will be the first responder, and nothing really happens. Up goes the Cloudburst to allow him to cross, and looks like they will do so without too much issue. Actually, the Nano Swarms from Iceman hold back. They have to delay their push a little bit. Here they come, they're coming in. Iceman picks off 1. Could go for a second as well. Aruro bunny hops around him. Makes him look silly. Penguin's actually still held back, so as soon as they push through grass, he can go in and get some in the back of the head. Aruro pushing forward. This is the bit where Penguin completely eviscerates them, surely. He's got all the information. Playing that last man that you do see occasionally. He's got to fight off Shax, will do so. Lockdown's gone down. Is destroyed by Penguin, and Iceman's destroyed by Penguin. They've got 2 defenders left, one on either side of the site. One falls, now the last in heaven is revealed, and his life is not to be led much longer. He's going to dash over the top, try and get one. What was that off the Northu? But he's not looking the right way. He's got 2 to fight him. Does actually pick off 1. And now it's a 1v1. Jet versus Jet. Here comes the Blade Storm over the top. Trying to find it. A little bit messy. What? Did he just give up?
He knew he had done enough to win the rounds.
Oh.
Spike only halfway defused. He knew that Memphis was not going to hop back onto the Spike. The ultimate used not necessarily to get a kill, a little bit of left click inaccuracy, but all in all gets the job done. If you're Michigan, you take the round win in the broken economy, and Zback just repeatedly buying into this Ares. It seems like that's the only weapon he wants this game. He buys it if everybody on his team's buying. He buys it if everyone on their team is saving. And not a whole lot in the ultimate front on this round for Indiana either. So we are going to see the passive setup replaced by aggression and Iceman pushing all the way out, while Wolfie might walk into it, but he does walk in. He walks in, just he had his gun ready.
Yeah, that would have been Spike as well. That would have been huge. But yeah, like the mind games there from Penguin, that was interesting. Had me caught off guard. I thought he'd jumped over the top, missed all the shots, and went, you know what? I give up, and just stood there and waited for death to embrace him. But turns out that's why I'm not playing, and he's way smarter than I am. Now they're looking to go through B. A little bit of a change of plan. They managed to smoke off everything. North will be the first to enter, and actually picks off Maxi. He's back on the Raze after a very lovely trip on the Reyna. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised to see him back. Penguin does pick off Z back, and now it's only Shax. But the Sheriff does have the ultimate, but really, what is there to have? Absolutely nothing. But a flawless round for Michigan, and they look like that was not a fluke on Icebox. They are definitely here to stay.
Michigan looks ready to play.
Yeah,
Michigan looks real good, and this time attack pause coming in, and I managed to not ruin the entire lobby. Feels good, man. But Indiana is going to have a lot to talk about in this scenario. They've already committed to the full buy. It's really what they want to do with it, and I honestly, if I'm Indiana, I'm asking for a little bit more of an emphasis on taking some territory. We saw success from it from Rutgers on Ascent. We saw success with it from Illinois taking territory on Ascent, and it seems like all of the rounds where guns have been bought, Indiana's been more than willing to give up territory to Michigan. Really, the only round where that's paid off was the pistol round where Iceman went crazy, and then the round afterwards where it was just classics that they were going up against. But the 5 rounds that Michigan has won in a row have been pretty much Michigan dictating the pace of the game. And very careful to unpause that match timer. I've never been more specific in my entire life on what I click. But seeing the only aggression and territory being taken was Iceman taking a main in that last round, as with just a Sheriff. So even if he takes that territory, odds are he's not going to get to hold it against more than one player peaking him out of time in Michigan. Much too good for that.
All right, operator with Memphis. This is where things change, and this is where people get shot in the face and don't have a brain anymore. But it looks like they're completely avoiding him. It's not a terrible strategy, to be fair. Spike is a little bit delayed in the hands of Wild Wolfie, but to be fair, it's probably for the best. I am interested in this LMG pick that we keep seeing. Puffy Warrior seems to be the pioneer, and now Z-Back has decided that he wants a little piece of that. To be fair, he's doing well. Memphis does actually manage to pick off Northu, and now he needs to translate Z-Back some of those kills with those LMGs into rounds, because really, you need to be winning these rounds on defense, and you need to pull through. But Z-Back is ready for whatever Alruro could offer him. They haven't really decided where they want to go yet, and if Alruro dies here, it probably puts them into A. That's precisely what happens, but they might fall back to mid.
And no one on Indiana has moved really from the beginning of the round other than Memphis getting that initial pick and then taking a more defensive angle, going and looking through window. But with all that utility there for Killjoy, and that is going to alert everyone that they are coming towards A. And Iceman,
Oh my god!
Clean spray from Iceman. Taken down to 7 HP, but able to land 3 quick headshots to end the round. And whatever was said in that attack timeout seems to have paid off. All 5 players staying alive for Indiana, and finally a little bit of a bank being built up. Michigan comfortable as ever being able to rebuy, and will most likely be able to rebuy into the next round completely as well, off the back of 5 round wins in a row. So we are going to be seeing guns for the next little bit.
I think that at this point, if they've watched enough videos, they would have seen that I don't know what you call it, the box at the end of heaven that you can sort of hide behind. I would have thought that would have been wallbanged as soon as you really got into sight. I know you're trying to hide that you're going, but still, I think it's nice to be able to clear out Iceman to disable all of that utility, because that was the main distraction that allowed him to get that beautiful spray down. I think he hit more bullets than he missed, and that's how you know someone that's got a good spray. Memphis trying to find Wild Wolfie, but he is evading him, and he's very careful with his trigger finger, a little bit like you, careful with the what do you call it? The pause match timer from now on. But
there is no button I will click
A.
more delicately.
Absolutely. Now they're looking to make their presence known on A. Have the showstopper. Here comes the party dancing over. There's nobody here. Fires probably, not the best idea I've ever seen. Fizzy does pick up Iceman. Maxi pushing through grass, but here comes the Hunter's Fury from Z-Back, trying to find some targets, but they are just on everywhere. He is shooting. Penguin will actually get tagged up. Here comes the Breach Ultimate, and they're just pushing through. Still sat in heaven though. North through able to deal with Shax. He's gone. Memphis does actually clear out the site entirely. Now they've only got a few more to deal with. Here's Penguin over the top. Picks off one. Just barely misses Memphis. He could really do some damage now, but Memphis sets him into the stone. And they will pick up a 4th round. Indiana now way back in it.
More than back in it, they're on a tear, and the most important thing obviously is keeping that operator alive for the sake of economy. And Memphis already back up to 5,700 credits, so we're going to be seeing the operator for a while. And this is the first time that we've seen Indiana win rounds comfortably enough and Memphis staying alive comfortably enough to bring that operator into more than one round. And this is the 3rd round in a row we've seen it, in the 3rd different position that we've seen Memphis take up. And now Ruro might come into an uncomfortable reality if he wants to get a little bit too curious. That operator in a perfect place to stop that B push.
Memphis is doing very well to change up his position every single time. I'd be a little annoyed that shot was fired, because it sort of moved away the position, but it doesn't matter. North through falls. There's your entry frag gone, and we've seen how pivotal North through is to this composition. So now they might struggle. Here comes the Odin on the other side. Memphis is pushed all the way back, and will be able to maybe pick off Penguin if he's lucky enough. If he pushes around this corner, it's a game of cat and mouse. Can they, or will they decide to go for it? I thought Fizzy was across there. To be fair, Z-Back does pick off Aurora, who was actually on the other side. And Penguin should fall, but Memphis just moves as he shoots. Yeah, not quite enough. Z-Back has no problem dealing with single opposition with this Odin. Far faster fire rate. That's what I was trying to get at. And he is very happy to deal with that. And now it's only Wild Wolfie who's got Memphis to go up against. Actually, he takes him out. Memphis will be kicking himself after that one, but Shax is here to help him anyway. And look who they've got in flank as well. Should he choose to rotate and manage to get away with it? It was Iceman, but he was not needed to be called upon. Shax able to tie things up here, and Indiana definitely wanted to make a game out of this. Oh, you did it. Congratulations.
I did it again. Attack pause coming from Michigan this time. It took 5 rounds in a row for Indiana to call their attack pause. Now 3 rounds going the way of Indiana, and Michigan going to use theirs. And it seems like they've lost a little bit of the edge, and a lot of that can be credited to Memphis breaking out the operator and being as efficient with it as we're used to seeing him. And we've seen him in 3 different positions now, and we're looking at him going back to kind of his default position with the operator, peeking off the top of catwalk, off of garden. But now that he's played in three very different positions with it and been effective in all three of those positions, it causes a lot of question marks to rise in Michigan's head. Granted, there's nothing to scoff at if you're Michigan. You take 5 rounds on attack on Ascent every single time. But
you got it? Oh, there we go.
I do. I just zone in.
I would normally be like, oh, he's not talking while he's doing it. That's a little rough. At this point, take all the time you need. Stop speaking. Multitasking is off the cards. We've managed to get the match timer going again. But yeah, I mean, as you were saying, I know in a lot of people who in their ranked games come up against the Jet a little bit like Memphis, feels like he's just everywhere, and you know, it's like some sort of omnipotent force that just wants to murder you in the video game. And if you can take on that role, then Michigan will be very, very hard done by to try and push through. And you can see how cautious they're being because they don't want to know where he is. But now that will pick off the information. They'll actually know where he is and they can start to act upon it. And I don't know whether they want to head through A. They haven't. The spike is moving away, actually. And still, Aururo sticking on B.
Keeping at least a little bit of a presence there, making sure that that rotation isn't done for free, keeping Sova located on that, and that tag of the drone will get
lovely.
The kill. Zback does a great job of eliminating that flank, and that is going to keep the breach located. They're going to rotate through mid, so even off the back of that Killjoy lurk, there is still 3 players leaning towards A. They're not going to see that cross through tiles. And as a result, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them as that Astra utility goes up. It all falls onto Zback with an Ares in the back. The spray coming down from Shaq's not good enough for a kill and taken down to 50. So the 4v5 at the very least going to be, you wanted to see him sneak through. So the site is going to get taken as Zback falls to Northru and now a 4v4 retake.
Yeah, Shaq's pushing forward, stopped in his tracks, and while Wolfie on logs is good for another as well. But things get real rough. They got the Cosmic Divide in the perfect location. And Penguin is standing just the other side of it. You can see he's raring to go. Just wants to push through. Here comes the Paranoia, though. And oh my god, how has Penguin managed through Blinded to pick that one off? Up goes the lockdown, so they need to act now, really. There's no safe spot. He's left them in Boathouse. Got to dash across, got to get out. Only 4 seconds. Can Penguin even get out at this point? I don't think he can, but Iceman picked off anyway, and Michigan, through thick and thin, always seems to have a little bit more in the tank to pick off these rounds.
Michigan just by the skin of their teeth getting through that one, and that was the reload by Iceman there in that defender spawn area that cued Penguin, and for him to have the fortitude of mind not only to continue being that close to the Cosmic Divide and playing that Paranoia perfectly, you can still see a little bit in front of your face. Winning that gunfight, I don't think Maxi expects him to stand full face it and be standing there with the rifle, then to reposition, continue the spray through that wall and get the round win. Huge for Michigan and secure themselves at the very least a tie game at half, and that spray through the wall not going to connect, unfortunately, for Zback, but the presence has been made in 2 players early in B main, but a 3 stack of defenders towards A.
Yeah, well, they've taken full mid control, but now they look like they're going to pick their direction, but that direction is straight to the grave. Memphis picks off Aururo and could have the opportunity to go for Penguin as well, but does back off and leaves that one to Iceman. He only fights worthy opponents, and he'll leave the rest to his squires, but you can see that the spike is still fine. It can still go anywhere, and they've maintained mid control with Northru. So, though it's their entry fragger gone, it does mean that they can pick off any sort of rotations. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from my Wolfie. Does actually manage to pick off one. Shax is open, but doesn't know where he is and cannot get that second kill. It's only the Hunter's Fury is really only normally good for 1 or 2 if you are lucky. Shax has 3 health, and he has the dink on the Penguin. That is dirty counter strafing to its maximum potential. Maxi as well picks off Northru, and now Indiana what the? Okay, he was sat on the turret, but Indiana clawing their way back into this round now. Fizzy trying to push through, but should die to Maxi, will do so, and then, well, Wolfie has the spike. Last man standing, 15 seconds, gotta kill 4. I doubt he can do it. And actually, oh yeah, only good for 1. So, it's gonna be an even half, but If Wisconsin, okay, Memphis. If Wisconsin, Indiana was anything to go by, if Indiana go even on half, things fell apart pretty quickly.
And this is a much more challenging side, to play, especially on attack. But I don't know, the good. We're seeing a lot better signs from Indiana than we ever saw really on Icebox. The way that they're winning rounds and the control that Memphis is being able to take, Z-Back showing up as well as Iceman. It'll be interesting to see if they can carry that momentum over to this side. As you know, they were down 6-2 at one point, so going 4-1 over the down 5-2, going 4-1 over the closing rounds of that half. A lot falling on this pistol and a lot of early territory being taken through B main. Maybe going to see Iceman later into the round, but the brunt of this attack going towards A, which is exactly where Ruro has everything set up.
I'm seeing the classic Iceman now. He's back. Now that he's on Killjoy, just playing absolutely nowhere near his team. He might as well be playing on his own. And he's just going to go for these mad flanks and try and pick people off, but I don't think that Wild Wolfie is that unaware, and they've got that position covered. No, he's going to leave. Look how much he bides his time, by the way. I know we're not expecting him specifically because everyone's coming into the site now. Ruro has to find off Memphis and actually shoot someone he didn't mean to, but it's good anyway. Memphis comes away with full health, and he can dash up if he wants to, but they are going to manage to get the spike down. Maxi going to be the one responsible for that. Dink onto Penguin, leaves him out of commission for a little bit. As he tries to reset, up go the stars. Memphis and Wild Wolfie trading blows, and 34 health on Penguin now. What can he do? They haven't been able to get off-site, actually. Memphis has this frenzy at this close position. That could be deadly. Maxi hiding in a dark cover by door. Memphis, his last resort fell. He can't see anything that's happening, and Wild Wolfie can. And a very, very low health Michigan start off by winning the pistol.
8 health, 8 health, 30 health, and 30 health. So less than a person's worth of HP, 34 and 35, yeah. Less than a person's worth of HP on Michigan. They took a lot of damage, but ultimately the retake is successful. There's just, I mean, not necessarily a clean round, but winning the gunfight mattered the most, and as a result, we're going to see a double LMG by Fizzy opting into the Judge, a weapon that we don't typically see too much on this map, as a lot of the angles are significantly longer, and we're going to see him set up in that garden area with it. So going to watch out for the cat push. However, I don't think that they will be seeing that, and a lot of noise made early in B main, where 4 of the 5 players are residing into a 3-stack site of Penguin, of Wild Wolfie, and North, so not exactly the worst position to be in.
Trying to push through, but Penguin's got the angle covered, and who's going to be the next target? Memphis lines up for it. Penguin pushing forward, does pick off 1, dash across to dissuade, and picks up 3. And now it's only Maxi who's pushed his way deep into enemy lines. And, well, we saw, who was it? I don't remember who pulled something magical off here. Didn't quite win the round, but it was almost there. See if we can do the same. Not quite. Penguin picks up the 4K. Flawless win for Michigan, putting themselves in a very, very good position to take advantage of the defender-sidedness of this map.
And a flawless on a bonus round is about as good as you can get. No spike getting planted, obviously. And Z-Back, 100 credits short of buying a real rifle. We saw him break out. He's still deciding between the Ares and the Guardian, and it's looking like he's going to go Guardian on it and then buy into a pistol. So, you know, it is as full of a buy as we're going to get. Rifles in the hands of the 4 other Indiana players going up against the relatively weaker buy of Michigan, but at the same time, Michigan playing that defensive side, going to be able to handle that type of pressure and really dictate the angles that they fight in.
Oh, Fizzy. Right, this is where you really want to be. Any moment push through, but the Nano Swarm actually doesn't land to. And you can see what I was talking about, shooting through that box actually rings true. And now they have the sight, but they've got people pushing from multiple angles. Penguin, got to be on his game. Got to try and find a dink. At least Z-Back if he can. Take him down to about half health, running and gunning.
And a long
look, yeah. Northu flanking forward, does pick up Z-Back. Now the entire battlefield changes with a new angle to try and take care of Memphis, pushing through Penguins. Cloudburst, only 4 seconds, so can't stay in it long. Northu does pick up Shax, and he picks up Memphis as well. comes through, takes his time, but does his job real well. It's going to be number 9 for Michigan.
Number 9 for Michigan, and 3 players living and recovering rifles, full armor on Wolfie, so he's going to have to buy into absolutely nothing. And really what this means is Penguin is getting closer to that defensive sided operator. And if we could switch over to Penguin really quickly just to see what his armor situation is looking like. 50, I mean, he had 50 armor going. Okay, so he bought full armor. So he was tagged up just a little bit. So not going to kick the rifle over and go automatically into it, but 4,700, 5K, and 4.4K on 3 of the Michigan players, most importantly on Penguin. So he is going to be able to buy into an operator and full shield and full utility no matter what next time. And it's an eco round and backs up against the wall for double digits for Indiana. So not a great position that we're seeing them in on that CT side.
All right, let's see what they can do here. Iceman pushing forward. They're taking that same ground that they took, but look who's in Winery. It's North who's holding this angle. Hasn't got much utility, but it's just the surprise factor. I think Iceman caught him out. Yeah, there's the flashpoint from Breach. And Shax will happily clean that one up. And now things have got a little bit easier. They've got that A-main control. And it actually looks like they're going to recede that. Unless Iceman, oh, he's just going to get the orb. I don't know, are they faking? I think they're trying to put some pressure on the rest of the map. No, Iceman's going to back out and they're going to look for another goal.
Yeah, no, they got the pick on A, and that is going to keep 2 players locked there, which means that it's a 1-1 setup with just Aruro keeping his eye on mid. Fortunately, he does have the Killjoy utility there to slow things down, but Memphis with a dash able to kind of negate that, and Michigan smells something being a little funky, and everyone has rotated off of A except for Fizzy hanging out in that garden area. So the patience from Indiana are really, really paying off as they're going to be pushing into a largely unguided site.
Well, largely unguided other than Fizzy, who can pick up 1, pick up 2, but not quite pick up Iceman. But that's enough impact. Z-back also on the other side leaves Penguin with a large decision to make. 12 seconds left, goes to the spike down, and now he's got a large retake ahead of him. Looks like they're going to push off-site at least a few. Memphis is going to be the last one in proximity to the spike to make something happen. There's the turret, there's the information of where he is. He has got a lot to do. No, he doesn't go for the jump on generator, but will jump down at least. So getting off heaven is one of the hardest things in the retake to do without getting shot. He's been afforded that. He is revealed, so it's pretty telegraphed. Does destroy the Nano Swarm, but sprayed through the smoke at the end of the day. Indiana pull off a thrifty win against Michigan for their 7th round.
They needed to stop the bleeding there, and they ended up doing it. And great show of patience from Indiana. Baited the full rotation away, even Fizzy being good for 2. Not enough for that round, and it's looking like Michigan's going to take a partial bye into this round. A little bit weird. So Penguin probably going to pop the orb, pop the ultimate. We see Fizzy again on a judge. Just a weird kind of shamblesy type of buy, and we're seeing light armor on the hands of Iceman with 4,200 credits. So a little bit weird, and Iceman very, very ready for that play with the knives. Going to get the frag and then pop that ultimate down.
Oh, doesn't quite kill it.
Not get taken down by the shock dart. So Michigan going to have to pretty much concede all of that B site.
Yeah. Penguin tried to invest and do something magical, sadly wasn't meant to be. And there's the recon bolt that does spot a lot. Iceman could fall here, will do so to the Ares. And, well, I think Fizzy's got something in mind, for sure, with this judge. Not sure what it is, but he'll have to try and show us if the opportunity arises. You can see that Z-back is holding this position in B main. Make sure that they're not all committing to the site in case something went terribly, terribly wrong. But they are all in boathouse, so someone gets in there with a grenade or something, be very, very deadly. They are trying to flush Z back out. Here comes the rolling thunder on the other side, sprays up the defenders and flies them to the sky. And that does result in a few picks, but they're now going to try and push through. 2 people drop into the pits. Northie does pick off 1. Here's the showstopper, and that is just mean at that point. He was already dead and he already fired it. Don't think they have any time though. Fizzy is going to be the one, the sacrificial lamb to hold it, but they just wasted too much time, and Indiana pick up their 8th round post-mortem.
Just too much time bleeding off the clock, and really nothing Indiana particularly did to force that long delay. It was just Michigan with too slow of an approach. in that in a 4v3 retake. And I presence of Z-Back sitting there in B main maybe delays things, maybe asks too many question marks of just where he is so you don't feel safe defusing. And Indiana off the back of that going to go 5 towards A very early and test the defensive Alrudo, who Michigan again on a really, really strange buy. A Sheriff. Oh,
Oh,
boy.
there's the aftershock. Tries to find the turret, got too many targets to aim at. Thankfully, Memphis is clinical enough to pull that off. And does end up getting away, but not actually for long. He will fall. Fizzy. Here's the Bucky. It's not quite a judge, but it'll do just fine. And he will pick off one. The door does fall, so Iceman now in isolation against Penguin. Norther and Penguin over the top. Don't expect the verticality now. It's only Maxi, who has a lot on his plate. He's got the Owl drone. Maybe he could have rushed it, I don't know, but does actually pick up Penguin. So now this got considerably easier. Northu, just to the left. Couldn't quite find the shot, but that was turnaroundable. That's not a word. But Michigan have got their 10th round. And honestly, if Michigan can sweep Indiana, that would be very strange.
I'm not going to call it a sweep just yet, but it's not exactly looking great for Indiana, as now their economy is in a bit of a precarious position. We should see maybe a light armor on Iceman and Z-Back going to toss a gun over to Maxi. So Z-Back and then Z-Back going to get bought his traditional Ares versus a completely full buy Alruro opting into the Odin and Penguin on his first operator that he purchased all by himself.
Oh,
and he's
that's
going
nice.
pushed off that back, quickly get pushed off of that B main pick, and 5 players pushing towards B. So Penguin and Wawolfie going to get tested early.
Always nice to treat yourself a little bit. Oh my god! Memphis completely shut down, tracked him almost perfectly. It wasn't quite a headshot, but if it was, that would have added even more sugar to the cake. And Shax is trying his best to not let this go down, but really, it's all over when Penguin is on form, and now Ruro with the Odin is just trolling at this point. They managed to pick up their 11th round, Michigan. And well, they're running out of time now, Indiana, to really pick this up, and the time is now.
The time is now, but the money isn't there for it. We're seeing Z-Back buy into the Ares, but that is going to be the only marginally upgraded gun. We're going to see 3 Sheriffs, Iceman maybe buying into the Stinger, instead opting for the Sheriff. So 4 Sheriffs and an Ares going up against an operator and a full buy from Michigan, and Michigan sitting quite pretty on this defensive side in a new position from Penguin, not going to get challenged mid. They know that that is a super awkward angle for them to push, and just all of the information that Penguin's going to be able to get from pushing that, incredibly valuable, as well as that arrow from Wawolfie going to keep things over towards that, keep things calm over towards mid, and the B site pressure still there.
Yeah, definitely. All right, let's see what they can do. They've managed to spread themselves pretty thin across the map. Penguin is ready to pick off anyone who might challenge his territory here, but eventually he's going to have to back off because they can hear that there's some droning going on, and if they find anything, he's going to need to be called to action. Shax is tagged up. That's only 1, and I don't think they know about Iceman here, but if they did, I'm sure we'd see an Ares spray not too far behind. Iceman might be able to peek this. If he can pick off even 1, that would be pretty cool. Does actually get 1. Now, oh no, Penguin had 3 targets to aim at after a long drought. Just could not pull off any of them. Has to get out, and look at this pressure from Shax, pushing all the way forward. Iceman now going to look to take matters into his own hands, spraying through the walls there and interrupting him. Penguin off at short range, doesn't need it because Wawolfie's here to secure everything. Now final shot, does manage to find it. Now there's only Memphis. And he's only got a Sheriff and 3 health. Does have max mobility, but it appears that when you're going into Penguin, doesn't matter how much mobility you've got because he'll just shoot you. 10 seconds on the clock, blind shot maybe, just wide. Memphis goes up, says hello, and now Ruro will say goodbye. Sacrifice him to the Norse gods, and Michigan on map point to sweep Indiana on their, beat them on their map pick and then sweep them through Michigan's map pick.
And Michigan looking great on defense and keeping players alive, doing whatever they need to do, but we are going to see a full buy and really 4 rounds on attack, not out of the question in any way. We saw Michigan get 5 in a row in the first half. Can Indiana do, I mean, they don't even have to do one better. They only need to get 4 in a row, and it all has to start with here with this full buy. And their answer to this issue is 4 pushing towards a fully utiled up A site. And Zback going to get Alruro down, and that is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Memphis now pushing forward. Doesn't know that Fizzy's right behind him, but he could make it up enough ground. Not going to be the case, and Fizzy has an opportunity to win this game here for his team. But sadly, has to back out now. Oh, there was just a little head that he couldn't quite get to. Penguin with the operator. They have got 1 man off site. The spike has finally gone down, so Maxi can be the last man to call upon. Iceman under heaven. Look at Penguin who's taking this ground, and he is being toyed with. He just doesn't see enough of him for long enough. Does manage to pick off Zback. And now there's only Iceman and Maxi who are on other ends of the site. Maxi now pushing forward through the Cosmic Divide. Can't make anything happen. Iceman doesn't have the spray that he used to. And that will be it. Michigan, of all people, the lowest seed, push through Indiana, push through the lower bracket, and will be looking to push through whoever wins at whoever loses at a Rutgers and Wisconsin.
Michigan not only winning, but winning in a 2-0 and looking like a completely different squad than what we saw Friday night versus Rutgers. Penguin back to his old ways at 23-10, while Wolfie at 17-11, Fizzy at 19-12. Huge impact across the board, and really just to the second map, the third out of 4 maps that we really haven't seen a huge performance from Shax. Unfortunate that he kind of lost the form that he had early in the season, but really no one backing up anyone other than Memphis and Iceman. Zback, a good, valiant performance on the Sova, but just not enough team coordination, especially on that attacking side, to get things done. And Michigan ready for the 5-man push. Back on B, ready for the 5-man push on A, and really showed why they've picked into Ascent as often as they do. And it goes to show exactly how powerful Rutgers is on this map. Rutgers more than comfortable dismantling this team who looked just so good. Michigan looked good today. So that is a good sign for them. They'll move on to play another day. Unfortunately, the first team that we are saying goodbye to from this tournament is Indiana. A valiant effort from them, great performances throughout the year, unfortunately going cold when it mattered most. Hopefully we will see them back next season, but nonetheless, as we are already so far behind, we are going to kick it into a break, get a brief update from the studio, and then get into Illinois and Michigan State as our last game for the first weekend. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Congratulations to Michigan for moving on, and our huge thank you to Indiana for their play throughout this season.
Welcome back all to the Big Time Conference. I am back here in the Aquatik studio while everything gets fired up for our next set of best of 3. I'm sure you all are excited to get back into that Valorant action, but you get to spend a little bit of time with Neptjun here in the studio before we head into that next exciting phase. Again, I want to thank, of course, all of the teams for participating here in Big Time, as well as you, the audience, for spending a little bit of time with us on your fantastic Sunday. It's been quite the weekend. You got to have time with us on Friday, and then again on Saturday, and here we are again with all of this Valorant gameplay. Of course, it's not only the players that are competing for a little bit of cash at the end of the day. You too can participate in any of our giveaways. So make sure you're paying attention to the chat today. I know we've already had some scrolling around, but you still can use that exclamation point giveaway to get a little bit of cash for yourself. And of course, the winner of those giveaways takes a smooth $25 gift card home where they can either get some nice Riot points to perhaps upgrade your skins in game, or maybe even a Steam gift card so you can purchase a completely different game. And hey, purchasing a completely different game, I think, makes a lot of sense in some cases, because we here at Aquatik Esports have always been about the players. It's always been Aquatik's main mission to empower more people to expand their esports career, whether it's in the gaming space, whether it's in the content creation space, or whether it's becoming a professional player. Aquatik just turned 1 a few almost weeks ago, and there's a lot of really big things on the horizon for us over the course of the next year. I want to tell you, for those of you that are new, about some of the options you have here at Aquatik. The first is with our Community Mashup series. Community Mashup is like none other, where we take players that can come in pretty much at any time from our Discord community. You can dive into our Community Mashup channels to see what games are being played, and they are played every other week. Those players get pinned head-to-head for a cash prize of $250. Now, normally those players come in as solo and are pushed around and moved into teams by our esports staff. At the end of that, again, you'll take home a nice $250. Now, if you're not about playing solo and you'd rather come in as a team, well, don't worry, we've got you covered there as well. Aquatik also has something called the High Seas series, and in that High Seas series, pre-made teams, much like in Community Mashup, can come into a ever-changing game and battle it out with teams upwards of 100 different numbers, right? And again, you can take home a cool $250 with your pre-made groups. You already know who's taking home the most in that group and who may be getting the lower end. It's all up to you guys on those particular prize pools. Now, something pretty exciting that we've recently started. If you like to know the game that you're going into, well, we've got you covered. We've just launched our new Angler series. And with the Angler series, it is exclusively Fortnite. Every other Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right before our fireside chat, you can drop headfirst into the Fortnite Battle Royale. We're running some custom solo tournaments allowing you to become the #1 spot. And if you do, you'll be taking home, that's right, $100 in prizes. I mean, you eliminated a bunch of other players. Why not take home $100 for yourself? And a nice little special on that one, the Neptjun character, which may be piloted by myself, will also be in the game. And if you take down that character, you'll take home an additional $50 in prizes. Now, you don't have to be the #1 victory royale to get the $100. You could be somebody completely different and still take home that $50. Now, all of this is brought to you by Aquatik and can be found in our Discord server. I know a lot of you here in today's chat are probably already in the Aquatik Discord, but if you aren't, you can use !Discord or head over to aquatik.gg/Discord to learn more information about who we are. In that Discord, you'll find all sorts of different communities. All those communities are based around gaming in some way or another. Perhaps you might want to find your favorite game, get some new strategies, get some new tips, or just find people to play with. Perhaps you're looking for a creative space where you can find out more about someone that could build you a new logo or a banner for your channel. The Aquatik Discord has it all, and I highly recommend you spend some time there. While you're there, be sure to head over to the Aquatik Ask section, where our community manager, Elvie, who actually is also producing today, will be more than happy to ask some questions to the community. Those that participate are entered into another option to win a little bit of money there in our Discord. Now, that money is specifically for 7Cs. If you hadn't heard of 7Cs, 7Cs is Aquatik's custom e-commerce platform, where we've partnered with brands all around the country to bring the best and the greatest in snacks, entertainment, electronics, and of course, just some simple aquatic merch. The merchants that on there are always rotating and changing out, so you never do know what you're going to find. Lastly, while you're inside of that Discord, also be sure to check out Making Waves. Making Waves happens every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where even if you're not so great in the actual esports arena, but you have the know-how to talk about it, we take two individuals and put them head-to-head in debate. Usually on an esports and gaming topic, I think it only makes sense. The winner of that debate, which is chosen by 5 judges and then confirmed by the community, gets a nice $100 bill to walk home with. Now, don't worry, second place, which happens to be my favorite place, also still gets a prize. It's a gift card in the fact of $25, so you can use that on your favorite platform of your choice. There's a ton of different ways that we like to empower up our community here at Aquatik. Of course, you can also check out all of our various social channels at Aquatik Esports on Twitter, on Twitch, on Instagram, and YouTube. But you can also check me out on Instagram at Neptjun Gaming. On my Instagram, I'm always talking about cool things that Aquatik has in the future, as well as some of our bigger giveaways. We just ended one of our favorite giveaways, which was for an Alienware desktop computer, but we are right now giving away a fantastic Gigabyte laptop. It is pretty awesome and comes with one of those fantastic 30 series cards that everyone is out there looking for. So be sure to head over to Neptjun Gaming on Instagram for your chance to take home that giveaway as well. And of course, if you have any questions about any of our giveaways, like the ones we've done in the past, including our Xbox Series X, the PS5, a bunch of other different PCs, as well as some gaming peripherals, you can find all of that in the Discord. Now, Aquatik does all of this with our fantastic partners, and this big time event is all about our friends over at CORSAIR. And I'm usually wearing a pretty sweet CORSAIR outfit, but it's a bit muggy and hot inside today, so I decided to get a little chiller with a t-shirt. But you can find a bunch of amazing CORSAIR gear over at their website, whether it's that new digs that you've been waiting for in that signature yellow and black style, or perhaps it's just some new gear, whether you're looking for a mouse or a keyboard or even a headset. The ones I'm wearing right now are pretty sweet. They're loaded with haptic feedback so I can feel the action in any game that I'm in. I definitely recommend checking out CORSAIR, and of course I'd like to thank them for making this entire big time event possible. Y'all, if you can't tell, there's a lot of things that are going on here at Aquatik. And like I said, this upcoming year is going to be no different. There's a lot planned, including the release of our new software platform, Control, that has recently entered into closed beta. Feel free to head over to control.gg, where you'll find out a bunch of information, not only on Control, but how to enter into that closed beta. Now, guys, I've been talking for a long time. You know how it is here in the studio. There's a lot of information that I like to share and to keep you guys up to date with. But we need to get back to the action here in a few minutes. We need to get back into that Valorant gameplay that you're all here for. So, you know, your fantastic commentators, both Xblo and Commie Wolverine, are eagerly waiting and ready to get back with all of you talking about the rest of today's great games. So I'm not going to hold things up any further. Let's get back into all of that action. But first, let's just say hello to our friends over at CORSAIR.
after an eventful series that left a lot, took far longer than the rounds of that game would have suggested. We are finally on to something else, but we did see. Let's take a minute to commemorate and can you commiserate? Is that a verb? Can you
No,
commiserate?
you can commiserate. Commiserate is a verb.
So we're gonna commemorate and commiserate over Michigan and Indiana, respectively. Indiana, they have so much potential as a collegiate team, but sadly just didn't show it today. And Michigan came out swinging, and I didn't expect. That's the 8th seed coming in. Yeah, sure, drop the Rutgers. That's okay. And then pushing through. And if they make a run, we've got 2 teams now that can make ridiculous runs. 7th and 8th. Maryland going up against Purdue next week, and we've got also next week would be Michigan versus whoever loses Rutgers, Wisconsin. And I don't want to say Wisconsin because I feel like it could go either way at this point. At this point, I know it's bold, but at this point, anything can happen. I thought we were going to sit in after the first 2 games. I was like, okay, all right, we're going to sit here in a bracket that's going to go through the motions. Rutgers, Illinois final. It would just make sense, wouldn't it? And then this happened, and I'm thinking, what in just one weekend we have decimated all expectations.
I mean, the most logical way for this to pan out is going to be a Rutgers Illinois final. I still think Illinois just has too much firepower for a lot of these teams to deal with. Maryland just seems to play them well. They split them 1-1 in the regular season, and really the only real loss that Illinois had throughout the entire regular season other than to Rutgers. So Maryland, for whatever reason, just happens to match up well with Illinois. I don't know if any other team matches up just as well with just the sheer firepower that this Illinois squad has. But I mean, with the way that Purdue is hitting their stride, with the kind of helter-skelter style that Wisconsin has, I can see some upsets going down, but with the benefit of double elimination, we are going to get to see a second opportunity for our favorites, not necessarily personal favorites, but the favorites in this tournament. And we are going to see a second opportunity for both Illinois and Michigan State. What are you looking for in this matchup? How does Michigan State pull this one off?
Well, let's quickly go and see how that last game, Michigan sweeping Indiana. Let's go see how that affected everything. We can get an overview first. So, Michigan State lost to Purdue in a real convincing fashion. I mean, Michigan State looked off. They just couldn't really get anything going. And then Illinois just absolutely fell apart. Well, fell apart in map 2, and then tried to bring it back and compose themselves. Just couldn't do it against Maryland. So, they will fall. And Michigan State did not expect to be here. They thought, all right, we lost Purdue, whatever, that's fine. We dropped down. Okay, we should have Maryland coming up. They are a good team, but not invincible. They are beatable. We can try and do this. And then the giant comes down from the hill and says, he hurts real bad. And then comes down and is like, okay, now I've got to fight you. Michigan State have a massive task ahead of them. And honestly, given form, this might be harder to do than Maryland, because Maryland still have potential. They went 1-1 against them in league play. This is probably the hardest match so far in terms of leave seeding at the door. I know it's 3rd versus 2nd, but in terms of form, this might be the hardest challenge we see so far. But to answer your question finally, I think it really comes down to the one person that we didn't see turn up yesterday, and that was Monchi. Monchi, the Jet extraordinaire. He has so much potential to be brilliant, but he just didn't do it yesterday. He can turn games on its head if he's on his game, but we saw there was just ultimates that he would send out, and as soon as he activated it, shut down by someone around a corner, not even looking at him. And he's gonna need to turn his fortunes. What did I have written down? It was something like 18 kills total across the whole series yesterday. That is simply not gonna fly in terms of going up against people like Purdue, and especially against Illinois. If he's well rested, if he's got his beauty sleep, listened to his meditation, and he's had a nutritious meal, he is going to be on fire. And that, I think, is what's going to give Michigan State this fighting chance. Because if he's off and no one else is extremely good, it's off. It's 2-0. Illinois will sweep through this.
I don't see a way where Illinois doesn't sweep through this. I mean, I get what you're saying, and we saw Manchi not play particularly well yesterday, and we saw the same thing from Mula. My man only had a 0.55 rating. So what I was talking about in the pre-show before Michigan State's game last time is that for Manchi to be truly active, there has to be pressure coming from Mula elsewhere on the map. You're not going to get that from anyone else. Angel is going to be a third or fourth guy onto the site playing the Sova, very similar to the way that we see Hiko do it on 100 Thieves, just on the controller, not particularly aggressive. And Puffy Warrior's playing a Sentinel. So a lot of the pressure for this attack comes down to Mula and Manchi, and neither of them were able to show up against Purdue. If they want to have a fighting chance, they are going to have the game of their lives, because the duelist combination that they're going up against is Faisal, who is going to be here for all three maps, Jet player extraordinaire, as well as seeing Freisty on the alternate duelist. And Freisty showed up. Freisty was ready to play. A 1.29 rating, just under a 300 combat score, a 1.26 KD, 156 damage. He's 156 damage. He's getting more damage than 1 kill per round across all three of the maps from yesterday. So we are going to see, I mean, if he's able to keep up that performance, I don't know if there's anyone with the firepower to stop them on Michigan State, but we need to get into this map. I need to see Ascent. I need to see it, Explo. So we are going to kick it to a short word from our friends from CORSAIR, and then we are going to, well, we'll take a look at the maps real quick. We're seeing Ascent, we're seeing Haven, we're seeing Bind. No surprises.
Standard stuff.
No one wants to play Split. No one wants to play Icebox.
Thank God we don't play Icebox. I think that match might be
Icebox
cursed.
is bad luck. Icebox is bad luck.
It might be cursed. So let's hope for smooth sailing. But as you said, we need to get into this game straight away. We are significantly behind schedule. So take a look at these cool headphones, mouse, or keyboard. It's a random lottery. Let's see what comes up. And afterwards, we'll be back into Agent Select, and we'll see if Michigan State can steal away another from Illinois. Welcome back to Venice. We just left. We're back again because it was just so nice. Looks a little bit different than it does on Google Maps, though. I did not expect the flying islands, but as we can see, some people are retaining their roles from last time. Frasty on the Reyna. He is elite. Faisal, don't do it. Don't do it. We've had enough Viper for one day.
I mean, I could see Faisal play it viably. We've never seen him on a controller, but with the way that Viper is currently balanced, you know, wouldn't be anything surprising seeing Reyna pop up above BBC Freisty. Not exactly the most surprising thing, and the same agent composition, assuming that Manchi does not do anything crazy, locks in the Jet. We have the exact same agent comp. It's Puffy Warrior, a Cypher main, a Cypher man.
LMG main, more like.
He is an LMG main. LMG Cypher main. They're a rare breed, but nonetheless exist, and they are going to take it all the way down to the last seconds to lock in these agents. And you know what? He's let it go. He's let it go a while. So maybe, just maybe, we will see Faisal and Viper. Nope. Switches there. No surprises.
Got us. Good one.
We've been debated.
Looks like he's going to lock in the jet. Standard stuff. He came in, did pretty good, especially on, I think it was Haven. Was pretty elite, especially with the operator. Going to see if Monchi can go ahead and beat him. He has the potential to, but it's really going to take a lot of work from Michigan State to push through this. They didn't expect to be playing this game. They haven't really had a load of time to think about how to face this up, but I mean, we've seen things happen on Ascent that shouldn't really happen. We've seen 1917 overtimes, Michigan beating Indiana, which you could say shouldn't really have happened, but here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into game one of our final series of the day and of the week, not of the playoffs. Please don't leave just yet, but we will. This will be our final one after, and then we'll have 5 days, and then we will be back again for even more higher stakes games, because that's how tournament formats work. But yeah, I'm going to be looking at how they come out and see if they can come out swinging like Michigan does. And the thing with Michigan especially was they would get like 4 or 5 rounds and yeah, they fall off, but that's still 7-5 at half, which is not bad in most circumstances. But we're looking at a pretty hefty beat, and this should be electric. Monchi hiding behind logs. Does see his jet catapult push through. Monchi does only manage to pick up one, and Faisal in the cabin is wreaking havoc. They've had to push off the site, just coming around into market, and it's actually net positive here for Illinois. They're trying to find at least one with the tap to the head, but Patek just can't. Well, Patek can, and Puffy Warrior just can't. Angel's got a frenzy, and he's the last man left. Patek on half health, but he turned around at just the wrong second. 3K for Patek. And nothing outrageous from Michigan State just yet, but we'll have to see if they take time to get warm.
Good pressure from Faisal dashing through the entrance and creating a lot of space in Boathouse. That's a lot of area getting taken in a very short time, so all of those B-side defenders have their heads turned. Monchi good for 1 in that position, but really all you're going to be good for. And I believe we only saw Illinois convert one, maybe 2 pistols across the 6 that they had yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So seeing them convert that pistol and be able to pull by a good sign, but Angel doing some damage, just throwing his body to the wind. Fracey going to pick up an easy frag on that one, and everyone else on A. So that is going to most likely be a spike plant in the round. Really nothing other than a sheriff from Just to say anything about the rest of this round.
Interesting technique to just save one person just in case they go there, and then have that person run straight through. Does pick up 1, so he is making it even. It's not in vain, but still, it's going to be pretty rough. Mullah gone. Patek will clean him up, and Just is going to struggle with this sheriff. Can't do much. Puffy Warrior now with the classic to try and pull stuff off, but when there's SMGs and frenzies in the way, nothing really will ever go your way. So it's 2-0 for Illinois, to be expected. But really, I'm not sure about that. I think they were setting up for Operation Poop, but for the first time, doesn't work.
You know, you can't do Operation Poop against the man himself, Poop and GJ.
That's true.
Sitting over there on the B site. And I mean, on a pit, when you're going into it with classics, no armor, 1 sheriff, you're going to stack 1 site and hope that they run into your crosshairs. Unfortunately for them, they guessed incorrectly, and Michigan State going to be able to full buy into this against a complete bonus round. And we are going to see another fast B push. They're just going to keep going and going and going, and Fracey walking, gets the headshot onto Angel, trims them down, but Just is there to even things up.
Yeah, and they've got Poop and GJ pushing through out in spawn. Went to A for a little bit of delay, so he will be their late night reserve, but they have all basically nice from Just, but they've all sort of put themselves on the site, so it's easy to clear out relatively. Puffy Warrior now trying to make something happen, doesn't need an LMG to make impact. Now it's only it's Mullah and Just to go off and kill Poop and GJ, and he's not looking the right way. So Michigan State claw 1 back, they screw their head on and manage to pick up their first round. Thankfully, don't let Illinois get things too out of hand.
Well, Illinois still does a great job on that full bonus, not only getting the spike plant, but taking down 3 Spartans along with them. And you can already see the economic impact. Puffy Warrior, 0 armor and guns bought in, and he's down to 2,900. Monchi going to be relegated to light shield and kicking over a rifle. So Puffy going to buy full armor into this. Monchi down to 0. Still, he's a death, a kill, or an orb away So even if they do go eco next round, they will have knives for Manchi and Faisal buying into the off the back of that plant. So economically, you're loving what you're seeing if you are rooting for Illinois, but both of these teams on basically a knife's edge when it comes to their economy.
Illinois fans are used to seeing what they want to see, but that's not what you want to see. Patek goes down, and now that pressure into Catwalk is subsided with the hot hands, and that's with a spike with Lidist. Puffy Warrior's got his own battles to fight against the Cypher. Pope and GJ on the other side of the door. Lidist and Monchi in a standoff as well, and if Monchi swings this, Lidist will no longer be looking at him and could pick off the spike, but he's not going to do so. Just going to hold, wait for anyone to go through market, any would-be intruders. But it looks like Illinois going to back up, reassess, and look towards B.
And Manchi not going to hear anything, but he is going to keep playing a much more advanced position in that archway. And the rotation has been baited all the way towards A, so really no one there to defend anything. Angel looking to get information on mid, but still he's not going to see anything. Okay, so he is going to see one towards mid, but it is a 4v1 and Angel, the only player left to defend it in the rotation, super far away, so the site most likely going down.
Oh, there's the spike though, and no one really went through Speedway. So that will delay stuff a little bit, and Monchi's pushing through the back lines. Faisal unaware, misses the shot with the operator. There's no need for him anymore because Mullah's on the money. Ironically, the dismiss comes out from Frasty. He will be executed. Pupin GJ, last man standing, does find one, but that's all she wrote. Michigan State tie things up, and they are putting a stop to this relentless force. Angel managing to, for the first time, if he can hold that Speedway, that changes everything. But we've seen him die straight away, and we've seen him get one to the grave with him. So really, he is going to be pivotal in how this game goes if they keep pushing B like that.
They seem to want to pick on him, and that's the first time that we have seen Angel really show up and make an impact, not only going 1-for-1, but also killing the spike on Speedway since no one else was coming along with it. That does take just a little bit more time for them to get the spike down and get it planted. With that spike retrieval time taking a little bit longer, you do have the benefit of those rotations having a bit more time to get there, and the crunch just came down before, and they are rushing B fast, and they are rushing. Like, the B seems to be where they want to go. This time it is the 3-stack site.
Yeah, Faisal taking down very low, actually. His dash up doesn't really work, and Frasty, his spray no longer works. His heart stops beating, and now Puffy Warrior can get that neural theft. Faisal dashes forward. That will be his last move. The tech tries to TP into Hut. It's falling apart for Illinois now. They still have the spike in possession, but they have people pushing forward. Lidis is now the only thing between them and a spike. Poop and GJ pushing, trying to just not die. Lidis does find Monchi, and he's put up the cyber cage for GJ so he has afforded himself a little bit of turf to try and move around, and really there isn't much left in terms of hope. But if he can pick off Mullah here, would be big. He actually does. Puffy Warrior though does pick off his Cypher counterpart, and he seems to be doing that a lot. I will say, real quick, I don't believe what I saw at the start of that round. Puffy Warrior bought an Odin and then swapped it with Angel. I don't believe it. I don't think Puffy Warrior is playing on this account. This is not the man. This is a fraud. He would never do that.
That's not the Puffy Warrior we know from yesterday.
Look at that.
But at the same time, Puffy, to be fair, they did not play particularly well, especially on Ascent versus Purdue. So, you know, maybe a change of pace, maybe a change of heart, a real come-to-Jesus moment yesterday, and peeking into the operator, that is going to be just wide-swinging it just enough to avoid Frasty, the op of Faisal, and things settle down, and a lot of pressure being put mid early.
Puffy Warrior backed into the door that was shut in his face. Faisal's taking this position up market almost. Can get anyone that's trying to rotate and might just be his target. No pun intended. Now, they are just slowing down. We're seeing him, that's Faisal, get a little bit more reinforcements. Just might be able to pick something off here, but just isn't able to. Puffy Warrior can go big in logs, but just has too many targets to aim at, and now it's Angel making a stand. Does take down Lidist pretty low. Needs to find at least one to the grave with him, though. There it is. Does find one trying to spray through, but at least he managed to trade himself out, so it's not terrible. Full ultimates for everyone left alive on Michigan State, including a run it back and a Blade Storm, but they want to use it. I don't know about the Bladestorm, but the run it back definitely possible. But it looks like they're going to run for the save. Not a bad idea when Monchi's got the operator.
And they are also trying to keep the rifles and keep the shield as well. They do have a decent bank built up, so it's not like we were going to see them in shambles the next round, but Illinois taking that as fast and convincingly as they did, not really worth testing anything with those post plants set up perfectly fine, and they're not even going to go for any exits. So Illinois should be able to start building up a decent bank. Now they were really close to not doing well in their investments, but with 4 staying alive, we should be able to see Frasty opt into some full armor. Faisal being able to opt into some full armor should he want it. Yeah, he's going to buy into that, and Lidis going to get something dropped over to them. So everything's sort of stabilizing, and we are seeing decent buys come in for Michigan State off the back of those 3 saved guns. So everything as it should be, 3-3 score line, and a lot more competitive side from Michigan State that we've seen, and a little bit of what we saw on the last couple maps against Maryland from Illinois, just kind of full on rushing it, not very much tact, not very much finesse being put in, just trying to brute force their way, and it's working just okay.
I don't know if that's called finesse. I don't know if you just jumps as he shoots and tries to get a lucky headshot. Here comes the run it back from Moolah, though. Could pick off Frasty, but just has his angles wrong. There goes the hot hands. Oh, takes down Protect to about half health. Can he get to him before he comes back? No, Protect teleports over the other side and shut the door in their face if he can get his teammates over the other side as well. Frasty can't jump over a small ledge. Moolah puts lead in his brain. And there's still a decent spread from the attackers as well. They're not fully committing, but Protect, to keep this round safe, might want to back out. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from Angel. Does, I think, tag up one, but that's all that there was. And the curveball, oh no, Moolah bounced off the tiny bit of the arch, and you hate to see it. That would have been a brilliant play if we could find something. Faisal on the other side. Angel is the better of him. Spray down, but Lidis does manage to salvage a little bit. And now it's only going to be him and 2 that really want him dead. Monchi, I think, might have spotted him with the jump spot. Looks like it as he pushes back towards A, and Lidist has very limited options. Up on the floor, though.
Probably not going to pick up the op, but that tripwire is going to destroy anything that he wanted to do. And they're basically playing a 1-1 split. Monchi with the operator, not looking necessarily the correct direction. So we are going to, at the very least, probably see a plant. They might let him get that down and play it for the 2v1.
Yeah, well, how far away from the spike do you get Lidis to get? And if he's in hell, he has a decent chance of doing this, actually. Because dropping down from heavens is real rough, especially with an op, but I guess that's out of the question. Can you drop down from heaven with an Odin? Answer being yes. Do you need to drop down? Answer being no, because you can just shoot through the floor. But looks like he's going to go for this. Does make the noise spraying through, trying to find him. Lidist almost pulls off a clutch of a lifetime, but sadly, it's going to be Puffy Warrior who needs to get to the spike, because this is taking a while. Hang on a minute. Please have time.
He does. He's good.
Okay. 2 seconds in it. Got a little bit. Sorry, I've been thinking about the clip where, I don't know if you've seen it, but G2 when they planted the spike, went for exits, and then someone snuck around the entire map and ninja defused. So I'm very frantic with the spike timings. But I mean, Michigan State managed to get themselves a 4th round. They're actually giving a decent fight to Illinois. I thought we'd be, I don't know, 6-1, 5-2 at this point.
Yeah, no, it has been a bit of a dogfight. Faisal not going to buy into a rifle, but will buy full shield and pop the knives. So kind of on death's door. And Michigan State's economy not exactly much better. It's really just been back and forth. And instead of tact, Michigan State going to have to be forced back by the pure aggression from Illinois.
Faisal has a Blade Storm here, so does Monchi if he wants to respond, but he hasn't popped it just yet. Faisal can jump over and do a madness here. Hang on, can protect over the top on the box. That's genius. Does pick up Puffy Warrior, and Monchi's actually activated his Blade Storm. Takes out Faisal. His counterpart gone. Now there's one in hell. He needs to take out on the right side, and he wastes it because Moolah decided he wanted a bit of the action. Now it's a 2v4. Poop and GJ guarded by the wall. Now only Lidis can make something happen, but he's being held back by every smoke almost in the game. Angel takes care of Poop and GJ, and now it's only shock darts that can save him. But because the first miss, Monchi won't die, and that'll be the defuse. No kills through the smoke either. Mulan making sure that he's dead. And 5-3 for Michigan State, getting close to a positive half, which is already decent considering the expectations.
I mean, what did we saw 9-3, I believe, being the scoreline for Michigan State on defense they started on defense and we're down 3-9 at the end of their half against Purdue. And we are seeing a tack pause come out. And did you get it? Oh, no.
No, I think they did it themselves, but okay, it was a ping thing, but it went back down. So Patek will be happy. Up goes the Leah. Mochi doing well to not let himself see it. And up goes the dark cover, which obscures his vision. Open GJ. Gonna try and best Moolah here in this duel. If and when he decides to go for it. Monchi still trying to get that pick onto the pack that is moving through mid, and here comes the dual Moolah. Might just move away. But lots of mid control being taken, actually. Monchi will have to respond to Frasty, eliminate that, and what seems like a plan that they've already got will be set out of motion.
And Michigan State responding to the aggression by taking up much more passive angles and just going and waiting for the information, because there really hasn't been any split pushes. It's been 5 through mid, 5 through A main, 5 through B. So this is really the first true default that we've had, and we're seeing the crunch come in, but just does a good job of stopping it before it even starts, and they can sit back into the site.
Paranoia available for Patek. They shut the door. He has the spike in hut. He's got to run. Puffy Warrior with the Odin through the wall. Doesn't need to see you. He just needs to smell you, and he will take down the spike. And Faisal has got to run towards that, but Angel puts him to death before he does. Poop and GJ caught in no man's land in mid. Killed by Just. Flawless win for Michigan State, who are starting to make ground, and if they can get themselves 8 on here, could be decent, though they are going on to attack.
I mean, I don't know what happened to Illinois, the Illinois that we saw on Ascent versus Maryland. They're just really, I don't know if it's just the fact that shots aren't getting hit, if Michigan State's just playing that much better, but it seems to be a fully different breed. Puffy Warrior fully activated for Michigan State. Angel and Moolah doing their jobs, and Manchi just not seeing anyone. He's only 3 and 5, but there he sees someone,
that's what he's there for.
There he gets the job done.
That's what he's there for. Monchi pulling off a nice flick onto the top. And it seems like our Jet Ops aren't having brilliant success throughout the entirety of playoffs, but it seems like today they've done plenty of aim lab, and we'll be able. There are so many cameras flying around. There's almost more than players at this point. But 2 L drones and a camera. Did he tag anyone there? Angel did not. Doesn't get any information that he would want, but he's going to fire the shock darts out anyway and make sure the camera is gone. So they're positioned outside A, but Mike is free to move if they want to. They've got 2 trapped towards Winery, and Angel can make something happen here. Up goes the recon bolt, forces them back into Winery, and we can see 2 players already making their way towards B.
So they have waited long enough after that initial push into A main.
What is this arrow?
I don't know. Maybe it bounces?
Do it. Well, yeah, I would imagine.
I would
imagine it bounces.
No, I don't know if it's a lineup. If he gets his crosshair there and then moves, it's like a CS smoke lineup where you have like 9 steps. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see what he can do.
30 seconds left.
I can see that Angel actually dropped down off heaven. With a smart play. Here it comes. 1 bounce. Nice. That's silverlineups.com for you. Just we'll have to make do with Angel's death and tries to make something happen, but the wild sprays aren't good enough. Monchi, he's ready for more vertical flicks. He's been training those exclusively. Puffy Warrior, if he can get a kill, can get the neural theft up, and also from the shadows, but it's not much use on a retake, to be fair. And Monchi pushing and inching forward. You can see Poop and GJ. You can see that Lidis is up top, outside heaven, but only has a sheriff. The tech does pick off Just, but Puffy Warrior still here, forcing issues with Norse Gods, and Just isn't quite on the mark of attack, and maybe could have made something happen if we picked that off, but it's a thrifty win for Illinois. They're given all the guns they could ever want, and things have gotten a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, going from all pistols to getting that early pick and a rifle in the hands of Paddock and Frasty. I believe Paddock bought into that round, actually, bringing a late Vandal purchase. So they go from 1 rifle to 2 rifles and just have a ton of patience, and finally we see a little bit of a slower pace, and I think that threw off Michigan State. They didn't quite believe that if nothing was happening on A, that they were going to head over towards B, and Faisal may have timed out there. That is tough scene. So now they have a sentinel.
Well, they've got someone to watch spawn. They can at least do that. Hopefully he'll be back. I imagine they'll call attack pause at least. Oh, you wouldn't think this guy plays Phoenix a lot, would you? He's been doing brilliantly, other than the fact that every single like, oh, I've been tabbed out the game. Don't worry, I'm back. Literally every like curveball that he's thrown that I've watched first person has hit something and gone wrong. But there is a pick.
He gets a little stage anxiety. Maybe we don't pan to him, you know what I mean?
Maybe. I'm unbinding my 3 key as we speak. But GJ pushing forward. Monty's got it covered, and he's already picked off 2, and this grass area might as well be poison ivy because no one is getting past him. And, well, the spike is actually pushed up way up market. If he kills here, if Just can find Lidist, this would be huge. Gives them full control of the spike. Mular looking to make something happen here. I think they know that someone's pushed up. They're just still managing to just eke out any sort of survival. It looks like he's going to go for the swing. I don't know if this is the play because Just could pick him off, and he will do. Thankfully, he's got people to pick up the spike for him, and the cloudburst goes up. And it will be picked up, but now they are in a real rough position. Mular going to swing straight away. 14 seconds on the clock. They've got to frag out. Mular doesn't really need to peek this. He will do and pay the price for it, but Monchi's still on it. And he, I swear he's had about 3, I don't know if, like, it's just my memory being bad, but I feel like he's had, like, 3 op skins so far this game. He's just been picking up presents off everybody, picking off buys, but, yeah, I mean, it seems like he should stick with this one because it's doing him justice.
Yeah, no, he's vibing with that one. 3 on the round off the Cavalier op, not one that you see very often, you know. I'm a glitch pop man myself. I know the Ion, Ion pretty popular. The Cavalier, you know, just shouts out to the Battle Pass.
It's like people who wear the Cavalier operators, like people who wear New Balance. It's just people.
It's like odd.
It's like yeah, sponsor us, but it's like you know about it, but it's just out the way. If you get what I mean.
No, I get you. It's not your first thought when you think tennis shoes. You don't think New Balance.
I don't think about tennis shoes either very often, to be fair to you, but Faisal has made his way on. The spike is nowhere to be seen near the A site. Now it is. Hello. Patek makes his way in, says hello as he enters the door. Mular does manage to get a good curveball off, but nothing happens in grass. There's 4 people. You don't want to be pushing into that. And Monchi versus Faisal in the smoke. Oh my god. No. Oh my god, Monchi. He is on today. He's not got... Well, actually, he's second. He was last for a little bit. Now he's decided to turn his mouse on, and his monitor, and his glasses. So you don't turn glasses on, but still. He's turned his computer on, and now he's doing pretty good. But Angel trying to make some information play, trying to spray through, but there's so many targets. Angel does pick off 1, pick off 2, left Monchi in a neat situation to clean it up, but sadly, it's just too much to ask. And they will come away with a 5th, but Michigan State being 7-5 up at half, on Illinois' map pick is not what I was thinking we were gonna see.
Not exactly the half that I had predicted, but Illinois just seems off from the Illinois that we've seen over the course of the regular season, just not necessarily hitting their shots. Granted, a 7-5 half, not anything to spit at when attacking on Ascent. They're going over to the defense, which they have been much more comfortable on over the course of the time that we've seen them play. So at the very least, they do have that to fall back on. But if they lose this pistol, all of a sudden you're looking at the back of 9-5 in a very confident Michigan State team on their best map.
Yeah, well, things only get more difficult on attack. To be fair, their team comp is set up in a way that it's not going to impact them too bad. I mean, if they were playing, you know, Killjoy and Cypher, maybe things would have gone a little bit worse. But they've set themselves up for victory in-game and in Agent Select. So Had to see if they can do anything. A little bit of a default, trying to get anyone who might think they need to make the difference. That's what we saw from Illinois before. Patek and Faisal were both trying to be those people that would go in, get 4 kills, and sometimes it's not the situation, it's not the time. But thankfully, they seem to be resisting that urge now. Patek and Angel trying to psych each other out, but it looks like they're going towards B actually, and it's only 2 to defend it.
Only 2 there to defend it, but we are seeing Frasty make the rotation, pick up mid just a little bit, but with that tripwire there, he doesn't have to spin long, and they have waited long enough that the full rotation has come out, information gathered on A that nothing's happening, and with all that utility going,
all 5.
seeing Paddock, seeing Paddock be able to put out that paranoia, and then Illinois able to pounce onto it. Paddock good for 2, Frasty good for 2, Faisal good for 1. And for all of that waiting, the round ends in about 7 collective seconds.
Yeah, you don't. That is not the that's not the start you would want to a productive defensive side. Is getting absolutely obliterated, flawless. And we did see that Illinois took 2 flawlesses in a row on the second half on Ascent versus Maryland, if my memory serves me correctly. So not out of character for them to do it, but this would be pretty interesting. They look like they're going for A, though. Reverse Operation Poop potential. But they have picked the site with more. Angel doing a little bit of Iceman's work and, well, exchanging arrows, it seems. But lurking a little bit and just might run into Frasty. This would be a duel he doesn't want to take, and he doesn't take it in the end. They are trying to put some pressure onto A, but really nothing coming of it just yet.
And and Illinois more than happy to take longer, more passive angles, knowing that they have the advantage over the classics in pretty much every scenario other than right up close with a right click, and seeing basically being willing to give Michigan State as much control as they want, just going to jump spot mid, maybe try and find some information of aggression. But Illinois kind of, I don't know if it's a matter of respect or just a matter of the weapons that they have going to give a little bit more space, and really a lot falling on to Angel with the only sheriff in play.
I've got a lot of faith because this did not work at all last time. This was a terrible idea. They're still going to go for it. Monchi is just taking his sweet time. Interesting that Illinois aren't going to go for the mid control though. And they are going to rotate through market for the easy, but as soon as Millar throws this, Patek knows he's going to get another 5-man paranoia. Oh, that only might have been 2, maybe. Up goes the dark cover, though. Lidis might be the first responder, but they're going to try and push through, and down go 2 straight away. Angel trying his best to make up for the fact that his teammates aren't getting the frags, but at the end of the day, it's only going to be Monchi with a classic. A tailwind and 2 smokes. Does pick off Faisal. There is a... Oh, no, that's a ghost. There's no SMGs on the floor. That's actually quite unlucky. We'll swap it out anyway. 3 seconds. They just run away. And Illinois tied up in the second half. Michigan State really need to start figuring out something that works. And it looks like waiting a lot and then B push is not the way forward.
And Monchi living in that round is almost devastating with the lowered loss bonus. Only 31 credits and a ghost to his name. He didn't even pick up an SMG. I was going to say that's a decent economic impact that they made on that frag, but we're going to be able to see another bonus round come out for Michigan State. Lidis maybe going to buy, and oh, they actually, Angel, good guy Angel, opts to buy into an SMG and kick a rifle over to Monchi. You want to put the gun in the hands of one of your star players, and we're seeing just the same amount of a passive setup and a deeper smoke from Paddock going to allow for more A main control, really make Michigan State question what they want to do.
This fight in across mid could work, actually, because it was Puffy Warrior who had the Vandal. They're now taking a lot of cat control, and they're walking straight into the Spectre and the Judge's effective range. To see if Faisal can pull something out of the bag here. Judges have been highly inconsistent so far in playoffs. There's the tripwire. Down goes 1. Pushing through the smoke, taking down a 60. Puffy Warrior does manage to trade out across the map. Monchi now pushing forward. The Judge just isn't consistent enough for anything they want to do. And the B site is wide open. Long rotations for Illinois. They're going to get the spike down. They're going to have a lot of room to move in the post plant.
Yeah, Michigan State going to look very comfortable. They are checking their corners, making sure that there are no late lurks or anyone set up on the B site. But with that door going down, the push going through, most likely either one market, one CT, or both going through market. not a lot of hope for this one. 4 players sat in crossfires on site, and that's why you buy Monchi the Vandal. He's going to give you that impact when he's feeling it, and he is most definitely feeling himself today and looking like an 8th round on the board for Michigan State, barring some crazy plays from Littist and Patak.
Yeah, well, do they have it in the bag to pull out what would be absolutely outrageous? They can try and go for exits and lock them into the spike, which would get rid of a lot of guns. There's 1, there's 2 for Protect. Paranoia as well. Hits the fellow Omen, running through, just goes down. And things have gone from bad to worse. They could... No, they don't have enough time to get the defuse, I don't think. And actually, it's going to end up being Protect, the one who dies. Monchi saves his Vandal, perhaps the most valuable Vandal in that round. And I think it's good that Monchi is playing well, but if you look at the scoreboard, still got more to give. He's not even top fragging yet. We've still got more that he could do. This is like 60% Monchi.
You know, you don't want to release Monchi at his full power this early into the match, but it really does feel like he's grinding himself into full form, and it's good to see. But off the back of that round and the 4 kills, we are going to see Illinois, despite losing the round, have a distinct weapons advantage and an operator going into the hands of Faisal. So Paddock going to get tagged away. One way has gone up, and it has slowed down the full push towards A. 3 players looking to take mid control for Illinois, so that wrap might not be something that they expect, and no tripwires in the way to stop it.
Faisal's only command is to hold the line. As soon as everyone else can get round, does take out the run it back Moolah, but that's all he could do. And now this 3-player flank just isn't as effective. They can't catch him out. Just is going to be a likely victim, but he's read it perfectly. Frasty down, Patek almost down to half health, but that's all that it's going to be, and just could have been more, but he's done his job. He's got the information, and now they know that they've got to watch those angles. They also know where Poop and GJ is. Things are going pretty well for Michigan State. Only better if they were off-site and able to hold those positions, but you can only ask for so much in a game as high echelon as this. Poop and GJ and Patek are massive echelon, and have just, in the span of seconds, jumped in and eliminated everyone. I was looking at the kill feed going, okay, pick, and then everything just went.
I don't know how they lose that round of 43
No,
with the information that 2 players are on the flank. I thought that the kill coming in from Just, as well as the information behind it, going to be good enough, but unfortunately just lose the gunfights. A well-timed Paranoia from Paddock really allowed territory to be taken, and then just shots getting hit. Poop and GJ jumping down, good for 2 from Heaven, and at that point so much disruption on the site has been taken that you don't really know where to aim. If you're on the Spartan side, the operator is recovered, full economy advantage given over to Illinois, and Michigan State relegated down to pistols and going to be a relatively uncomfortable round in.
That's not good. That's real not good. Monchi still cursed ultimates, it seems. Patek's able to run through and wreak havoc. Puffy Warrior doesn't have an LMG. He's not at maximum potential, where Tech is operating at maximum potential. 7 kills in 2 rounds. Gives Illinois the lead. But if there is something we know about Spartans, it's that they can get kicked and they will get back up again. The fact that giving Illinois a run for their money here is even that is pretty good.
And this is, I mean, in Michigan State's defense, this is their best map, as well as it being one of Illinois' best maps. So not entirely surprising to see them play well on it. And I believe in the regular season, the score on this map was 13-11, and Michigan State actually had control of that match until the very end. I remember watching it thinking Michigan State might just pull it off. So they do play Illinois well on this. It just seems like they can't quite get over that hurdle. And not only does that tag Monchi, that also gets rid of that tripwire from there. But Paddock all the way in spawn, going to take down just the push down A. So effective. And now Michigan State in a little bit of shambles.
This is like ultimate BM Valorant. If you're operating in their spawn, that is rough. Faisal gonna try and take the shot. Puppy Warrior able to take him out. Oh, okay. Now things are different. Now things have swapped. He's got the neural theft for the information. He has to take this first fight. He's able to isolate them, so it's winnable. They're just over the top, though. He's not gonna miss those. Patek has, in the span of 2 rounds, every round in the last 3, if he was anyone else, they're 1 rounds. But that is what it looks like when an Omen knows what he's doing. He's got 23 kills already, leading the lobby. If he continues on this form, we might see the resilience of Michigan State really put to the test.
And coming into the second half, we knew it was going to be a tough climb for Michigan State. We didn't know it was going to be this tough. 5-1 on the defensive side, full economy advantage. Faisal buying into the op and Frasty buying into the rifle. The only player with questionable economy, but that op instantly becoming worth it as the controller is down. No smokes for the rest of this map. And Angel going to be wung down. Gun going to be recovered, and Moolah doing his best to keep things even, but a 3v2 full gun advantage at the very least. Oh, Michigan State doesn't even have spike controls, so they are relegated to their spawn. They're gonna have to peek into this operator.
Good luck. Well, if there's anyone that might be able to pull it off, I believe Monchi could, especially today with this form. It looks like it's going to be Moolah, the sacrificial lamb, and doesn't actually end up happening. Does bait out the shot. Maybe it's just to keep him busy. Monchi can go all the way around, but don't know why they're operating as if they're going to save. I mean, Monchi's watching that other angle to make sure no one flanks through, but Moolah, I mean, if there's a fight you never want to walk straight into an ego peek, probably this one. But, okay, they're going to join. Monchi now, don't peek at the same time. That's even worse. You're going to give him a collateral. Come on. All right, Monchi, probably going to be the first one to go. Up goes the Cloudburst, actually allows him a little bit of space. Moolah does actually pick off Patek. Now things are a little bit different. See what they can do. Can they pick off Faisal? This will be massive. They actually do. And now Puffy Warrior, he picked up the Vandal. At the end of the day, Monchi manages to secure it. And I said, if anyone's going to be able to pull it off, it's going to be Monchi. And he found both kills at the end of the day. And shout out to Moolah for being the best meat shield I've ever seen.
I mean, it goes back to the point, you know, for Monchi to do what he needs to do, Moolah needs to do what he needs to do, and Moolah creating a bunch of space, creating a bunch of distraction, a perfect cloudburst from Monchi to negate the operator angle, and they end up winning a 2v3 with just 2 sheriffs. And that makes things super weird. Faisal buying the operator in that last round, going to be relegated down to the judge, and they are going to move and take a little bit more space. Monchi good to trade, but the fast A main push coming out and just Frasty there.
Nice, Moolah. Now more than a meat shield, but there's a judge here. It's ready to dish out some justice. Faisal trying their strat again, taking down to 69 health. Nice. They need to get the spike down though. 31 health on Monchi. That's your star, the man who stole around from the grips of death. He is not really susceptible to be able to pull this round with that sort of health, but they're actually doing well as a unit. We saw this, but these were the people who... well, it's half the people that pulled that round back from the brink earlier. GJ looking to do the same thing, but now it's just Lidist. Untested in these clutch situations so far, and he will fail his first exam. Moolah puts us up at 10 apiece, and can we just say that every game that we've thought, they'll breeze through this. This, 13-6 maybe, always has the potential to go to overtime. We're talking about Game 3, Illinois, Maryland. That was, okay, Maryland, okay, Illinois, get your stuff back together, go for it. And that almost went to overtime. Now we're here. Michigan State are giving the fight of their lives. And as I said, once Monchi is activated, things get real good. Moolah, though, might go for a real quick push through. Tech going to be the one to guard it, but yeah, he's just going to go for the ult orb actually. Gets himself up. Doesn't give him the ultimate, but at least it's progress. Monchi picks off Frasty, and Puffy Warrior pushes Puffy and GJ back. But Lidis has a bucky. He's waiting around this corner. B is a death sentence. Faisal trying to give someone else the death sentence, but sadly can't. Looks like an A hit, and Illinois very out of character.
On a full eco round, they did the best that they could, trying to take as many little shoulder peeks as is humanly possible, and maybe just with the timing of Faisal rotating, going to go up to Cat, maybe going to be able to get one at the cross, but Paddock dying on the site, really nowhere else for them to go, and that tag is going to alert them of Faisal's presence. So this round, all of a lost cause. Maybe a Bucky takes down Just or something like that, but Moolah very, very comfortable in that shot coming through.
Oh, the ultimate bait there from Faisal. Still, yeah. Mula put in chat, well, unlucky, you know, which is about how I would sum that up as well. Bucky gang, Poop and GJ cries, as Faisal's forced to run away from the sheer fear of having to face Puffy Warrior with a Bucky. He might be good with his LMGs. I don't even want to know what he's like with Bucky's. Monchi picks up Faisal, and Monchi's definitely showing himself to be very much more in this game than Faisal is in terms of the jet duels that are going on. 11-10 for Michigan State, definitely in a decent position to at least get onto match point, but if they lose this, their money's going to be pretty rough.
I mean, Michigan. I mean, this is really the last.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking of Illinois.
No, this is the I know what you're looking at. I'm as surprised as you are, but Illinois, this is really their last real shot in this. They're going to be able to pull by up. Faisal's going to have the operator in his hands, but if they lose this round, it is a really, really, really sketchy economic position for them to be in going up against match point. And Faisal staying alive is absolutely crucial. Goes for the early pick onto Angel, but Angel with the movement being as pristine as it was, you take those. An early B main being clear is going to allow a heavier stack towards A where the spike is, but there's 3 players over towards B. And Michigan State doing a good job of playing patient and waiting for Illinois to make a mistake, be over aggressive, and take advantage of that aggression. And with no sound being made, we are going to see that 3-stack on A stay put. Nothing really for them to do, nothing really for them to rotate off of, and they're going into a 3v2. Lidis doing the best that he can, jump peeking that.
All right, it's about how you execute. They're actually going to leave this. Interesting. And they're probably going to go to join Just. Frosty is not peeking mid, so they have free reign to do so. Puffy Warrior. I like that they're leaving people in various spots around the map, cut off those rotations. I think that's...
left.
I mean, it's keeping them confined to their sites, and they aren't even attempting to rotate at this point. Looks like Protect will fire one Dark Cobra off and then go for it. Here comes Faisal, though. Does waste one op shot, to be fair, with the run it back. But now they are on. Monchi has the Bladestorm, should choose to use it. Spike carrier down, Angel. But now Monchi's got a lot of targets to look at. Does pick off one. Bladestorm goes up, but just can't right-click in time. I don't know if his animation was up or anything like that, but that's real unlucky. 4 seconds on the clock. They took a little bit too much time, and Illinois will be breathing a massive sigh of relief because losing that round meant being real rough on the bye when it came to match point, and that had very much potential to hand Michigan State the map, but they're keeping it competitive. Both 1 round away from match point, and we're 2 rounds away from potentially overtime.
Yeah, I don't know. Michigan State just seemed to overthink that one a little bit. They had done, and I mean, just no information gotten by either of these teams. No real definitive pushes down mid, no pushes up cat. It was really just waiting at the entrances to both sites. And Michigan State just unlucky that 3 players were still waiting on that A site, doing a good job getting the play for the alt orb for Mula to use his run it back and the jump peek, baiting out the op shot, identifying where Faisal is at the very least early on in the stack towards A, and it looks like they're just going to go for it this early with only Poop and GJ left there.
When you run out of time in a round, it's often the common response to want to send it as fast as possible. I don't really blame the macros to leave, but it's actually just captured in cyber cages. Wild sprays from Frasty are never going to hit anyone. Now, Poop and GJ is really the first line of defense. Mula hiding behind the box, trapped wide down, you can hear that. Oh, right, here comes the Hunter's Fury. It's over by Angel. Can't quite do anything. Here comes the Empress from Frasty in response, pushing forward. Has one more Lear left. Gonna choose to invest it. Monchi looking the wrong way, and there's a spray down there, but he just ran out of bullets. The increased fire rate actually occurs from the Empress. Now he's only got 16 health. He needs a kill now. Lidis picks off Monchi with a shock dart. And there's a few trades either way as well. He knows where Just is, but they're still holding strong. And now there's only one left. It's Lidis, has to drop down. They have pure view of the spike. And just like that, with all those ultimates invested as well, puts Michigan State on map point against Illinois on Illinois' map pick. What is going on?
I don't know. And there were all 10
That's
players
it. We'll leave
alive.
it there.
There were 10 players alive on that 5v5 retake. for so long, and you just needed Frasty to hit one of those shots. He saw 3 players on site and just couldn't get the spray trimmed down enough. And we are seeing Faisal pop the Blade Storm, light shields on Poopin, GJ, and Lidus. And their backs up against the wall, and not a great buy, but a great start. And the aggression, Lidus had the world as his oyster and was unable to finish the spray. Too many targets to look at, and traded back to an even. No Sova for either squad, so no information available. We are flying this round in the dark for the rest of it for both of these teams.
That was massive. Lidist had the opportunity to spray down 2, and if he had done, there would have been no one here to push through B. Now actually they're making quick work. Frasty is able to pull 3 to the grave and has 3 souls to work with, has 2 dismisses available. Just like that, Frasty takes Lidist and says, hey, you know what, we have our off days, and decides to take it all for himself. What is going on? We are here in overtime. I thought Michigan State had that in the bag now, and I'm not sure. There is a clear favorite here. Illinois, how many? Okay, Illinois were, okay, Michigan State were 3rd, but they didn't have great form. We saw that. Illinois are 2nd, and really should have also won against Maryland, but that's besides the point. How have Michigan State, this is what I love about this conference. Nothing makes sense. Nothing.
It doesn't
People
have
just
to.
beat everyone. It just, yeah, well, it's wrong. It's better if it doesn't, to be fair. Makes for more exciting Valorant, but we are going into overtime, and sides will, the sides will swap. So Illinois now on the attack for this first bit. Monty sitting in hell. Not something we've really seen before from him. Mullah there to support his second-hand man. It's going to be a quick burst onto A, and oh no, protect through the smoke. Manages to pick something off. Monchi is just about good for 1, for 2, and in hell, he is a demon. Trying to pick some more off, but just can't quite get it. But that is enough contribution to make sure that it's even now that Mullah went down from that pretty, I don't like using the word lucky, but pretty fortunate pick from through the smoke. And now Michigan State have to keep their wits about them. They've got 2 in hell and 1 off site. Pick off either one, and you know exactly where your prey lies. And they've planted the spike in a place where they can just sit here and watch.
Good crossfire set up on the site, but that paranoia is going to make things incredibly challenging. And the perfect the perfect recon bolt allows Just to be good for 2. And Lidus, days were numbered already, and Michigan State pulls out their defensive rounds. So back in the driver's seat, back on map point, and Just and Mullah, Just an Angel able to finish things out. Good patience from them waiting for that recon dart. Good patience by Just to hold on to that paranoia, used perfectly in tandem to allow those tags to go down. And just like we saw from Illinois, Michigan State going to line up 5 towards A, and this time not going to face nearly as much resistance on the site. It's looking like we're going to see a little bit of cat activity and an operator in the hands of Faisal, so no utility from him, and they are going to go for full mid control early.
Kami, what do we know about Ascent overtimes?
They can go on for millions and millions of years.
And we have to sit here and try and observe it and make sense of it. And now it's looking like we might have a case of another overtime. 2 for 1. But Monchi manages to pick off Faisal. There's no utility gone, but there's the op and the superstar gone. But the spike is slightly in peril. They're missing their window to go get it. With that duck cover up, Frasty 34 health through that wild engagement at the start. He needs a pick to get that heal off. He might just have to dismiss if he's forced to. Monchi moving around just under his feet. He's trying to spray through, but just can't. Lidist, of course, trying to make something happen, but also trying to remain a barge pole's length away as to not give away any easy frags. And now we're at this stalemate. Monchi versus Frasty. Who can win? And they're tapping at pixels of each other. Here comes the Leah. Might just avoid it. Does. This is getting tenser by the second. He picked up the spike in the end. Actually doesn't manage to get it down. Just versus Monchi. Frasty pulls it out the bag, and we are going to another overtime. If you aren't familiar, you have to win by 2, and every single time, every single round, you swap sides. I've given this speech before, and we could be in for the long haul. Our record, 1917, Wisconsin versus Purdue. That was a Wisconsin win at the end of the day through some magicalness by Neebs. If you're in chat, shout out. But now, I don't know if they want to push the record. I don't know if my throat wants to push the record. I don't know about you, Tommy.
No, I mean, after casting what feels like 10 maps of Valorant over the last 2 days, I don't know if I can handle a 1917 on the first map of this. And this is the first time that we have seen Monchi take that upper position in a good crossfire with them and Moolah, and quick little aim labs and Monchi and Moolah getting the job done. However, Poopin and Frasty there to trade, and it's already pandemonium. It seems like this has happened every round, is trades galore. However, this time we are going to see Illinois back out, and with the territory taken on Catwalk, Poopin GJ going to offer probably a little bit more presence on split, and they will be pushing into the more heavily guarded of the sites. They are keeping Angel very much disciplined over on B, but the information that he's getting is absolutely massive.
Yeah, and this Odin from Puffy Warrior. Odin Meta was in the chat not too long ago. Poopin GJ makes quick work of Moolah, and now you've got to run if you're Angel. Gotta give backup to your friend here. They are going to get the spike down. Puffy Warrior is going to look to be the hero. But again, it's a standoff. We saw this last time. And they're going to see if Michigan State, they're going to see if they can take one and even up the secondary score line, which is who can win these standoffs. Angel with the Owl drone does actually get the information of 2. Lidis through the wall. And now Poopin GJ only has 17 health. He's got to line up these headshots because it's one shot away from either gun. Puffy Warrior falls. Angel does not. And he will rise all the way from B site and give Michigan State their second map advantage, 1 round away from taking Illinois' map pick away from them. And as you said, those trades at the start are literally round defining. I don't know why we keep doing it, but hey ho, here we are.
And at the very least, we're seeing Michigan State move the spike over towards B to start this round. So a good change of pace, and they will be pushing only into right now what looks to be Lidist and maybe Faisal playing the operator mid. So it looks like they're going to be leaning towards the better site from the beginning. But with all of these trades, and Faisal wants that shot so freaking bad.
Angel is making fun of him at this point. We talk about teams having character and having styles. Angel has his own style, and that's just making fun of people who try and pick him off at the start. That hasn't worked once, I don't think. And he's gotten away with it every single time. It must be super annoying. Faisal misses his blind shot. And a little bit more direction now from Michigan State as they've decided not to just run in and see who they can trade out. Try and kill Frasty, because he was the one that stole the map away from them not too long ago. But they're lining up outside A. Protect to respond. He was on form for 4 rounds before. And we'll see if he can do it again. Monchi got real low. I don't actually know from what. Protect making a lot of noise through that cyber cage. Who's got the spike? It's going to be Puffy Warrior, who's got to get onto the site, and they've given him the slowest gun in the game. He is spraying. What? He doesn't even know what he's shooting at. He just sees the skulls come up on the kill feed, and he's happy. Finally, spike goes down. They've got the spike location. Brilliant camera work. But look. Oh no, the flank is going to be cut out short by Just, who's sat in Winery, but he needs to land these shots now. Got 2 opponents to face. Faisal will manage to train him out. Monchi down. Puffy Warrior taken into a dink. And there's 2 players very, very low. Puffy Warrior just got to spray with the Odin, hope for the best for the classic at the end of the day. Pulls out a classic round win. And we go again. Illinois managed to stem the bleeding for now. Stuff the bleeding, however the saying goes. And I don't like that we're going in for the long haul. Why do we need to not play Icebox anymore because it curses the lobby. We don't need to play Ascent anymore because these games, we were already behind schedule.
Surely you're not complaining about getting overtime in a lower bracket elimination game.
That's
the number 2 and number 3 seed going back and forth, and every single round has ended up on A. And what looked like a little bit of a B push at the beginning of the last round going to materialize into what looks like another B. Cover going 5 players are there. It'll be interesting to see if things slow down a little bit, if they rotate towards A, but a normal 2-1-2 default and the pressure going up mid, hopefully going to get that information onto Just, and that tag is going to be enough to send him back. And you don't know if they're going to expect him there. Good for 1, not good for 2. Trades going the wrong direction, and players are going to be locking down on site. Angel able to trade Protect. Fracey, however, there to trade as well in a 3v2, and we might have an attacker-sided round. The first time we've seen a positive post play, and it all falls down to Moolah. He's going to cross. Good for 1, not good for any more, as Fracey puts a bow on the attacking round. In Illinois, on map point, going on to the defensive side, what is the response from Michigan State for that one?
Well, I mean, oh, okay. There's been a pause. I do not blame anyone for that. Gives us a little bit of time to breathe. Gives us a little bit of time to just chill out. I think on the 1917 overtime, I probably aged about 5 years during that. So I'm about 2.5 now, and I could use time to retain my youth. But for real, if we're talking about, as you said, the attacker-sided round win, this is about as good as a chance you're gonna get if you're Illinois to stop the upset and make sure you send Michigan State out of this competition, because every time you win a defensive one, it's always, oh, but we've got to do it on attack, and it's so hard, especially when you've got teams that are as good as these two. But we'll have to see if they can pull it off. We know that Michigan State are incredibly capable. And can they pull one out the bag? Illinois have done it twice to them. They have to throw one back in their face. But as the timer ticks down, we're going to have to see what their plan is. Reverse Operation Perp might be the call. And you can see that Muller and Monchi, this is a duo that cannot be separated. They run together, they play on sites together, everything. Look at Frasty making early ground. He knows what he wants to do. He's a man on a mission. Last time they did this, he spent too long going through. But Michigan State did. Oh no, they're all going to be on the receiving end. Does find 1, 2, has to back out. Monchi blind, can't find the shot. Finally manages to take him out. Protects here to substitute himself in. Has to fight off Just. If Just can win this, things might change. But we've also got Faisal on the operator. If they push through, they are done for. Only routes are A and Spawn. And one of these has a lot more players guarding it than the other. If you go through mid, this is dangerous. You're going to get at least one picked off. Faisal is capable. Oh, they're going to do it. Angel, to be fair, if anyone's going to dodge operator shots, going to be Angel at the end of the day. But look at Patek pushing forward through Spawn. Last time they played in their Spawn, it almost worked if it weren't for heroics. They are taking their sweet, sweet time. 35 seconds remain on the clock. The people on A still holding strong, and we can see that Patek not keen to move from this position just in case they rotate. So they are going to have a decent bit of time, but look at this crossfire that they've set up. They're just going to fire the shot, the recon bolt through, find 2, does find Monchi through. Now things are getting from bad to worse. Just falls, Angel falls, and even if you held out hope, Illinois always come out on top, it seems. They take map 1, and they had to make it close for the viewers. And they do take their map pick at the end of the day, but we are heading to Haven. That's Michigan State's map pick. And if they can take that, I mean, this was far closer than it ever had any right to be.
And Frasty turned up when he needed to. 2 times he pushed down Cat, and 2 times it worked out for the best for his team. The first time he did it was that at 12-11 on a limited buy. The second time he does it is that last round of overtime. And with all of the territory taken and all of the information given over, absolutely borderline impossible. And then Poopin and Patek over there with the cross, or excuse me, it was Patek and Littist sitting over there with the crossfire going down. Not going to be anything that, with that much time left on the clock, Michigan State was going to have any ability to get through in any effective way. They played it absolutely perfectly to finish things up. But we are going to go into a short break. We are going to get back to Haven, and we are going to get into the second map of the final series of our opening round in the lower bracket. Thank you guys for sticking with us.
Right, well, Michigan State gave Illinois a run for their money, but at the end of the day, it seems like the Illini always win. So we'll have to see if Michigan State can pull one back. This is their map pick. 14 to 12, was it? I think. Oh no, it was 16 to 14.
16 to 14. 16 to 14.
16 to 14.
We were there for a lot longer than you're giving it credit for.
Yeah, that is true. You know, the rounds just sort of meld into one at some point. But we are seeing some pretty standard lock-ins. Monchi on Jet, who is surprised. No one ever. Lidist on Sova, Angel on Sova, who surprised. I'll give you a guess.
No one.
Really, yeah. And they're actually taking their sweet, sweet time. Makes me think that maybe Haven is a map where they're thinking of trying new things at least. I'm seeing Faisal hover that Reyna. That would be a very interesting change.
Going for the Jet, but he did this the last time. He hovered until the last 4 seconds. Oh, Freisty this time maybe leaning towards a Jet. So I don't know, maybe a little duelist swap. I know.
Patek also hovering Astra, to be fair, off the Omen. That would be a change. Okay, no. We're going back to, like, what, 6 months ago? No new agents. We've only got... Reyna's just come out. Everyone's trying... Oh my god, okay. Okay.
Patek does go with the Astra.
Yeah, and Faisal goes for Reyna. Frasty goes with the Jets. They're swapping roles. I mean, to be fair, Jet Ultimates, the Blade Storms have been pretty, how do I put it? Bad. Other than Skirt, who had one that won him around, everyone else has been rubbish at it. But I mean, I'm not surprised to see Mochi on Jet. Is this is exactly the same team comp for Michigan State as it was before, actually? But it seems like Illinois, the ones to what is the word? Innovate. But they did lose this map to Maryland. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe this is the cursed map because that was the one that they had to concede the massive upset for. Let's see if Michigan State can get one back and then maybe potentially upset Illinois as we head into Haven. Should be a riveting game, good fellow.
Should be, and it's been a very long time since we've seen Michigan State play on Haven. Their last time playing it was a 13-4 win, but that was all the way back in week 6. Losses on this map to Rutgers and Purdue, wins versus Maryland and Iowa. Convincing wins and fairly convincing losses. So it will be interesting to see. And we already have a quick B play, something that they have favored pretty well, getting Freisty all the way up through Garage. Angel and Mula, however, taking care of the aggression, but Seaside is fully given up. So at the very least, we will see a spike plant come down, a force buy most likely in the next round based off of that extra 400 credits, and still a chance and a big shot dart there.
Yeah, Mochi pushing forward, protects the last man standing on Astra. Gonna get on the defuse. It's Monchi and Puffy Warrior. How many health do you have? 7 health, and Angel came out with 34. So leaving it a little bit tight, but they dealt with that B push very well. We've said it every day that we've done this so far when we've gone to Haven. If you push B, you've got to hit it. And that felt kind of half-hearted. The people who did want to go in went in, but then no one else did.
Well, there was a little bit of pressure put up mid and a little bit of pressure put in Garage. I think they wanted to end C no matter what on that round. And off the back of the spike plant, they are going to buy Sheriffs and Frenzies into this round. So a little bit more dangerous on attack than they would have been sans that spike plant. And early information retrieved over on A, 2 players playing down long, but the spike going to head much more towards that mid aggression, or excuse me, much back over towards C. But no one has been baited into rotating.
It begins. We've seen our first shot dodge. Wasn't an operator, but it was same principle. Monchi's got to face a lot of opposition here. Faisal cleans him up with the Sheriff. Mula could dash over the top maybe and get Frasty, but chooses the better of it. And they've left C wide open. Spike is right there, so that should go down pretty quickly. But they do have time to collect themselves, Michigan State, and go ahead and try for this retake. If the spike ever gets planted, they're not giving away the fact that they are here. Now Angel is going to have a lot of work cut out for him. There goes 1. There goes 2. And now it's only the final pin to knock down, but it's not going to be a strike. He'll settle for a spare because Puffy Warrior knocks down the remaining pins. And now there's 2 left and full spike control. Mula finds Lidis, things falling apart now for Illinois. Flash comes out, they know where he is, spray through Gong, and that's about as good as it gets. Michigan State take 2. And things are still, they have not been discouraged at all, it seems.
I hard time making that round. They had taken full control of C. They knew no one was in garage. They knew no one was on C site. Maybe you push one out. Maybe you push one out CT to get some information there. But going all the way out and then just 3 players peeking into a Marshall one by one, sure, they get the kill back there. But at that point, the round is lost. The full rotation had been baited out on Monchi dying in A long, but I guess at the end of the day, you just want to make it to your rifle round. And we do see a full rifle, light shields on Paddock and Littest, and an operator, a glass cannon in the hands of Monchi, looking to make an impact early, and he has taken full control of C-Long with that.
Yeah, well, I have to see. It looks like definitely an A hit. Mullah's waiting for this. This is his calling to do something without the aid of his guardian, that is Monchi. But it's going to back out. And actually, I'm pushing straight towards Garage. Angel is going to have to try and put a stop to this. We could also see Puffy Warrior swing out mid if he wanted to, but he seems pretty content in the position that he is, and he's about to be run into with this Ares. Frasty, you got to swing the right way. Looks like he has it planned to. And it's all a waiting game. Up comes the Recon Bolt. The Cyber Cage won't spot him, but it's really giving away a decent amount of information. Puffy Warrior sweeps the floor with them. Calling the Janitor. B site completely cleared out. They've still got the spike, but at what cost?
And still a good spread, even though they do have Poop and GJ all over A's site. There's no way for the rotation to come back towards him. And now in heaven, we do see Just taking full control over that. A little bit of a timing, so maybe things get awkward, maybe a pick on the rotation. But I don't know. There's just so much area to cover, and Astra is going to have to put on her running shoes to get things taken care of.
4 seconds! Just says no.
Down A.
Just says no. And now he is just going to happily sit there. Might be able to get a pick off. GJ will get the better of him, but it doesn't matter. They won the round already. Monchi has an operator. They've won the game. No, no, but I'm kidding.
Little early on that call.
3 over Michigan State. They've got all the pieces that they could possibly want. Puffy Warrior's got an Odin. He's set to get an ace this round. And all they could really else want would be their ultimates, but you can't really beg for everything. And they have set themselves up for a very nice defensive half, as they did on a set.
And we do see the impact of losing that round. Granted, 2 rifles saved over, but bad economic position for them. And with the 2 rifles saved, that's the only thing that they're going to have. And the operator still in the hands of Monchi, being able to see over that nebula from Astra, going to make sure that nothing happens there, and just nothing being taken by Illinois.
They're switching up the plans. They are, what do you call it? Ripping them up and going for plan B. Thank God they have a plan B, because otherwise things would have gone terribly wrong. Puffy Warrior's got his surveillance on, and has an Odin as well. This is his Odin. He calls it surveillance, so good luck with this one, Frasty, as he pops the Blaze Storm. Faisal goes down on the other side of the map. Now they can fully rotate over. You don't walk into his home and expect to get easy kills. That was really bad idea. In essence, they will tag up everyone, and Puffy Warrior still has more to give. So does Monchi. Now Puffy Warrior jumps down from heaven with the Odin, finally shut up by Littest. He actually finds another one as well, but at the end of the day, it's not enough. Sheriff multi-kills very hard to come by, and Michigan State put up 4.
And it'll be interesting to see the ramifications of that economically, just based off of how weird that buy ended up being. I don't think we're going to be able to see full buys from Poop and GJ and Faisal, and a 4-0 lead. Yeah, probably not. Oh, we are going to see one from Poopin and Faisal. Okay, so they do maintain just enough off the basis of that loss bonus to get another full rifle round back in action. But, I mean, not ideal in any way, shape, or form. Monchi starting to continuing to build up a bank with that operator, playing it well, and banks on Puffy, Angel, and Just looking just fine. So Michigan State looking good on defense on a map that tends to lean a little bit more towards attackers. And that tag massive to get him off that angle, but it doesn't look like Monchi's scared in any way, shape, or form of that aggression. And off the back of that, Mullah's going to take full C long control, but no one left on A, just a camera. So the full rotation was baited out, and this is looking like Illinois' best chance to get in.
Yeah, well, tag up the dashing Frasty. I'm used to Faisal being the jet. It's kind of off-putting. Monchi picks up Poop and GJ, who tried to make any sort of flank, and it looks like we're going to see Faisal and Mullah meet in spawn. Who has the gun out first? It's going to be Faisal. Mullah actually... Oh, they're just going to walk straight past each other? They are. The two people who went for the flank completely miss each other. They'll watch that in the VOD review and go, what? Never mind. Mullah doubles back. Good choice. Does actually manage to pick off the flank, so now they know they're safe. They have to get this retake. Up goes the paranoia. Now they can choose to go in. Puffy Warrior through the Cosmic Divide. Chooses the wrong angle. Everyone choosing the wrong decision. Angel stuck in heaven. Mullah only good for one. He's got to find two. Angel, but he's got an operator. Close range. Should be dead. Lidist will clean that up. Free operator for them. It's Monchi's lucky operator. And they finally get themselves on the board 4 rounds into it.
Get themselves on the board in a little bit of momentum, a clean round. You kind of having Faisal get picked the way that he did on the flank, just barely missing out on Mullah. Looked good for the retake, but a great use of that Cosmic Divide, making things very uncomfortable, and then using the gravity well in the hands of Paddock, making that retake stall out before it really even had a chance to get started, and Illinois feeling themselves a little bit. Faisal going to get the operator in his hands instead of tossing it into Frasty. Interesting choice, but with the Reyna dismissed, not impossible. But that ultimate coming out going to be incredible, incredibly valued. And Frasty able to get Angel.
Well, that would have been even worse, but thankfully it's just gonna leave them in a 1-man disadvantage rather than 2. They still have to get the spike down. They will do so, but look at everyone that's gathered around. They're ready for this retake. 2 lanes, you've got Garage, and you've got, well, Spawn. So, good luck with that. Monchi just holding, making sure that no one comes through so that they can enable this push through Garage. Needs to find the first pick, run it back, gives him a second chance at life. Just mowed down. Puppy Warrior mowed down. Now Mullah and Monchi have to combine, but Monchi been shot at the sky like a clay pigeon. Mullah has to make the right decision. Flash, and he will do so. Gives Michigan State number 5. And they had to use all of their tricks in the book for that one.
Great flash by Mullah, showing his proficiency. And, you know, maybe he got rid of all the bad ones when we were watching him on camera on Ascent, because that flash was a work of art. Going to blind on the right side, force him left, play the odds. He was completely flashing with the operator. You're not going... 99 times out of 100, you're not going to hit a lucky shot with that in the same way that you might with, you know, a rifle or an SMG. Just spray and pray. And off the back of that, a little bit of an uncomfortable buy coming in from Illinois. We are going to see Frasty probably pop the knife. So a little bit even economically, however, Monchi with the operator going to look to take down A this time as opposed to C, where we usually have been seeing him.
Frasty versus Mullah. Is this flash going to get round the wall? It will do. And he wastes a knife in panic and eventually goes down. That is not great use. There are tracers flying everywhere on my screen. It looks like November the 5th. Mullah could have a shot through the door, decides not to take it. Obviously, he doesn't know. He hasn't got the X-ray. But they are sending that drone straight forward, and Puffy Warrior makes sure that it's got enough holes in it to last its lifetime. Mullah is just waiting for Faisal, but he doesn't need to wait because Puffy Warrior is just spraying through 2 walls, because that's what he does. And the spike is still in Garage, actually. Puffy Warrior needs to make something happen here. If he can catch this out, he will do. The tripwire is perfect. But Mullah does go down, so it gives them a little bit of breathing room.
Exactly where you
And up goes the neural theft, so they will know the location. Spike does end up going down. They've got to approach this, well, with a Vandal. Looks like Puffy Warrior sees this style of combat as not good enough. That was interesting. I mean, he's got the information they're both on site, so I guess there's that. But do they need Monchi to distract again? He hasn't got the ultimate to do so. He needs to find Lidis, will do so. Boom and GJ, last man standing. Just will very happily clean him up with the Spectre. So it's a 6th for Michigan State. Give themselves an even half at best. Illinois looking, well, I mean, they won the last map, but at this point in the game, last game, they are looking even worse than that.
Looking a little worse for wear, and it never seems like they get comfortable in these post lanes. Michigan State doing a good amount of doing a great job of keeping the scenario in their favor. even though they're losing 2 or 3 players on it, they're always making sure after they get the opening pick that the trades fall their way, and as a result, they've broken down Illinois economically. We're seeing a Spectre in the hands of Faisal, just about the only real gun brought in. Okay, Fracey is going to opt into full shield and a Spectre, and 3 Spectres actually in the hands of Michigan State. So a little bit of a weird round and a great flick to start things off by Monchi, opening first blood from Michigan State yet again.
All right, Faisal tries to make something happen. Just will not die. Monchi looking to make anything else, but look at the red in the kill feed. Early flank here from Angel. Acutely shot out. And now it's just Mullah to do wonders with a Spectre. Has to run it back, but is this really something you want to invest? The Cosmic Divide could go up, but I don't think without 2 kills anyway, that would be invested. And this should be his death, his demise. Didn't look the right way. Hang on a minute. That's a wasted opportunity. And Frasty taken down very low. Health check, 20. But Mullah, I mean, I don't blame him. Not really a chance in their mission. Illinois get themselves their 2nd round. And they look a little bit better, but I think we can see very clearly that no matter what map it is, Illinois do far better on the defensive side.
Which is interesting because they picked to attack on both this map and the Decider map. Should we see it? I guess maybe wanting to get their less comfortable side out of the way. But that being said, I mean, the pace on that round really made all of the difference, getting in the face of the operator in a broken economy, even off the back of winning 6 of these 8 rounds. I guess just too many deaths and an economic reset, and now Manchi going to take it down A short. A little bit does a great job. Faisal with the right click though, evening things up and just pandemonium.
All right, Angel, you've got a lot of work to do here. But is it doable? Yes. Monchi did actually do very well there to find that pick. If he'd have got the Phantom out a little bit earlier, I'd have been able to make even more happen. Do you push his Cosmic Divide now? Oh, he's going to wait for it to go up. Owl drone available. He's going to deploy it. It looks like he really wants this retake. He's not looking the right way. He checks that corner. Very smart of him. He has the tag up, but Faisal at the end of the day. Don't know about you. That did not sound like an operator. I don't know if that's just an observer on my end. It sounded like it just shot. He just shot him with a ghost, and then he had an operator side.
It was probably since we were watching that from Angel's perspective. I want to say because of that Cosmic Divide dampening the sound. Maybe
that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Not hear it all the way. But at the same time, you know, another round win and momentum starting to pick up, but a full buy in the hands of Michigan State. Another good chance in Manchi still taking that elevated position. He is going to get seen there. And so they are going to go ahead and push him and unable to hit that initial shot. Now things are incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh, he just cannot line him up anymore. Monchi will eventually fall, but Just is pushing in. Entry frag Omen is just as good as any. He opens up the site, gives them spike. Wondrous work. And now Faisal tagged up. Operator gone. Operator given, probably, to Monchi, because that's normally what happens. But, well, 7-3. And if they can go 9-3 on this half, we could very much see. We know that Michigan State's attack side is still competitive. What took them to overtime. If they can get 9-3 here, very good chance of map 3, and we'd be heading to Morocco to bind.
Very, 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 very close to seeing another 3rd map, and really everything hanging in the balance here for Illinois. Odd economic situation. They do have full rifles in Manchi, not exactly quick enough. A little bit of a taste of the medicine that Angel was going to give to Faisal the entirety of Ascent, and going back to a fast A, but the spike not all the way with them. Puffy Warrior from Heaven going to be spraying through any wall he possibly can, and misses the tag there, so he is going to be negated just a little bit and taken down to 18 HP.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. I was hoping that Angel would fire a recon bolt. Turned out he didn't have it. That could have been nice for Puffy Warrior to get some sprays through, but...
Look where the spike is.
Oh, wait. I thought everyone was on A. This is literally Faisal's doing. He has managed to convince everyone to get over here. The only person that hasn't is Mullah. He's in the grave. Faisal is holding Michigan State hostage. Does find Angel in Heaven. Monchi, you can go, mate. You can go. He doesn't go. The only place
Spike
he's going
planted.
is the morgue. Puffy Warrior, you don't jump out. You die here. Come on. You've played this game enough, right? He still thinks that things are hanging around here. But, I mean, that is massively played by Faisal. To hold the entire team up like that, hold them hostage, and there's an Astrostar here. They know exactly where he is. This is rough. But to be fair, Odin Spray is about as accurate as it is in a gravity well. It doesn't really change that much. But flawless win for Illinois. Very well done. Faisal changing the game. And that could afford them a 7-5 half, which would make it far more manageable going into the defense.
Going into the defense on this, I mean, 7-5. I mean, that's the exact position that we found ourselves in. I believe on a 7-5 defensive half for Michigan State. They really want to make this one 8-4, give themselves just a little bit of breathing room and a little bit. I mean, light shield onto Puffy Warrior and just going to do enough to get out of that gravity well, and that is going to be fast down A long, and that flash brilliant.
Oh, Frasty pushing through, right click, only good for one, might be able to pick off the classic, but that push had way more potential than it ended up having. Puffy Warrior still has 23 health trying to make something happen, but you can't dive into the blaring guns like that. Michigan State, well, they wanted 8-4, they've not really given themselves a brilliant position for it. No double up draft possible for Monchi. Only has a tailwind and 2 smokes. They're probably going to wait for Angel to fire this arrow through. If he has it, he doesn't have it. Has a second on it. Going to go for the owl drone instead. Same principle. And, well, this is going to be real rough. You can't save. You just have to go for it. They are combining very well, but they are lining up for any sort of spray that might come through. Right click from Monchi is good for 1. He has to go himself, and it's going to end up being 7-5. Repeat. And now we have to see if Michigan State's attack on Haven is any better than it is on Ascent, because there was, as you said, I mean, really there was 1 round in that game on Ascent. If they could have got 8-4, that could have changed it, but hey ho, here we are. We have to see what their strategy going in is going to be.
Looking at this early spike leading towards mid, no real commitment, probably just a slow default, maybe try and take advantage of the aggression that we typically see out of Illinois, but it's looking like we're going to see a fast play from Frasty down mid off the back of the information given by Lidis, and it'll be interesting to see if this one pans out and the star put into window. So they are looking for early mid aggression.
And they're going to get it seems. Frasty, the only one that's able to still remain alive, and he has to retreat to any sort of safety. Faisal now has a frenzy. Far better for this sort of location. Does that curveball reach around? Yes, the Cyber Cage is just going down at the right time. They have the spike. They only lost 1. It was a perfect trade. And now it's 2v4. They've got to get the spike down, though, so they might take advantage of this time where it isn't. But they're forced to back out because there's just too much going on. Here we go. Pushing forward. Just goes down. Puffy Warrior falls. And now it's a 2v2. Monchi and Frasty are so low. Monchi doesn't seem to care, though. Needs to flick right, make sure he knows where he's looking at, trying to fire through the box. Well, the Ghost doesn't have that kind of power, but Angel has the power to walk around the box, which was the correct play. And it's 8-5 now, Michigan State. They are definitely not out for the count yet. They very much capable. We'll have to see if they can bring us to map 3.
And interesting to see interesting to see Illinois in this situation buy up a couple of sheriffs, confident, I guess, going into, at the very least, the next round with light armor and the rifles, going up against a full bonus and a Marshall going to go in the hands. I'm sure that warms your heart into the hands of Angel.
Oh, absolutely.
He's really shown up a lot more on this map in the fragging departments, a few massive rounds, one of those rounds being with the Marshall. So we could see, Frasty taking down Angel and Lidis taking down Puffy Warrior, and a gun recovered already by Frasty, and down to a 5v3 Michigan State. Not how you want to start out the round after you win, and Poopin crunching things along A.
Yeah, just needs to find a tap, though. It's going to be difficult to fight this. Patek can get this tap onto Monchi, would be big. Accentuate that deficit even more. They're trying to spray each other through, but Frasty's doing very well to keep these peaks short and just let him maybe get a few taps on the head. But now there's 2 in garage, and they could try and overwhelm them. 2 sheriffs don't fire very fast. Lidis here to join them, sends it just off window. I don't think that's where he wanted it. And we can see Moolah pushing straight towards A. They've only got Patek, and they have got people rotating. Patek going to try and put up a frontal defense, take the initiative. Monchi could fall because of this, but just manages to peek first. Monchi's still not down and still alive.
30 seconds
Lidis does
left.
find one with a shock dart. Monchi goes down again. Seems to be the only person to die to these shock darts. Moolah still has a decent amount of health remaining.
One enemy
Marshall for
remaining.
Frasty, but it doesn't matter. It makes it as effective as an operator. Now Moolah's got a lot of work to do. Peeking right, does take Faisal down very low. Down goes Frasty. He does have to shoot this, but he's not looking the right way. And at the end of the day, Lidis through the wall, through the head. 3 kills for him in the round, and Faisal was only on 2, so that could have gone very wrong. Lidis was on 34. That could have gone either way very, very easily, but it's 8-6 now for Illinois, well, for Michigan State, sorry. But Illinois are looking to mount a resistance against this.
And now off the back of those Sheriffs and a great bit of aggression, getting 2 early picks and really forcing an uncomfortable scenario for Michigan State to fight in. Still a chance for them to win that round, unfortunately. Moolah not able to hit the shots that he needed to when he needed them most. And we're seeing Angel rebuy into a Marshall, a couple of upgraded pistols in the hands of Joss and Munchie, but they're going up against what is effectively a full rifle round, 2 Spectres, but full armor on the back of Lidis and Faisal. So just like that, everything switches in Frasty a little bit too quick, and there goes the smokes for the rest of the round. Going to be very challenging without those for Michigan State to get back into this round.
Maybe it's just a sprint down C. Believe in Commander Monchi to take you through success. And we'll have to see. I think that might sort of be the plan. They are tempting Garage, but there's no one there. There is a tripwire that's set out. Patek wondering and pondering in his own little realm, his own little world, believing what stars he wants to plonk down. Angel, where is this arrow going? Is this going to grow? I might have to use this. Okay, here's the door. Not as cool as I was hoping. I was gonna go and bring that into my rank games, but I don't think it's gonna reach that sort of caliber. Patek just waiting for Moolah to peek through now. But he's actually doubled back. He has to go and get the spike. He has to land this right click, because otherwise this round is essentially over, and he does so. But it doesn't matter because Frasty's there to trade it out with the Vandal. And last man standing, not as effective with the Marshall, and Frasty puts up 4, and Illinois almost tied up.
And off the back of that good position, Faisal with enough money to get an operator for him. Lidis maintaining the full shield and maintaining the Spectre into this round. So great economy for Illinois as they really are starting to settle into this defensive side. Angel and Monchi, I believe, debating about an operator in this moment. Not going to be bought, so we are going to see Monchi. He doesn't have the knives ready. 4 of 6. He is going to buy it into the Vandal and down to 0. Michigan State need to get the picks early that they were getting on.
Like that.
Well, like that, yeah. They need to get the picks that let them dictate the pace in the first half, but Frasty all the way up into the spawn. And Monchi ready for it.
Yeah, cut out. Cut out, cut down. Cut down to many pieces, but they still got the spike. They didn't really decide on a location, and it looks like Illinois have got that red. They've got one ready to go. They've got Patek ready to go, and they've also got one on each site, really. So, I mean, if they push through B, it's definitely an option. But it looks like now Poop and GJ is going to make his way off A. They've eliminated that as an option. Here comes all of the Astro utility. And Lidis pushing through. He's going to spy at Angel, but that's all he's going to see. Is that enough for him to tell his brethren to come along? And there's another star up. You can see the Patek knows what he's doing on Astro, not just throwing them out willy-nilly. And now they are deciding to not go. They are taking full advantage of all 35 seconds they have left. Could go B. Can you make it to A in time? Probably, if you sprint this, but
30 seconds left.
Poop and GJ's got it red. The entire of Illinois got it red, but do they get it over faster? It's really only Poop and GJ in this race. And he's got the camera, sees Moolah. Did he get the tag? I don't know, but he's pushing through his cyber cage, moving through. Common time for tactic. Monchi got the better of him though, and Patek also falls, and things have fallen apart for Illinois more than they already had. Down goes the spike. Lidist has the Phantom. What can he do with this? Answer, probably not a lot in this position. He's being recon bottled, he's being everything, and that is not going to see anyone at the end of the day. Moolah cleans that up for a flawless win, and Michigan State put up 9. They are back, and they are not giving up their lead just yet.
And doing that cleanly allows them to build that comfortable bank that you always want. I mean, what seemed like for a cent, weird buy after weird buy after weird buy, the economy stabilizing for Michigan State, doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of damage in that round, as well as allowing themselves to start building up a bank, and Manchi not having to invest anything into this round, Mula not really having to invest anything into this round, and a rifle being dropped over to Fracey. So now, just in the same situation that Michigan State found themselves in last round, we see Illinois, and they need this round, and they need this round cleanly to start building up the bank. And Fracey, again, with that same aggression, off the back of that information, going to prompt out a full rotate over to C, so 4v5 going into it.
Here comes Mula, taken out in the gravity well. Monchi's managed to gain some ground, though. Tekken just trade lives. Monchi able to help his friends get a few kills together. The last one is in Garage, and now the last one is in Garage. It's Frasty, who has been running a marathon so far. Same book, different cover every single round, just trying to get that flank off, and it's never really worked. Angel will get the spike down at the end of the day. Blade Storm available, but they are backing off the site. And that was about every single weapon they had. It sounded like my ears blew up with sound effects. So it's going to be 10 for Michigan State. They are putting themselves in prime position. But Illinois, as always, only 3 away, and they always seem to get back even.
They always, I mean, Illinois, it's hard to count them out. They've already won a round with just upgraded pistols, and Frasty actually, with a little bit of money left over in the bank, going to opt into a rifle and a full shield. So going a little bit of a hero play on Frasty, and it'll be interesting to see where they place him. Maybe on top of Generator, maybe pushing down mid. It's looking like we're seeing him push down mid. And he does sell. Okay, so he sells the rifle and pops the Blade Storm.
I was gonna say, this is a very risky investment into your hero Vandal. Want to keep that safe. Mula flash over. Poop and GJ, not enough time to look away. And now they're heading on to A. Got him. Now, Mula looking to maybe find something on the Faisal. That
Frasty gets a pick.
Oh, yes, with the Blade Storm. Good call. He is tagged up by the camera. Gonna have to remove that, and now they are aware of his presence, but it doesn't matter. Monchi is soon to not be alive anymore. Frasty could updraft, but he could leave this to his teammates. Poop and GJ finds Puffy Warrior. Hello, friend. Actually, he made that one on Mula look like a harder shot than Monchi's was. I don't know. Maybe I would say don't watch Frasty as your how to jet guide, but I mean, at this point, he's just done that, so you might as well. He's top fragging as well, more than double, well, not more than, but double the kills of his second place, and it's him versus Mula, who for one who did not come up, was basically not in the lobby against Purdue, to be top fragging very much so in his team and in the lobby is pretty impressive.
An impressive performance from both of those players, and an impressive round from Frasey there. He pushes all the way down mid. He has the fortitude to not necessarily shoot the Cypher tripwire guarding the entrance to A lobby, jumps over it, gets a couple picks, and then at that point, it's just all skill at that point. And we're seeing Frasey get more aggressive. It's almost getting picked by just a little bit of information as to 2 players leaning towards mid at the beginning of the round, but not much other than that.
Alright, well, let's see. They are pushing slightly through A, but the sustained pressure across the map is not really letting them get any ground. I mean, they just as pushed into mid, but as we know from last game, well, not last game, but last Haven game, if you push into mid and you spend too long there, you are just going to get choked out. So advice from them not to. You can see Michigan State are very much in control of their own destiny. They don't want to be forced into anything they don't want to do. They are very happy to just keep going into a site, coming back, going into a site, and coming back again.
And 4 ultimates on the board for each team. So this round massive for specifically Illinois' economy, but not necessarily the most comfortable position for a couple players on Michigan State. So this could become a very expensive round in ultimate form, and he gets shot directly in the face with that star. You hate to see it.
And now he's gone as well. I am a firm believer. Oh, spike gone down actually. Hang on, Poop and GJ's made a decent impact, and if he can keep covering that angle, that would be huge. They are going to go and get it in the end, I think. Well, Angel's not very keen on it. They've only got 14 seconds. You've got to go. Mula's going to be the one to go and do it. He's running out of time. Shock darts are not making it easy. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. And BoomNGJ just won the round for them because he's been sat in heaven picking people off. And it doesn't even matter that Angel's still alive. Illinois have stolen a round that they had no right to get into. Thanks to BoomNGJ on the Cypher. But what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm a firm believer that if you get stuck directly by a recon bolt, you should take damage. I want to see, like, no, I don't care, like 1 damage, just so I feel better when it happens.
Just so you get the sound effect?
Yeah, but it has to be like hitting a Marshall headshot sound effect. Like,
okay,
real satisfying.
I respect that, but off the back of that, we are going to see Manchi relegated down using the Blade Storms. Three ultimates for Michigan State used that round. Two ultimates for Illinois used that round, but still the Cosmic Divide as well as the Neural Theft available for them. And off the back of that, the Nebula there and Frasty, not only is mid taken away from Just, but mid is completely taken by Patek. So Illinois firmly in control of this round, and Michigan State leaning the spike towards C in a full default spread other than Patek sitting down there at the bottom of lobby.
Patek's in his Astral Fall, and that's a dangerous game. We'll manage to get away with it though. Monchi on the right, good fall here. Patek, quick on the draw. Who goes into that Astral Form? This man knows the precise timings. He's so confident on this agent.
I know exactly.
He might as well have played it all series long because he's so confident in what he can and can't do. Never getting caught out in this Astral Form. Well, until he just did, but to be fair. Angel trying to find Lidis, takes him down very low, but Frasty's there to back his boy up. They still have to get the spike down. Puffy Warrior trying to make something happen. Frasty, how is he still alive? Barely surviving. And here comes BigTime. They're not looking the right way, and Puffy Warrior will fall. Angel now last man left to try and win it, but he just can't do it. The shots go wide on both parties at the end of the day. BigTime. Don't make me nervous like this. I know that there is far too much time for that to be a problem, but I got nervous anyway. BigTime secures it, paints a pretty little picture on the wall. A salty frog, I guess, is what he was going for. But he's not Van Gogh. He's BigTime. He plays Valorant. But it's 10-10 now. Illinois very much not out of it just yet, and they definitely don't want to go to a map 3.
They don't want to go to map 3. They want to end things here and now, and they're finally starting to get a little control. But Monchi having tons of money and Angel having tons of money is going to allow a full rebuy into this round, and the operator being kicked over to Monchi as well. So Michigan State still falling back on rifles. It feels like they've been on rifles for the entirety of this defensive sided half. It just doesn't seem like they've been able to do it, and we're seeing already taken control of completely by Faisal in the rotation off of that, going to stack towards B and stack towards C. Paddock going to hang out and spawn and just place nebulas wherever they seem to be needed. And Michigan State hasn't really taken any meaningful control anywhere on the map.
Well, if it's not Faisal, it's Frasty who's taking that control. Look at Puffy Warrior, who was sitting in the nebula, taking advantage of it. They go to A. There's someone waiting for you. They're not going to end up going for it. And they've got to deal with BigTime on the other side of this wall. Only has a camera. Odd to not use it really off the start. Normally most ciphers do, but he's keeping it for versatility's sake. And now he could be double swing, but it's such a tight checkpoint that it could happen. Mullah walks right into his face, and he opens up the cyber cage just in time. In comes the curveball. He's been joined by teammates. Yeah, they will take care of it pretty solidly. Just throwing out the recon ball, trying to make sure that all his angles are covered, but Frasty doesn't have long covered, and now they've left a little bit of vulnerability. You can see that Faisal is still making progress through the map, just eventually going to end up at end destination, Michigan State. And now Angel does take off Lidist, and Faisal's got to do something. 14 seconds, got to kill the spike carrier, but it's being planted, and Just has been given the role of defend the president. Alright, fires out the Leah, trying to find something. They've been given the freedom to get off site. Monchi just waiting for this. Will find a shot in the end as well, because that's what he does. 11-10. Michigan State managed to pull one back after a string of defeats, but Illinois will look to hit back, but the money is not great.
The money is... You have to save and play for overtime. if you're Illinois. You
Again.
have to save and play for overtime again.
Again, Papega.
There's no I don't see. Okay, we do see a Spectre being bought by Poop, and that is a little bit more reasonable. That is just a little bit more reasonable for Michigan State, and they're going to have some aggression down, and Monchi ready for that down C long. The Blade Storm being brought out by Fracy, and you have to wonder if they expect Puffy Warrior there in that position waiting for the lurk.
I would say no. To be fair, Puffy Warrior can't see it either. Up goes the Nebula. Now he can get a few, but he can't chain them together enough. Moolah there to make sure that the things are covered. And, well, Hoop and GJ now still sticking around, giving time for Lidis to rotate through. Down he goes. Now they've got free reign in the A site. This is looking very much like Matt Point. Unless Lidis wants to pull off something absolutely unbelievable. He's going for the flank, so if they pull off site, there's potential. Could shut down the Hunter's Fury, but to be fair, I mean, Monchi's watching this. Say goodbye. There it is. Well, Michigan State, match point. There was 12-10 when Michigan State went on match point before, wasn't it?
No, it was 12-11.
Oh, well, okay. Illinois.
Gotta simmer down. Simmer down.
Yeah, gotta give a little bit more now, but it's do or die. So, Illinois, what can you do? You can't be sent down to the lower bracket on Haven and then get out of the tournament on Haven. Well, actually, to be fair, this wouldn't lose them the series, but it would take them to map 3. Almost lose the series on Haven, I suppose, but they'll have to hit back strong. They've gone full all in. So, I mean, I was going to say if they lose this round, it's going to be bad. If they lose this round, it's really bad because they will lose the map. So, full commitment. And some early pressure down C-Long doesn't really amount to anything. Everyone backing up to their own camps, and Michigan State looking to funnel their own destiny.
And a fast A hit off the basis of finding out that there are 3 players over on C, and it's looking like all of this is going to fall onto Pooping and Faisal. And that ultimate coming out is at the very least going to get Faisal traded. Pooping good for 1, but a 4v4 full site control taken. Not anything ideal for Illinois, just landing the headshot, and things have gone from bad to worse. 3 players left to make this happen. Only the Cosmic Divide available in the way of ultimate, and they have the going up against a Hunter's Fury in the hands of Angel. Not looking great.
There is a Cosmic Divide that they are going to use. Paranoia goes straight through, Patek blinded, and now, well, Frasty, do you drop down here? They've seen Monchi through, but of course the wall's bulletproof. They're just going to single out Just. Not a bad decision. Monchi with the Odin can't quite make it happen. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from further back in sight, and Moolah will happily take Lidis' head off. Now it's just Frasty to make it happen. All for Destiny is here for him, and he will happily take it, but Angel is just too far around the corner. Michigan State take game 2, and as it seems to be with the last series of the day, we're going to game 3.
We are headed to game 3, and we are headed to Bind. Not a great map for either of these teams. We saw 13-3 yesterday from Maryland on Bind over Illinois, and we've seen 3 times from Michigan State play this map over the course of the regular season. They have yet to win. They have yet to win a match on a 38% round win percentage. So it's really a battle of the basement that we are going to be looking into. But one of these teams has to win, and we will find out when we come back. A word from our friends from CORSAIR. A little bit of a break for these players to pound an energy drink or something of that nature, and we will be right back with you.
Morocco will be the proving ground for Michigan State. See if they can pull one out the bag and reverse sweep Illinois again. That would be so painful. I feel super bad for these guys. This Illinois team is so capable, but just can't seem to do it in a best of 3. But we'll have to see. A very quick Michigan State. They know what they want, and it's almost exactly the same. Mular on the Rays on Bind, though.
Moolah going for the Rays, that mobility and the information that you can get through the teleporter with the Roomba going through, with the nades going through, the box, the off angles that you can take on boxes with those blast packs going to be a little bit more effective than Phoenix flashes. Just the angles are much too deep on A and much too ineffective on B for those to work. What's interesting is that we are seeing Frasty also opt for that Rays, Faisal going back to Jet. Their little experiment on Haven not paying off. And I guess the big question that I have going into this third map is, can Illinois get things started right? It never seems like they always, the 2 maps that we've seen today have been them coming from behind off of the back of a good but not great attack. It never seems to pick up momentum. It picks up momentum towards the end of it, but by that point, they've already dug themselves such a deep hole that we really don't get to see it to its full potential. And maybe moving Faisal back and Frasty back to the Reyna, opting off of the Rays instead, seeing them more comfortable, the composition that worked so well for them on Ascent, maybe going to be enough. But keep in mind, this is an Illinois team that got 13-3'd on this map. So not exactly a lot of confidence going in for them on this attack, but maybe, just maybe, they've been able to figure out what exactly went wrong. I don't know if you can narrow down a 13-3 to specifically a thing or 2 that went wrong, but we will have to see.
Yeah, well, let's finish off this best of 3. Let's finish ourselves for the week. And gentlemen, it is game 3 here. Final game of round 1 losers bracket. And you said it before, these teams don't have great track records on this map. I mean, you know, we saw Michigan State against Purdue, which they, what was it, a 36 win percentage before they went in. And I did the maths, and they did even worse than that on this map. And obviously, losing 13-3 to Maryland also isn't a great record either. Diving into showers will be his last wish, Protect. We see a lot of, well, they've taken full showers, but they've left the site open. Monchi tries to force the issue, does pick off 1, but Frasty's still well and truly alive. Isn't able to get the Devour off, so doesn't get his heal, but it's still possible for him to dink a few players with this Ghost. Fires out the Leah, but he's paranoid. Angel picks up Poop and GJ, will pick up Frasty as well. Just run straight forward into Lidist as well. Straightforward stuff for MSU. They'll pick up their first round, win the pistol again. Seems to be their thing. Or maybe, to be fair, because Maryland did it, maybe Illinois are just really bad at pistols.
Illinois just hasn't had a clean pistol, I don't think, once. They got 1 pistol round on Ascent, I believe, both times they played, but the pistol just hasn't looked good for them, and they find themselves in a deficit again. Again, not insurmountable. We've seen them play well with Sheriffs, and 3 Sheriffs being brought by Paddock, Lidist, and Poopin' GJ, going up against Monchi, who might buy into something, or he might just be going for an early operator on that defensive side. Okay, he buys full shield. So interesting, full shield and a classic, maybe just going for as many orbs as he can get.
Oh, barely.
Just get Faisal, and he manages to take no damage.
Yeah, actually, been very, very fortunate. I'm not gonna say that was on purpose. Wild sprays don't get much credit, but just still making things happen. Frasty does pick up Moolah, but Moolah managed to get his. He got his, in the words of Hikos. Hiko. And 3v3 retake now. Angel is too busy playing with his toys though. GJ just mows him down. He has 65 health left and a camera. Now Angel got his work cut out. Got the Marshal though. We've seen that he can do wonders with it. I like this. He's trying his own strategy against him. Back on Ascent, Angel was dodging all the shots here. And now he's trying to do the same. But, you know, well, I guess it works. Never mind. Off goes the head. But they are just wasting so much time doing that really Angel doesn't really have an opportunity. Will actually take out one. There it is. Cleans out the site. He'll take those ult orbs and take those kills. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Illinois all day because, well, just took too long. They did a very good job of delaying him.
A classic round 2 Sova ult available and online, and Angel starting off this series hot. 6-0, 3 in the first round, 3 in the second. So a good start from him. Unfortunately, there is going to be nothing being bought in really around that Marshall and full shield. So it's looking good for a second round on the board for Illinois as they're going to buy into a full buy other than Faisal's keeping 2K in the bank and buying that Judge. Maybe we'll see him be aggressive towards that short arrow, but Angel, he's on.
Yeah, he's on. His monitor, his mouse, his keyboard is all on. His PC is on. But we see these shower pushes. You can see what they're trying to do, but they don't really leave anyone on site. And again, Illinois have just completely ran through it. They're actually going to try and take some chances to get some people on the rotation. Moolah manages to come out with one. That is really the best that he could have asked for. Monchi still not moved. Puffy Warrior just have to fight their way back onto their own site. But look how pushed up Illinois are. They've been given room to breathe. It's possible. 2 Michigan State players take the teleporter, and this is a very interesting setup from Illinois.
The territory that they've taken has been all based in backside and playing inside that smoke. A lot is going to fall on Fracey, but with the blades, the Marshall, and a recovered rifle, we might... Oh! Fracey.
Yeah, picks up 3. Angel left to run for the hills, and he might just run and spray him. He will do. Jumping as well, but at that range, well, you might as well be sticking it into his skull surgically. It's 4 for Frasty as he pulls out Illinois' second round, and as we said, this is a map where neither of them are great, so it's about who's the best worst. No, who's the... Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, no, who's the best of the worst, but I don't think either. I mean, neither of these teams are bad. They just don't play this map particularly well. But Frasty and Angel really doing their best to put their teams on their back. Both 7 kills apiece through 3 rounds, and a full buy coming out for both of these teams. And Manchi has his hands on the operator in round 3, going to get tagged, but he is going to hit a shot through the blind onto Frasty.
Goodbye, playmaker. Faisal pushing through, but just as wise enough to move out. If a Jet wants to get into lamps, they've got something cooked up and you don't want to be there when it happens. He's actually been taken down a little bit on the health department. See, Patek and Faisal both holding this. Patek has the spike. He's not been given opportunity to take it down. They're watching this lamps exit very vigilantly. But you can see 2 players pushing through. Showers actually, they're just going to mount the pressure until it gets too much. Monchi waiting this angle just to see if he can pick anyone off as they cross. Moolah might have to move now. Here comes the nade. Is it good? Oh, it's just a little bit too far, but he will be able to frag out at least one with the rifle. But that grenade could have been far more. Just in heaven. Let's see what he can do. They're making progress, Illinois. Faisal's closed the distance with the Judge, so this could be a dead body very, very quickly as soon as he chooses to peek it. But as we know, the Judge very inconsistent, and it's going up against Buffy Warrior. Odin, man, never mind, the Judge wins. And he just has to move out because Just is here, but Cloudburst's going to go down, and this is actually very good for Illinois. Monchi now last man standing, but there's so much time gone on the spike that, again, he can mow them all down, but at the end of the day, I mean, Spike's theirs, but he's actually takes teleporting across, very smart. Takes out Monchi, they make him lose that operator. Illinois, for a map that they're not brilliant on, looking a little bit better than Michigan State.
And to be fair, Illinois had been very solid on bind throughout the regular season. I mean, they were 6-0 going into that match with nearly a 70% round win percentage. So it makes it all the more of a mystery on how Maryland was able to do that to them yesterday. And it seems like they've gotten back to their old ways in an early economic break for Michigan State. Going to be resorting to Sheriffs and a Bucky, a classic in the hands of Manchi. He wants to get the operator in his hands as quick as he can. And that dart going to be avoided. Faisal with 2 Judge buys instead, this time going to buy the knives along with the Judge. and Puffy a lot on his shoulders.
Oh, Angel covers his man beautifully and shuts down that ultimate, and that shut down all progress onto this B site. And they're still going to try and force it, maybe. Look at Monchi, who's going through the back. He's only got a classic, not the best flanking weapon, and it's not even a threat at that point. Puffy Warrior, that's very dangerous, bringing out the camera. Got a Bucky, but Frasty's just faster. That next target is an elbow. Angel's got himself a judge. I think that's Faisal's judge. Actually, no, he died last round. That's just his skin. But
No, it's his
Moolah,
judge.
yeah. Moolah and... Oh god. Frasty actually almost took him out. Angel still making quick work. Now has a Phantom. Could do a little bit more. Spike only just went down, but... Well, GK's been dinked. Very judgeable. Very showstopperable. But no blast pack. He's being hunted. GJ will get the kill before Frasty can make a meal of it. And it's 4-1 for Illinois. This is very different to the other games that we've seen so far.
And we said at the beginning that Illinois needed to find a way to start fast, and their attack looking incredibly viable. I mean, being able to buy really whatever they want. And it does seem like Faisal doesn't even want to mess around with getting a rifle. They seem to be very comfortable on this dash into U-Haul, use the judge to the scummiest of its full potential, taking away those short angles, camping it in that back elbow or in that back inside U-Haul. But Monchi very much aware of their tendency towards A, going to take that angle, and Moolah and Monchi going to combine for the first two, and absolutely necessary on this gun round for them.
Protect is barely avoiding suspicion. And now he's a suspect, now he's guilty as charged. Just will fall Moolah, he teleports right into him, and Moolah picks up another as well. That'll be a second round for Michigan State. They aren't looking to be out of the question just yet, trying to get a little bit better than the... Against Purdue, I think I calculated it something as like, what, 20-ish% win round percentage, which is absolutely diabolical. And they're going to try and do a little bit better. So far, they're doing a little bit better, but I'm not going to do math on stream, so I'm not even going to try.
Well, I mean, if they are going to stand a chance on this map, the two players that carried them that round are going to have to be the players that pick it up. Monchi and Moolah combined for all 5 of those kills, and Monchi going back to showers, and he is going to meet the spike there early as well. However, he's also going to see a recombo, so not much he can do from there, and just boosted going to get found out as well.
All right, another execute onto A. How original of you, Illinois. Paranoia goes out, but Frasty not phased, and here comes the Hunter's Fury actually from Lidist. Once he has to been forced to dash away, and he's been forced into his own coffin. Just chasing through Frasty, but he still can't beat him. That's a massive loss. Now Puffy Warrior, no LMG, but he's still as capable. We've also got Angel moving through on the flank. Has a recon bolt, but does he want to give away his position? Puffy Warrior very happy to just let him have this. Nice trigger discipline. Slowly sneaking up. Solid Snake style just without the box. Oh, he whiffed the first shot. Still got the spray down though. It was not clean, but it was still the same end result. Now Puffy Warrior cleared to move in. Lidis does actually pick off Angel. Warrior sticks the ball. Lidis pulls it off. He had no right to still be alive there, and well, they take their 5th round. That was very much a missed opportunity for Michigan State.
It went from very sketchy to completely winnable to Lidist clutching up. A little bit of the Hiko genes in the Silva player from Illinois does a great job. He's been largely quiet for most of the series and most of the playoffs in general, but when he's needed most, he answers the call. Angel doing the best that he could, missing the first headshot but landing the spray afterwards, making that a winnable scenario. And Michigan State going to meet that with aggression and take out Faisal.
Oh, no. Wow, that's how you avoid a showstopper number 101, but eventually will meet his demise at the hands of Angel. With only a Bulldog, so he'll happily take that rifle. I don't know if he went and picked it up, actually, but just trying to make sure that they can't get through showers. I don't know what Monchi's plan was there. Had an operator, but decided to push into that short-range engagement. I don't think that's a very wise decision. Maybe if he had the Blade Storm, but he's got it now, but did not end up using it. And Illinois pushing through, got free reign to go wherever they want. No one really putting any pressure on them. The freedom's theirs.
And there's really been no movement from this defensive side. Granted, you don't really need to move over to be with the tripwire and camera setup that they have over there, but I mean, Puffy Warrior sticking close on A, keeping his eye on the camera, letting Angel know if he needs to do anything. But the spike has not moved anywhere, and that is going to be pretty much the round as Moolah and Puffy Warrior set up for a perfect crossfire. Just Lidis left, and he's going to need a lot more hero than we saw in the last round if he's going to be able to pull this one off.
He needs a hero. He needs a hero before the end of the night. He's got to be strong. He's got to be fast. He's got to be faster than light. Faster than 10 seconds is what he needs, but it's just not going to happen. Michigan State will pull up their third round. It's still close, but well, Illinois having a lead is not really. I don't think it's been too common this series. It's been a lot of him catching up and them catching up, and then just playing reactionary. So it's good for them that they're leading the charge this time.
And off of the back of being able to take 5 of the last 7, we are going to see another rifle round come out. Little light armor on Lidist and Pubin. Manchi going to opt in for the Blade Storms as the operator was unable to be recovered at the end of that round. So a little bit of a disadvantage there. We do hear the watch this. And a pretty sketchy round if you are Illinois. Very easily could see our way to 5-5.
So nice of Riot to put in an in-game observer, commanding the observer to literally watch this, because a lot of the time that's where the action happens. But they're going to be pushing up towards B. Puffy Warrior's got his camera set up, and Angel also jump spotting, so there's no way they don't know this is coming. Up goes the loud burst, and the camera's gone now. Puffy Warrior living blind. Angel is paranoid, just can't make anything happen. Puffy Warrior not in a position to really push through and make any massive impacts. It's got to be Angel. Does find Frasty, but that's all she wrote. Puffy Warrior's been forced to retreat. He's got Mochi by his side. He will quickly fall with the Blade Storm. That's not what you want to see. Spike eventually goes down, but Illinois looking very good for this round.
Yeah, with only three defenders remaining and that neural theft coming out, they know they don't have to worry about flank in any way, shape, or form. All they have to do is keep their guns trained on elbow, keep the smokes coming in, and just basically wait for Michigan State to walk into their crosshairs. A 6th round looking almost inevitable, and all that utility coming out is going to guarantee it. Lidis, another big round from him, collecting 3 scalps. And now we see Michigan State able to full buy into this round. Still a little bit sketchy from Manchi, but at the very least, we are going to see another rifle round from them, and we are hearing another tactical timeout being called. We're going to wait till that 10-second pause. 10-second timer gets down to 10 seconds. Pause her up, and have Michigan State take some time to discuss what they want to do. We're already seeing full rifles being bought in, so no surprises there. And now the round's going back and forth a little bit odd, and Michigan State just kind of getting overwhelmed over there on that B site there. I don't know if they want to talk about how they have the trip set up. I don't know if they want to talk about playing that for retake, but we are seeing just a different Illinois on attack than we've seen over the last 5 maps that we've seen them play.
Feels like 8 maps at this point. But I mean, what do you do here? Michigan State, they're trailing for what seems like, it's probably not the first time, but for at least the first extended period. And when you're playing on the back foot, especially on a defensive side, playing reactionary is very, very difficult. And it looks like they're going to set it for an A hit. It's been so successful. One thing I would stop, and it looks like they have done, is that Showers push. I just don't think it's worth it. They lose the whole site. They've got to retake it. And at this point, the Showers push is readable. They know where they're coming from. It's no longer a surprise, especially if they kill someone there. Yeah, you get the kill, but now they know where 2 players are, however many went for it. It looks like they're going to leave the spike, actually, before they're very much short. And it's going to be Protect to pick that one up once the coast is clear. Owl Drone, more like, I don't know, oh my god. Owl Wagon is what I was going to make a joke about. And then I just forgot the English language. Frasty pushing forward into Just, but Just is ready Vital over the top. It was just a distraction with the sound cue. Moolah has cleaned him up in showers. And now Illinois have been stopped in their tracks. Moolah only has 30 health remaining after his escapades, but it was very much well worth it. They will get the spike down. They've really got to deal with Moolah, and then they can only attack. Then they can defend on one front. And out goes the Roomba. 30 health. That's not good. About as good as his Phoenix Flash is. No, that's too mean. I can't say that. Faisal on top of box. Interesting teleport. At least gets the information I suppose. Oh my god, I am losing all of my brain cells. Faisal on top. Can he find Moolah down bottom? Just a random spray would be more than enough, but Tech needs to clean him up now. We'll find one, can't knock down the second, and things are going on. Faisal has to drop down. Puffy Warrior will actually clean him up. Do they have time for this defuse? Looks like they will.
It's gonna be close, but I think they have it.
Yeah. Yeah. Just under a second in it.
Plenty of time. Nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about. They could have, had an extra drink of whatever they drink. I don't know. But
having an extra drink in 9/10 of a second, but nonetheless.
Yeah. Well, maybe they just have a straw in their mouth at all times. Maybe that's the system. You know those drinking hats you can get?
Yeah. No, I'm aware. I mean,
maybe one of those.
That doesn't really affect the time it takes to drink anything.
No, but if you held the straw in your mouth at all times, you don't have to take your mouse away and... Job to do! We got a job to do.
Fair enough,
no longer talking about the efficiencies of drinking. But, hang on a minute. Here comes the Blade Storm from Faisal. Might be able to make things happen. He's jumped directly into Just multiple times and it's had mixed results, and this one will be a negative one. There it is. Angel will pick him off and Just will be very happy. He's only taken down a little bit. This attack again from Illinois. If it doesn't work straight away, it takes a little bit of time to get going. I'm going to wait for the rotation from a few. You can see the Poop and GJ is pushing through that B site, trying to make a flank happen. Patek will pick off one. Frasty is down though. It looks like they're going to go for the B site. Don't blame them. Monchi is moving away and he shows no intention of going back. There it is. There's your intention. It's from the shadows and he's been stuck by the spike camp dart. Actually, very nice. But managed to get the spike down finally. Monchi here to respond. Does actually pick off Lidist. That makes things significantly easier.
And that takes away the Hunter's Fury for the post plan as well.
Yeah, definitely. And two agents that are pretty hard to... Does he have Paranoia? He does, so that makes things a little easier, but not two agents you'd really want to be in a post plan yet. Oh, Poop and GJ, maybe he's the player you want, not the agent. Does manage to pick off Monchi, and that operator threat is gone. Patek has to go up against Puffy Warrior. Puffy Warrior's hitbox is 3 times bigger now that he holds his own all the time. Up goes the Paranoia. This is what I talked about. Does actually pick him off, and now Poop and GJ goes up against Just. He's sticking the Oh my god, okay, okay. I thought there was gonna be a madness going on, but Poop and GJ finds 3, eventually manages to clutch it up. It's 7-4, and for the first time do we see 7-5 at half go Illinois' way.
It's either going to be 7-5 or it's going to be 8-4. So at the very least, Illinois has secured themselves an attacking half round win. The first one I think that they've had since Ascent back yesterday against Maryland. So a good sign from them controlling things and then going back to a defensive side where we do see them more.
Oh my god! Monchi's pulled through alongside Moolah with the showstopper, takes out 3, and Moolah's still on for more. It just doesn't end, it's relentless. And that was... That's Operation... Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Operation Haven style? That's not Haven, this is Bind. I know what map we're on. I mean, good to know that it works on multiple maps.
And they wait until the very end and a little bit of an awkward buy to break that one out. If they had let that round go a little bit longer, it plays much more in the favor of those rifles. But Michigan State making sure to keep this a little closer than Illinois would like. That being said, 7-5 on attack on Bind, pretty even-sided map. You take the half win no matter what way you cut it. And Michigan State going to have to go in for attack and a heavy B lean going up against both Frasty and Poopin' GJ. 2 players you don't necessarily want to go up against, but you do have that man advantage.
Yeah, Poopin' GJ is very good, especially when he's on his game. Oh. Yeah, I saw that correctly. Mullah, you are having a mare today. Not like in terms of he's playing badly, but him throwing utility has been a shambles. Well, only when it's on stream though. Only when I'm watching him directly. BoomGJ has been spotted out in elbow. This could be the Michigan State tactic of, oh, there's more than a person here. Okay, we're leaving, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna go on a tourist visit over to the A site. And they've got two waiting for them. Tech has Paranoia ready, chooses the less man option side. Patek picks up one, Lidist as well. They're pushing through, but Faisal has the shorty. Did you expect that? The answer's no. They've got the spike down. Now it's a 2v3. GJ makes his way in, paranoid as soon as he does. Now site is split between red and blue. Here comes Faisal with this shorty, has to reload. Can pick off one, there it is, just goes down, dash across, but he's got no ammo. And he's just trying to distract Puffy Warrior. That was, again, that was more of a, okay, alright, fine. Yeah, sure, round. I've not seen many jets that would dash forward with no ultimate and no bullets in their magazine, but it worked and they won the round. So
I mean, that's the reposition that you have to do. He's playing the shorty perfectly, harkening back to the closed beta days where the shorty might have been the most powerful weapon in the game for its price point, $200, and it was a death machine. Like, people complain about the way that the Bucky plays, people complain about the way that the judge plays, but not a lot of people remember how bad that shorty was in closed beta and early on in the full release. And Faisal reminding everyone just how good that gun can be and plays it to perfection. Good for two, not only just the initial kill based off of the surprise, but as well as getting it and using that jet mobility to really force really uncomfortable fights. And an 8-5 lead for Illinois as they push B with classics and a couple sheriffs in to their name.
Well, now they've got one less person on their roster. Mullah falls, and there's going to be more. Frosty could go for the ace. Stolen it. Oh, he is so angry. Frosty just had one of the maddest sprays I've ever seen. And Linus said, you know, I'm not going to give it to you. Those comms are on fire right now, and Linus is being flamed. I was going to say, I don't know whether to say that is horrific or that's how you build camaraderie in your team. It's not your kills, it's our kills, they say. Frosty denied an ace. There's still been no aces in these playoffs. I look back on Maryland, Illinois, there were about 6 chances for aces, and none of them went forward. None of them were able to close it out. Whether that's they died, someone else took the kill, and we've just seen another one. That Frosty is molding ridiculously hard right now, but he's got to move on.
I think he'll be okay. You take the round wins and stay in the driver's seat. Well, that's why we're behind the caster's desk and not on the field. That and you're not college aged.
That's also true. That's fair. But looking at this spike position, it's in the middle of the map in market. So they're keeping their options open, see where they want to go. And again, Faisal, his shorty's got a little bit bigger since the last time we saw it. I think he's done some upgrades on it, but they've picked up the spike and they're going to head to A. Do they think that Faisal's done this again? Surely, I don't think you do, right? It's sort of a one and done position.
I mean, you always expect a U-Haul player, and with what we've been seeing from Faisal, he's more than willing to pick up the shotgun. They're going to Paranoia, just make sure that there's no early damage. Push all the way on to short, but site control has been taken by Michigan State. And Faisal's position neutralized a little bit as the position's being taken in short. Fracey not going to be able to get around that tripwire.
Unlucky. You have to, sometimes when you're playing against a Cypher, you just have to hope that they don't know what they're doing and they're throwing it on the floor or on the ceiling so you can crouch or jump over it, but that's not the case this time. Having to take the long way round, here comes Aaliyah, disrupts Angel, and he's coming here for Monchi's blood, and tags him up, but not quite enough. And meanwhile, on the site, it's all red. GJ, last man standing, 11 health to his name. He's got to really pull one out the bag now. Got a Bulldog to do so. They're all just going to back up. Yeah, he had to do it then, or he was not going to be able to defuse it, and just doubles back, make sure there's no shenanigans going on. Michigan State take their 6. It's 9-6, 6-9. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah, but Michigan State still to be fair, still playing from behind. At this point, it's normally where whoever's behind starts to get there, starts to even it up a little bit.
It's going to be a little bit more challenging for Michigan State just based off of that second round being a complete flawless victory for Illinois. And we're seeing the third round of the half operator brought out by Faisal, prioritizing that over any shield. And that is going to get baited out. Wonderful movement by Monchi and force Faisal back to a little bit of a more defensive angle and deny him that information. 3 players stacked towards A. And just kind of a Mexican standoff sitting there outside of hookah. No real territory been taken, but complete showers control for Illinois.
Angel's really betting on them pushing this, and I don't blame them. They've done it. They've done it before. No, Michigan State did it, so they're hoping that they also have the same plan. But it seems like Illinois might be a little bit more patient. Lovely teleport. Do they know? Lidis. I don't know if he was faking not knowing, but we'll never know. Yes. Any more sentences with the word "no" in it? No. Please laugh.
And there's...
There we go. I got it out of you.
It caught me off guard. I was looking at the mini map, and there's just a whole clump of Spartans sitting over there towards B. But off the back of just very little information, a full rotation over towards A, I guess, just only seeing one player on site is going to lead to that A pop, and Monchi breaking out the knives, going to push up and try and take as much U-Haul control as he can. And Paddock, good for 1 on Angel. Poopin, good for 1 on Puffy. And we have ourselves a 5v3. They cannot get the spike down. Monchi going to get a consolation kill before Poopin takes him down. 1 player left alive, trying to do as much damage as he can, but Mula ends up falling to the Phantom of Lidis. And just... I understand attacking patiently if there's some territory being taken, some information being gathered, but it just seemed like Michigan State sat and waited for a push and sat and waited for a push and sat and waited for a push. And you have to wonder if that's the entire basis of that strategy was waiting for Illinois to be overly aggressive, which in their defense, we have seen them be overly aggressive. And it's looking like we're going to see them be a little bit more aggressive this round and meet the Wolfpack coming down and taking down a 38 is Freisty.
Any more sentences with the word aggressive in it? That's where you yeah, there you go, you've got it. Monchi doesn't got it, and Faisal also don't got it when he's in tube, but he doesn't even know. As the shorty, there's a dead Just, and there's an open spike, and Puma DJ happy to clean that up as well. It's an 11th round for Illinois and Michigan State. They're starting to sweat now because this is getting into the land of no return, and their attack side on Bind seems far... Their attack side's normally been a little bit worse than their defensive side, but this one is far worse.
We did see this on Ascent, however. We had, a 6-6 half on Ascent, yep. And I believe Illinois won 5 of the first 7 rounds. They've won 4 of the first 5, and that round went into triple overtime. So here we are.
Yeah.
Full rifle by, backs up against the wall. And it was a very similar situation to this. Michigan State needs this round and needs this round cleanly. Otherwise, they are going up against tournament point for them.
Okay, Faisal doing his best Monchi impression and doing it better. How is Puffy Warrior not dispatched of him there? Monchi can still go get the spike, and he will do. Faisal, he's still got the shorty, man. Fasty pushing into Monchi, who has the spike, and this round is already all but over, to be fair. Monchi is just being hunted, and he's got to make a move now, but Faisal's got the shorty, and he will dink him at the end, and what a way to go to match point through the shorty. The Faisal legacy, it seems to be, is to have that one, and he's still got it. He'll have it, maybe win the game with it. He's on match point, it's possible. Spartans are really struggling. This is a map that, well, they really should have avoided. What did they ban? They banned Icebox. I don't know if I would have rather gone to Icebox, because this is like supernatural levels of difference on this map.
Keep up.
I mean, hard to second guess the map bans at this point. The decision has been made. They thought they were going to be able to handle it, especially after the dismantling that Maryland did to Illinois yesterday. But just not the same Illinois that we saw. Their attack side, good for 7 rounds, and really, okay, Paddock does a little bit. Thinks that the smoke is going to be respected and a rifle given over to them, so there is still a little bit of life with Lidis draining just a little bit more of it.
Yeah, but it's still trying to make stuff happen. Moolah there to clutch a little bit up. That's a very close showstopper. Will actually go out, and now Faisal has to make something happen with this Blade Storm. Over the top, does find Moolah. Angel lying in wait, does manage to clean him up, and now it's only Frasty. So to get themselves a fighting chance in this game, it's Michigan State, and it's Angel who picks up 3. Whenever he picks up 3, things get lucky. They've got themselves the operator. Sadly, they haven't got Faisal's lucky shorty. But it's going to be 7-12. They're afforded another lifeline, but they just have to keep winning now.
And there is still a couple rounds to go before Michigan State is able to break Illinois' money, but at the very least, they were able to keep 3 guns into that round, and in addition, picking up an operator. So the bye looking better for Michigan State than it did going into the last round. There is light at the end of the tunnel for them. A little bit of momentum going their way, and instead of going towards A, they're going to go up towards the 3 stack of B, and that utility being heard by Fracey is going to result in, oh, beautiful bait by Fracey, but he ends up actually being the one to get the kill. Angel evening things up on Paddock and Showers, so it is a 4v3 in the site at the very least.
Faisal getting a lot of ground, getting a lot of kills. There's the spike. That's a big misplay from Michigan State. Oh, he's got it again. He died and he rebought it. This guy knows what he's doing. He's holding that angle. I mean, it's a strat. It's very valid. It's about as valid as Buffy Warrior's LMG meta. I'm here for it, but I'm a little bit disappointed we only got to see it starting now. There's a server duel going on in a map of its own at this point, over on the A site. And why are they? Okay, Monchi. Sorry, not Monchi. Faisal is rotating over. Though the spike is here, and they know the spike is here, so I think they're just readying themselves for the rotation.
There's been plenty of time off of the clock, and Angel taking that territory on A. You're gonna wonder. I mean, with Angel's presence, you still have to think about that. Angel getting the kill onto Litiseed, creeped all the way through U-Haul, and now all of a sudden Faisal plays a much more important role in that heaven area, and he does take down the spike. He's going to see Angel, and his drum missed the shot. Unfortunate, but they do know his location. They see the gun barrel, and now down to just Monchi with an operator. The shorty brought out, is that how we're going to end things? Yes, it is. Faisal wrapping up this map and wrapping up this series. Illinois going to see themselves advance into the lower bracket, and Michigan State going home early. The 3 seed eliminated from the tournament, as well as the 5 seed. Angel did the best that he could. The game MVP for Michigan State. 20 bomb, 14, 2 assists. The battle Sova Fracey doing a wonderful job of picking up his team. Moolah doing the best that he could, and just too quiet of a performance from the supporting cast of just Puffy Warrior and Monchi. You hate to see it from Michigan State. A lot of promise on that team, but Illinois manages to survive by the skin of their teeth. They have a week to correct the mistakes on their attack side, and they will be moving on up.
Yeah. What have we learned? The moral of the story, it's got to be your map pool cannot be that shallow. You cannot have a map that you just lose all the time. Think Michigan State, if they... Whoa, that was freaky. If you want to go forward as Michigan State, you've got to fix that, because this bind is so exploitable. Anyone who does any sort of research, especially now we're on the spike, go check it out. Any sort of research, they're going to see that, and they're going to go, right, we want bind then. And then all they have to do is take away, the decider or your map. And I think other than that, this is still a very capable squad. Sad to see Indiana and Michigan State go. Very capable teams. I'm sure we'll see them again around, but Illinois dodged a very, very, what do you call it? Very, very...
Tough test, shall we say?
I'm trying to say something bullet, but I can't think of the adjective.
It's okay. Nah,
a very bullet. A very, very bullet. And they will be moving forward, but I mean, Michigan State, they look pretty good on any other map at this point. But well, commiserations to them. Congratulations to Illinois for sticking around for a little bit longer. They'll be looking to maybe make that lower bracket charge, like you said. Maybe we'll end up with Rutgers Illinois now in the grand final, now that they're given their week to prepare. But yeah. We will be back. This is us done for the week. We've been very, very busy. I've literally been waking up and only doing this and then going back to bed. So it's been a very, very nice weekend to share with everyone in Twitch chat. You're all awesome. And also, I suppose, to share with you as well. Thank you to our producer Alvi as well for sticking through and staying with us. We're all very tired. We're all very much looking forward to this week off, but I'm sure
Just
in about
turn the lights out on me.
wait.
They turned out the
lucky.
office light just automatically kicked on. What are you going to do? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking with us through the first weekend. We will be back next Saturday, most likely at 2 p.m. Eastern. Still going to work out the game times with these teams, but we will be back with the upper bracket. We'll be seeing Wisconsin and Rutgers, as well as Purdue and Maryland. Sunday, we'll have the lower bracket showdown with the two teams that we saw win today versus the losers of those first two games on Saturday. Hopefully we will see you there as well. A huge thank you to you. You've been wonderful to work with, Xflow. I'll say nice things about you. Again, a huge thank you to LV for sticking with us throughout this entire production deal.
Thank you, CORSAIR, as well. Also,
let me
mention that.
I had a whole thing. Thing, man. And a huge thank you to CORSAIR for making this whole event possible. We're going to kick it to a word from them, kick it back to a word from the main studio, and we will send you on your way.
What a fantastic weekend it has been, and our casters said it well. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us here in the Aquatik studio for the duration of this week's Big Time playoffs. It's going to be a long month with a lot of fantastic Valorant action, so get ready for the continued pieces. Of course, I'd like to thank both Kami Wolverine and Explo, since no one ever seems to thank them for all the hard work that they do as well. Well, I hope everyone has a fantastic week ahead. We'll see you tomorrow night back here at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for our episode of Making Waves, where two individuals will be going head-to-head, debating about something in the esports field. Until next time, I'm Neptune, and I'll see you in the arena.